All right, students, start taking your seats. We're going to start soon. Distinguished guests, teachers, members of the judges panel, and fellow students, on behalf of the Emirates Environmental Group, I welcome you and thank you for joining us today in this wonderful morning for the 21st cycle of the annual Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. I'm Omar and I'm honored to be your MC for today. Before we start, I'd like to share some housekeeping notes. There are 2 emergency exits, so there'll be no fire drill today, so if you hear alarms, exit the auditorium safely. There is a prayer room available, so ask any EEG member for assistance. Kindly adhere to the markings on the seats and make sure you're sitting where you're allowed to. The presenting teams are allowed to remove their masks when they get on stage, but need to maintain the allocated distance. And the competition is broadcasted on EEG's live YouTube channel. I would like to request everyone to please rise for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. will commence the day with some verses from the Holy Quran from Surah Ar-Rahman.
أعوذ بالله أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان
Now please join me in welcoming the co-founder and chairperson of Emirates Environmental Group, Ms. Habib Al-Marashi, to give the opening address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. My dear students, faculty members, respected judges, honorable guests, a very good morning and welcome to the 21st cycle of the Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. Before I start, I would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation and gratitude to several entities. I will start by thanking and appreciating the support extended to us by the Ministry of Education, who have been supporting and giving the patronage to this program since its inception in 2001. I would like today to thank DP World, who have come on board this year as the main sponsor for this program, and I look forward to continue building this fruitful relationship with this wonderful organization. For the young ones that are with us here, DP World is the largest seaport operator in the region. So their active engagement shows you, the students, that you are the upcoming workforce. The sustainability and environment are a vital part to factor when you are thinking of sustainability and when you are looking at how to thrive the economy. At DP World, they take environmental education very seriously, and they have put it as part of their sustainability strategy under Our World, Our Future. I would also like to thank Dubai International Academic City for providing the venue, which they have been providing it for almost 2 decades. So getting all these entities and all these educators together enables us as the NGO to really roll out the effective programs, and we work with our long-term partners to ensure that we are delivering what we have promised. And I would also like to thank Abella & Co., who will be providing you the catering for the next 2 days, and they have been doing that as well since the inception of this program. My message to our dear judges: thank you very much for joining us, taking time off your busy schedule, and I hope that you will enjoy it with us as much as we enjoy putting it together. We bank on your expertise and on your support to ensure that today and tomorrow you will be judging the participants that will be coming on stage in an unbiased way according to the criteria that has been set out for the competition. I'm very delighted that I'm sure you all noticed that your MC is an intern at Emirates Environmental Group, and this is one of the strategies of the organization, is we take interns throughout the year and we engage them in hands-on action programs that are going on at that particular time. So it's not only Umar that is with us, there are 2 colleagues as well that are taking different responsibilities during this program. They have been with us for more than 1 month now. Our internship program starts, for 2 months minimum, 6 months maximum. We take students while they are in the university, and we take the fresh graduates as well, and we give them hands-on practical experience on what will be the working life like. My advice to all the students that are with us this morning and throughout the day: I want you to open your hearts, your minds, your ears, and to really absorb what is being put across. I make sure that I don't miss this program under any circumstances because of the sheer knowledge and enthusiasm and energy that is expressed by you, the future generation. We need you as much as you need us. For me, that is the regenerating of my energy, really listening to you, seeing that our work is making a difference and we are having an impact. I'm a firm believer in working home, focusing on what changes that we can make with you, with all the sectors of the society. So I want you to use the skills that you will be gaining today. Standing in front of a big audience is not an easy thing, and it takes a lot of perseverance, a lot of determination, a lot of skills. So these are leadership skills that you are getting through this program. I hope you are not looking at it just as a competition, but really as a path career for you. And we have seen, and I'm very proud to say, many of the students who have attended these programs have taken science as a career path. And that is what we need today, amongst other requirements of dealing with the many challenges that climate change is posing for us. You also, the world leaders, politicians, governments, multinational organizations, NGO meeting in UK, to talk about different sustainability issues, and most important was climate change, and at COP28. According to Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is called IPCC, they issued a report in August this year. They say that the climate is changing very rapidly in front of our own eyes, and we don't really need to read reports because we are seeing that in front of our eyes. But the report is warning us, human beings, that we will overshoot, and we are overshooting the 1.5 degrees Celsius that is being projected as compared to the pre-industrial period. And we need to look at that very seriously if we are to sustain our living in a healthy way. And science has shown us that we as humans are directly responsible for this whole fiasco that is happening. So it is our opportunity, as the Secretary General of the United Nations says, this decade is the make it or break it decade. And we need to push, and we are already having only 9 years left to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which I am very, very sure you all know about it very well. So let us work together. This is one of these platforms that really helps to put the groundwork required to deal with the challenges. In the last 20 or more months, it's continuing. There's another variant that is coming up in Europe. Many countries in Europe are completely going back to complete lockdown. The pandemic that has really shaken us to the core. But we have to look at that as an eye-opener, as an opportunity, as a lesson that we all learn, and to deal with it. How do we want to process? How do we want to move forward? What do we want from our lives? There are issues that are coming up on the screens every day, in the reports, in the newspapers, on the mobiles in your hands, you are receiving it. We have seen intensified climate-related floods. We have seen very strong fires, some of them continuing until today. Heat waves that people are dying because of it. And it is affecting millions and millions of people. COVID has affected another very important area. I don't know if that has been brought to the forefront or being discussed in the classrooms. The number of people that have gone into extreme poverty as a result of pandemic. The children that are dying because of hunger, because of the pandemic. It's a vicious cycle that unless we really come together and we work on every level that we can to deal with these challenges, the future does not look bright. But I'm a very optimistic person, and I'm a very practical person. I believe that when we come together and we think positively and we put critical, simple steps to action it, and we are committed to that, we do make a difference, a beautiful, positive difference, and that's what we want. Some of the outcomes of COP26. Many countries, more than 100 countries actually, signed a pledge to cut emissions of methane, which is one of the greenhouse gases, by 30% by 2030. 130 countries said that they will end deforestation by 2030. Preserving rich forest carbon sinks and biodiversity strongholds. I'm very proud to say that in the UAE, there is a very strong movement going on to increase the green spaces in the country, to focus on urban afforestation. And we at Emirates Environmental Group do that actually very well. And we have planted until today more than 2,100,938 trees, and the number is increasing. We will be having a huge tree planting program on the 21st December 21, and anyone who is attending, those who are listening with us online, who wants to join us, the opportunities are there. And you can get in touch with the Emirates Environmental Group and register your pledge and join us in the tree planting. For 2 decades, this program has seen students come, give the best that they have, compete, take the rolling trophies back to the universities proudly, some of them coming back, defending it, taking it, or losing it to another entity. In the 21 years of the history of this program, only 2 universities have managed to retain the rolling trophy. One of the conditions of retaining it is that the university wins 3 times the award, then they get to keep it. So I look forward to really to see that competitive spirit really evolving throughout the day, inshallah. The topics that we put are the results of your input. So throughout the day today, the team from Emirates Environmental Group will be giving you feedback forms. Please do take some time, and we literally appreciate that very much, because what you will put for us is what will actually translate into the topics that your team, your colleagues will come and compete against next year. For every program that we put, we have been doing it since 2015 until today. We align them with the Sustainable Development Goals. So as you know, this is a very unique educational intellectual platform. It feeds directly into Sustainable Development Goal number 4.
But through the topics that we are covering in today and tomorrow, we have quite a few SDGs that we are covering. We have SDG 7, 11, 12, 13, 15, and 17. And I will ask you as students, Google these and find out what are these goals. They cover different aspects of our lives and of our requirement to achieve sustainable development. The topics that will be competed on today, before lunch and after lunch. In the morning, the first topic we are starting with is sustainable living, a path for a greener future. That's a question. And the second topic is environment and education, the need for change. And these are topics that were actually chosen by your peers, your colleagues who joined us last year, by the faculty members, by the jury members who put many different suggestions, and we of course then look at them, thematize them, and we choose the topics, we finalize the topics that are rolled out. I want you to enjoy yourselves, and that is the most important part of this program. While you are learning, you enjoy it. You take it and absorb it. And let it be really a lesson for us. Whatever we are hearing becomes a catalyst for us to change. I really look forward for you to enjoy it and to listen carefully and to learn. I definitely myself usually take my notes of the facts and figures and data that is being shared with us. The purpose, one of the main objectives, is when we put these kind of topics, we want to know what is happening around the world. We want to know where we are in the UAE and the Arab region compared to other countries. Are we doing well? Are we faring well? Where are the gaps? What do we need to do to ensure that we cover those gaps, that we are at that competitive advantage? So I'm sure you are all eager to start the program. And without further ado, I would like Umar to start announcing the teams and let us start the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Habiba, for that uplifting speech. Now, firstly, before I start, guys, let's try and fill up that area just to keep the social distancing going, and make sure you don't sit in where it's marked. Each year, we invite a distinguished panel of bilingual experts to judge the competition, and this year is no different. Today, we have with us Ms. Hana Dalmar, who is the Manager of Renewable Energy and Environmental Projects at DP World, Mr. Majid Naeem Fayyad, who is a Senior Advisor and is the Royal Danish Consulate General in Dubai, Ms. Zaina Al-Hashmi, who is a sustainability specialist at ADNOC, and Dr. Rashid Karkain, founder of Rashid Karkain Research and Training Institute, associate at Hamdan bin Muhammad Smart University, and a lecturer at Canadian University of Dubai and Zayed University. Respected judges, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us. It's highly appreciated. Our topics for the teams being assessed today are sustainable living, a path for a greener future, and the second one is environment and education, need for change. Dear students, we are excited to hear what you have prepared for us today, but before we move on to the presentations, I would like to share some important points to remember. The time given is exactly 10 minutes per team. The speakers will hear 2 bells. The first one will go off after 8 minutes to remind you that there are 2 minutes left, and the second one is when your time is done. Points will be deducted if teams exceed the allotted time, and points will be deducted if teams merely read from the paper. Please take note of the agenda in which you will be presenting, as we only have 1 minute in between presentations. In order to ensure that we are on schedule, please be ready before your time, and if you are the next team to present, please reach out and just get ready. With regards to the presentations you have submitted to us prior to the event, students sometimes ask us to make amendments during the day. I would like to make it very clear that we are strong believers in the quality of work, and we believe that submitting the right quality of presentation from the beginning is very important and teaches you to meet and respect time constraints. There are a total of 50 points for the competition, and each judge will allocate points on the basis of clarity of speech, which will be 10 points, originality of ideas, which will be 15, assessment of environmental impacts and solutions, which will be 15, and the presentation of research evidence, which will be 10. We will have 4 breaks during the event, which will be announced. The first one is mid-morning refreshment break, the second for a lunch break, the third will be a mid-afternoon short break just to stretch your legs, and the last one will be a refreshment break at the end of the competition, where the judges will be deliberating the scores and finalizing the winners. I would like to request all participants to be aware of the allotted time to each team. Before I call upon the first speakers, I would like to request everyone to be seated and refrain from going in and out between presentations, not to cause distractions. I would also like to remind you to kindly switch off your mobile phones or just put them on silent, please. I would like to draw your attention and respect the utilities so generously provided by the Dubai Academic City to maintain cleanliness of the facility. And students, you've been provided with the name badges. Please make sure that it's visible at all times. During the course of the day, you'll be given a feedback form. Please make sure you fill it out and hand it over to a faculty member so they can give it to us. And it'll be submitted at the registration desk in exchange for your certificates. It's really important for us to have the feedback from the teachers and supervisors for the teams participating virtually. Please be informed that the online feedback forms will be sent to you after the event. Please note down the time of your presentations and be ready to occupy the seats. So when I call for the first team presenting will come up, and I'll call the second one to be ready to present next, all right? Now let's begin our presentations with the first topic, sustainable living, a path for a greener future. Our first presentation of the day is Westford University College, Sharjah, and next one will be University of Sharjah. So Westford, be ready to present now, and University of Sharjah, be ready to present next. Sorry, judges also, it's Westford first. So the third one, Westford first, and then University of Sharjah.
So the quote says, the sustainability is no longer about doing less harm, but about doing more good. Now, good morning everybody, I'm Sankita Bekal and we are here to answer the burning question out there. Is sustainability a path for a greener future? Well, to start off, we humans have created various number of technologies, and let's be frank, it's amazing and it makes our lives so much better. But at the same time, they impact our environment pretty bad. They destroy our biodiversity. Now, the question arises, what is sustainability and how does that help? To answer this question as easy and as simple as I could, sustainability is basically the utilization of the resources while being conscious about your environment. It is important. Why is it important? Well, because it is important for our future generation. Now, we are here to pinpoint the industry out there, one of those industries out there that has been affecting the environment throughout the years, and that is fast fashion. And to get you a briefer and an elaboration on fast fashion, Junie will take over.
What is fast fashion? Fast fashion is the mass production of cheap clothing to keep up with the ever-evolving trend that goes out of style as quickly as they come in. It creates a need in people to remain trendy and follow even the craziest trends out there. Why? Just to remain fashionable. And as a result, people replace their wardrobes much more often than necessary, and they throw away the rest of them. And all these thrown away clothes and accessories, where do they end up? In the landfills. And do they decompose? No. Because all these fast fashion brands like Shein and Zara use highly synthetic materials so that they are cheap and easily sourceable, and they take years or decades to even decompose away. Also, the saddest part is that they even follow highly unethical ways for their production. They use largely unpaid workers to create this mass production of these trends to keep up with the demand. And now, we also have some few brands who have moved away from this fast fashion roots and became more environmentally conscious, like H&M and Splash, for instance. They are making their own efforts to be sustainable, and according to Forbes, H&M will go completely sustainable by the year 2030. Now, we are not here to exhort that we should not follow any trends, or that you should only shop from sustainable brands, which could be really expensive and heavy on your pockets. Rather, we are here to provide our idea of how we can remain fashionable by also being sustainable. Hence, answering the question of the day, is sustainable living a path for the greener future? And for this, we are looking to one of the solutions where we could really make a huge impact, which is a niche industry called thrifting. To elaborate more on that, I call upon Mehnaz.
Thrifting. Well, thrifting is the process of reusing pre-owned or upcycled items of clothing and accessories. In other words, it means shopping for gently used products at a reduced price. A thrift store usually sells clothes, accessories, furniture, and other household items. These stores receive donations from the community on an everyday basis, so their shelves are always stocked up with tons of unique finds. But there is a big difference between a thrift store and a retail store. A thrift store has items that are up for sale that aren't brand new, but that does not mean they're not in a good condition. Thrift shopping is a way of giving those items a new life. While making second-hand choices and purchases is naturally eco-friendly, you're giving a new life to something that's ordinarily destined for the landfill, while saving some money and supporting a good cause, right? Elizabeth Klein, a journalist and an author of The Overdress, supported a fact in her journal that there is way too much clothing that's being produced, and the length of time that these consumers are wearing clothes have fallen dramatically over the years. And as a result, there's a flood of unwanted clothes that's circling through the cycle of second-hand system. While thrift stores do remain as a solid part of our solution to our trash problems, it is struggling an era of fast fashion, where a cheap price tag often carries way more weightage with the consumers than quality materials. For this, we as a team have come up with a solution that can answer today's question. Is sustainable living a path for a greener future? David and Rosalind will continue further on this.
So what is the answer to this problem that we brought up over and over again? The answer is SnapGrab. Well, SnapGrab is a platform which we put forth that enables the reducing of waste of fashion and lifestyle accessories within the community of the UAE. But what does it do? SnapGrab hopes to enable individuals a platform where they can list items such as clothes, uniforms, books, accessories, shoes, to name a few, at the website and purchase it at a fraction of the cost, thus enabling the use of reusability while being sustainable and eco-friendly. But why are we targeting the UAE? UAE has one of the highest and most diverse fashion and retail outlets within the region. And according to a study by the Arabian Business Journal, it shows that 52.2% of the population purchase items 3 times a month. Now, that is a lot of shopping, and that is even more amount of waste. But what about SnapGrab? Where does this come into the picture? Take this jacket, for example. I mean, it's in perfectly good condition, but I don't want to wear it. I can simply, bear with me for a second. I can simply, rather than throwing it away and, causing more damage to the environment, I can take a picture of it and it will be uploaded onto the SnapGrab platform where other individuals who may need this jacket can purchase it. Rosalind, my partner, will take this further in describing SnapGrab.
Now, why do we think this solution in specific caters to the problem that we are facing right now? Well, it's pretty simple. Right now, we're still facing the aftermath of COVID. Shoppers still prefer purchasing items at the comfort and safety of their homes rather than physical stores. What better time to introduce an application that works at your fingertips from the comfort and safety of your homes and also connects you with sellers of pre-loved items that are not only light on your pockets, but also on the planet. SnapGrab proposes to develop a platform that enables us to do this. It connects the entire community of UAE, from the young to the adults and even the old. Everyone on the platform will be connected and facilitate buying and selling of pre-loved items. Thus, not only reducing high costs of purchasing new fashion items for the individual, but also reducing and eliminating wastage of perfectly good fashion items, just like this jacket that can be reused. The concept is to develop an algorithm by which a user just snaps an item and it's ready to be grabbed, just like I did for my partner David here right now. Be it clothes, accessories such as shoes, wallets, purses, whatever be it. Once the advert is uploaded onto the platform, it is live for everyone to see. Moreover, since we allow our users to rate their item quality on a 4-point scale, this way we ensure that they get exactly the kind of quality that they have paid for.
With this application, we are not solving the entire problem of sustainability, but we are focusing on one particular niche. We're utilizing it to its full potential rather than making small changes in various areas. We believe with SnapGrab, we can solve the problem of today's question. Is sustainable living a path to a greener future? We believe at SnapGrab it is. Thank you.
That was very interesting and a nice way of you using tech to save the environment. All right, we have University of Sharjah next. Please be ready. And after that, we have Harriet Watt University, so also be ready. Guys, for the people not presenting, can we leave the first row empty for the next ones, just so everyone can be ready to go next. So next is University of Sharjah, and Harriet Watt is right after. Judges, take note of that as well.
Humanity's survival appears to be directly linked. Humanity's survival appears to be directly linked to nature's decline. So what do we do to prevent the perpetual violation of sustainability? A very warm morning to one and all present here. Today, we, as a team from University of Sharjah, are here to present on the topic, Sustainable Living, a Path to a Greener Future.
Sustainable living describes a lifestyle of making choices today that can positively impact the future of our planet. We must remember that sustainable living is not just a societal concern. It involves the influence of a society, of an environment, and of an economy. And sustainable living can be achieved by recalling the 3 A's of sustainability, which are advocacy, activism, and taking action.
Attaining sustainability is a collective responsibility, and the barter system enables us to achieve this goal. As youngsters, we can be fashion avengers. Upcycling is the best action we can take jointly. Be it electronics, clothes, or even accessories or a dinner set lying around your home, we can exchange them with our family and friends.
Tracking your carbon footprint. You need to know the route all the way from your farm to your kitchen and then to the bin. With research and implementation of hydroponics, plants can be grown in sand, gravel, or liquid with added nutrients but no soil. Team Sharjah has efficiently executed this system in their house, which was located in solar decathlon competition. We used to take the light gray water from the second cycle of washing machine and the shower, recycle it, and using for watering the plants. We're having now the composting and minimizing waste. For composting and minimizing waste, you need to know where you should get rid of your organic waste from your farm, and this just gets decomposed in one of the bins so that we can take it and get our own organic items.
Now, let's talk about food banks. According to Waste Not, Want Not, a study which aims to achieve the UN SDGs, food banks operating across the world in 57 countries, serving 62.5 million people and protecting 2.68 million metric tons of safe and edible food from minimizing the waste and saved from landfills.
So how can we really make the future of finance green?
Did you know that over 80% of a consumer company's carbon greenhouse emissions comes from its supply chain?
The carbon footprint includes carbon emissions related to production, warehousing, and transportation processes. In this respect, a distinction between direct and embedded emissions must be made.
Some of the initiatives taken to help the supply chain in sustainable ways are organizations such as the World Wildlife Fund have introduced standards that help the supply chain to measure that help the companies to measure supply chain.
In 2019, over 92 billion tons of materials that were extracted and processed have contributed into about half of the CO2 emissions globally. Now imagine if most of the companies, like for example Guess and Gap, are started using the circular jeans economy, which basically making jeans out of sustainable and renewable resources. Now this will make a big changes from an industrial area.
Quote, we are building a new reality for our people, a new future for our children, and a new model of development. Unquote, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. UAE has initiated sustainable living through projects like Dubai Sustainable City, Dubai Sustainability Pavilion, and Change Initiative Office Building.
Green Economy for Sustainable Development. This initiative positions UAE as a world leader, a center for export and re-export of products and technologies that promote economic growth. The Abu Dhabi Vision 2030 and Environment Vision 2030 aims at achieving 70% reduction in carbon emissions and a 50% increase in clean energy practices.
Money, status, and genes can be inherited from our ancestors. But what about the earth? Over 8.3 billion tons has been manufactured. Over 8.3 billion tons of plastic has been manufactured since its inception of manufacturing in the early 1950s.
Microplastics are small plastic fragments from clothes, cosmetics, industrial processes that seep into all the Earth's layers. Scientists have found microplastics everywhere: Arctic regions, ocean beds, even Antarctic ice. Because of their tiny size, it is almost exceedingly difficult and impossible to avoid them.
How can we eliminate plastic? Now let's think how we can reverse the damage. There are 3 levels to complete elimination: individual, community, and government. As individuals, let's think about a scenario of university students who are going to buy food and plastic bottles without thinking about the consequences of their plastic coverage they're using. But at the same time, let's have a different scenario of students having their own water bottles. Of course, you can see the difference of waste here. And as a community, we need to practice beach cleanup programs and also exercise recycling.
UNICEF has collaborated with Conceptos Plásticos, which is a Colombian social enterprise that aims for transforming the country's plastic waste into safe and sustainable building materials at low cost. FTIR spectroscopy can be used for identifying microplastics in water and sediment samples. It is economically feasible, reliable, and which makes it a desirable technique.
The UAE has collaborated with the Global Ocean Alliance, which aims to safeguard at least 30% of the world's oceans by 2030 through marine protected areas.
Next, we have the use of bubble barriers, which is an extremely sustainable and a cost-effective solution consisting of a bubble curtain and a catchment system, which together block and collect the plastic waste before it reaches the ocean, without hindering ship traffic or fish movement. Interestingly, a regulation to limit, charge, or ban the use of plastic has been implemented in several countries, according to a media report published by the UN.
Tick, tick, here comes the sign. Our planet can only be replenished when our actions rewind. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Harriet Watt University, and after that we'd be having Mohammed bin Rashid University of Medicine and Health Sciences, who will be presenting. So for the judges, Harriet Watt is next, and after it, Mohammed bin Rashid University.
I'll speak and then I'll go to Madhya and Madhya will come in the center. Oh, he's using the front. Just point there, not at the screen when you want to use it. Point up. Okay?
Sustainable living, green living. What comes to your mind when I say these words? Perhaps it's a futuristic city with advanced technology and renewable energy. While this picture that I'm painting may seem like something that's straight out of a sci-fi movie, it's not as far-fetched as you might think it is. Good morning, everyone. We're the EPS team from Heriot-Watt University, and today we're presenting on sustainable living, a path for a greener future. These are the topics that we're going to be covering in today's presentation, so let's get started. The world as we know it faces a multitude of environmental issues. Deforestation, climate change, pollution, these are just a few of many. Essentially, the aim with sustainable living is to reduce these negative impacts that we've been having on the environment. But how exactly can we achieve this? Madhya?
As Drew mentioned, while the idea of sustainable living may sound futuristic or too beyond us, it is actually very much attainable if we believe in individual contribution. But how exactly can we individually contribute? To answer this question, let me introduce you to an idea proposed by the UN and its 17 Sustainability Development Goals. It's none other than the 4 Rs. Let us begin with the first one, that's rethinking. The next time you buy a product or make a decision, think of how much of an impact you'll make on the environment. When we choose to stop and rethink about the 4 Rs, it helps us consider a number of aspects related to our consumption. But what other than that could we rethink about? Reducing. How can we possibly reduce our waste, reduce the amount of energy that we consume? As the 12th SDG promotes responsible consumption, we too believe that the best way to reduce waste is to not produce it in the very first place. This can help stop the problem at the very source. Next one we have here is reusing. Reusing is nothing but making use of the same thing over and over again until it exhausts. But money has given an option to people to buy the same thing all over again simply out of convenience, and that's it. So the next time you think of buying a new product, try reusing the older one first. Last but not the least, we've got here recycling. It's nothing but converting unusable material to usable material. And if you want to contribute by recycling as well, just try segregating your waste into the nearby recycling bins. And that's it. Although it may seem very insignificant contributing individually towards the environment, implementing the 4 Rs into our daily lifestyle can create a huge impact. By growing awareness and gaining an understanding of how much of an impact we have on the planet, we can be better informed of where and how to implement the 4 Rs into our daily lifestyle. To talk more about the implementation of the 4 Rs, I'd now like to hand over the mic to Moses.
Let's take a look at some of the applications of using the 4 Rs in our everyday lives. By using a scenario, let's suppose that we go out on a Monday to shop for new shoes, and then we go out on a Wednesday to get the groceries. On Friday, we go to the tech store to look for a new phone. Instead of this approach, we can plan our shopping for our phone, our shoes, and our groceries, and set aside a day to get all of this done. This saves us time and money, which we can use on something else. Let's take a look at more examples. You can trade in your old phone for new parts, and we can get some cash back on this. And this is for recycling purposes. We can also use reusable shopping bags for our groceries. And we can also, and let's have a look at more future. This thinking strategy helps us to plan ahead and be more sustainable. Let's look at more futuristic sustainable solutions. For example, solar panels, which is a method of producing, storing, and using clean, renewable energy, which is in line with the 7th SDG. Electric cars, which uses solar-powered electric chargers for their batteries, and also home composting, which is the decomposition of organic materials, which can be used as fertilizer for the soil. These solutions all contribute towards a more sustainable living. But what's stopping people from switching to sustainable living? Over to Aditya to expand on this.
In spite of the benefits of sustainable living, many people still don't live a sustainable lifestyle. And that is because of 3 main reasons: cost, convenience, and awareness. For example, the reason why plastics sell in the billions is because of its low cost and high availability. in comparison to reusable cups, which are often considered more expensive. However, by keeping them within your reach at home or your workplace can increase convenience and reduce cost over time. Moving on to awareness. A survey by BCG showed that over 60,000 adults in the GCC are still not aware about sustainable living. However, according to Google Trends, searches for how to live sustainably increased by over 4,000% during the pandemic, which means that with the right actions, we can reduce the barriers between intentions and impacts on sustainable living. And now, to cover the environmental impacts of sustainable living, I pass it on to my partner, Khadija.
Thank you. Sustainable living positively affects the environment, economy, and societal behavior as a whole. So let's take a look at some sustainable lifestyle choices and the impact they have on the environment, starting from CO2 emission. This graph here by the EMA at 2021 shows some sustainable lifestyle choices and the kilograms of CO2 emissions saved per year because of that. Take a note that by reducing your CO2 emissions, you are taking a step in the right direction towards combating climate change. That correlates to SDG number 13, climate action. Although we can't cover all, we can look at a few, like using public transportation, for example. If I decide to reduce my use of my car and use alternative means of transport, let's say I use public transportation or take walks, bikes, or electric scooters instead, I would be able to save as much as 2,000 kilograms of CO2 per year. If 100 people did so, that's 200,000 kilograms. What if the global population did so? That's how sustainable living makes an impact. So the number of people that adopt this lifestyle changes. Let's take another example, like recycling paper. Not only does recycled paper produce 25% less emissions than conventional paper, but for every ton recycled, you are saving 26,500 liters of water, 2,600 liters of oil, and 17 trees. Example number 3, lighting. Lighting accounts for 15% of global electricity use. So if I decide to use energy-efficient LEDs, I can cut that energy use by 90%. Not only that, but they last far longer than incandescent lights. These are just but a few examples of some sustainable lifestyle choices and the huge impacts they have on the environment. Now to cover the economic impact, I hand it over to Aditya.
The impact of sustainable living is not only limited to the environment, but it affects the economy as well. For example, if people started using energy-efficient LEDs, we would save over $122 billion worldwide. And that is just one example. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, if we double the amount of renewable energy that we used, the global GDP would increase by $1.3 trillion worldwide. Sustainable living also promotes a local economy, and in fact, it generates 32 jobs for every $1 million produced by local produce farms. And finally, recycling and remanufacturing industries account for over 1 million jobs and $100 billion generated in revenue. And it also aligns with SDG number 8 for decent work and economic growth. And now, finally, to cover the social impacts of sustainable living, I pass it on to Dhruv.
So there are two main social impacts that we're going to be covering in this presentation. The first comes with new job opportunities. So with new job opportunities, people can interact and meet new people in the workplace. And the other one comes with community events, like, for example, a neighborhood recycling drive, where people come together and work towards a common goal. All right, let's summarize. Our current ways of living have been having adverse effects on the environment, and the only way to reverse this is if each and every one of us decides to adopt sustainable living. How can we do this? We do this through the 4 R's that we talked about: rethink, reduce, reuse, and recycle. We talked about a few barriers that stop people from living sustainably, but after an analysis of the economical and environmental impacts of sustainable living, we know that the positive impacts of sustainable living far outweigh the minor inconveniences that are caused by it. We covered SDGs 7, 8, 12, and 13 in this presentation. So, a thriving future is in our hands, and it only takes a small change for us to live sustainably and just overall promote a greener future. Thank you.
Next, we'll be having Mohammed bin Rashid, University of Medicine and Health Sciences, who will be presenting virtually. So please be ready to turn on your cameras and start sharing your presentation. And after that, we'll be having University of Bolton, RAC Academic Center. Please be ready and take the first seat here. Thank you. And guys, make sure when people are presenting, just keep it quiet to avoid distractions and avoid leaving and coming in. All right?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear us? Hi, good morning.
Yeah, we can hear you. So whenever you're ready, just share your screen and begin.
So I've shared my screen. Can you confirm that the screen is shared? Morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the Emirates Environmental Group for hosting this competition on such a valuable and important topic, our environment. My name is Nada Abdullah and my colleagues are Fatma Al-Awali, Maryam Al-Shamsi, and Fatma Al-Batta. We're fifth-year medical students from Hamad University, and we're honored to be presenting in front of such an esteemed audience. Without further ado, let's begin our topic on a path for the future. In the recent years, we've become accustomed to reading headlines every morning about immediate climate catastrophe. From heat waves, chunks of ice in Antarctic being broken down to the wildfires, the list is endless. In 2019 alone, estimated 5 million people died of climate change. What would it take for us
the carbon footprint. And in 2008, actually, the Sustainable Development Unit was launched by the National Healthcare System, or the NHS. And that is in part with the government's aim or commitment to the United Kingdom's Climate Change Act. And by looking at in 2019, we came to learn that the majority of emission is produced in healthcare by the supply chain, then the delivery of care followed by travel to and from the NHS facilities by patients, by visitors, and by the commuting staff. And then the supply chain is actually one of the main contributors or the main producers of emission, and it's actually the most difficult to influence directly. And to give an example of the supply chain, it includes the supply manager, the warehousing, you have the inventory, transportation, information and technology, energy, medication, food, waste products, you have the hospital design, and the customer relationship management. So now that this sounds like a long list of unsolvable challenges. So let's try to use. There are two important general strategies. One is reducing the overall demand for goods and services through investment in preventive medicine, as well as reducing drug wastage or refurbishing or anti-aging devices. The goal of reducing waste is to correctly classify waste. As a study conducted in the US found that 92% of waste from the ocean was classified as a biohazard, and therefore required extensive disposal. Another feasible option is the use of reusable equipment, as it is more cost-effective and, depending on the sterilization process, could be sustainable as its counterpart with one-time use equipment. Another example of waste would be the long list of repeated and unnecessary medical laboratory tests conducted. The implementation of technological innovation can help prevent repeated tests, but also increase communication through doctors' guidance over electronic tools, supplied with waste sharing. Prevent care does not only prevent unnecessary tests, but it also provides preventive measures to all patients at all visits, such as reducing their progression to chronic illnesses, and therefore reducing severity of infectious illnesses and diseases. Some measures, such as healthy lifestyle, can help people avoid the need for complex procedures in the acute setting. Sustainability extends to much more than just waste. It also is in the healthcare setting. Nowadays, we can see hospitals integrating automatic motion detecting lights. The integration of energy efficient programs in the hospital setting can allow even without a shift to a more sustainable energy source. A simple preventive intervention such as lowering AC temperatures in the winter can help save energy. When visiting a hospital, it is important to take into consideration the elements of transportation. Nowadays, my clinical consultation. However, sometimes it is necessary to visit the hospital, and having to drive all the next 40 minutes to a hospital would waste a lot of gas and
All right, guys, sorry.
Yeah, that's it. So just as I made, we need to make as a urgent policy for the healthcare system.
Guys, your time's up, guys. Thank you. I'd like to welcome University of Bolton Academic Center. And next we'll be having University of Technology. Next we'll be having the University of Technology and Applied Sciences from Oman, so please be ready.
Which one? The mic test.
Hello?
No.
Check, check.
Hello. Hello. Go back. You can go back.
Okay, so this is University of Bolton, and next we'll be have University of Technology and Applied Science from Oman.
We can start? The Earth is what we all have in common. There is a vast number of resources that the Earth has given us. People have expended an immense number of resources to achieve great milestones that have been beneficial to mankind. As we can see, various technological advancements are gradually being implemented around the globe.
However, when you think about the future, what do you think it will look like? Are we still going to be enjoy every aspect of the environment that we currently have?
Not quite. The recent IPCC climate data provides new estimates of the chances of crossing a global warming level of 1.5 degrees Celsius within the next decade. At a shockingly reckless pace, we seem to be exhausting all of the resources that the planet has to offer. It seems that we end up enjoying our own lives while sacrificing everyone else's. Is the desire for a greener future nothing more than just a fantasy? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are representing the Civil Engineering Department from the University of Bolton, Ras Al Khaimah. We have gathered here today to speak about the topic, sustainable living, a path for a greener future.
When you hear the word sustainability, what's the first thing that comes into your mind? Some of you might think greener future, saving the planet, or anything related to a green environment, but sustainability is much more than that. We all hear the word sustainability on a daily basis now, but do we really know what it means? Do we truly know what it means? According to United Nations, the meaning of the word sustainability is meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after hearing the technical meaning of the word sustainability, do you think we are truly living sustainably?
But why is it important now to lead a sustainable living?
It's important because at the current rate at which resources are being expanded, there's a very good chance that we will run out of resources much sooner than we expected. But
are we really not prepared? The world has taken so many initiatives to address this issue.
Yes, they are. Like the recently happened COP26 summit, which is a summit with more than 119 nations whose main objective is to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and to achieve net zero emissions by the year 2050. Not just this, we all know about the famous SDGs, United Nations 17 interlinked global goals designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. These development goals have been adopted by 193 countries and are to be achieved by the year 2030.
UAE is one among these nations which is more than willing to do its part in helping the United Nations to achieve its 17 SDGs by the year 2030. UAE has taken several initiatives addressing sustainability. For example, in architecture, we have the Masdar City, the Zayed Smart City in Abu Dhabi, and the Sustainability Pavilion at the Expo 2020.
Not just these projects, the UAE also has multiple policies addressing sustainability. This summarizes some of the policies that the UAE has taken to achieve sustainability within the coming future. Not just that, the UAE has also become the first Gulf petrol state to fully commit to decarbonize its economy and achieve a net zero greenhouse gas emission. The UAE has also implemented various laws to protect the environment, such as prohibiting sea pollution and the concept of the 3 Rs, which involve reusing, reducing, and recycling of material to ensure an efficient management of resources. Now, given all the data, we can confidently say that the UAE has done a remarkable task for a greener future.
But are we on the right path? In the year 2019, UAE was ranked as the 6th highest in total energy consumption worldwide. Why was it so? Let's have a look at the per capita consumption of electricity and water in the UAE. The per capita electricity consumption in the UAE is 13.5 megawatts per hour as compared to Austria, which has a per capita consumption of 8 megawatts per hour. This is a big difference considering the fact that both the countries have the same amount of population and Austria ranks 6th in sustainability. Even the water consumption compared to the recommended average is higher. The UAE per capita consumption is 550 liters per day, while the recommended average is 180 liters per day. The difference is quite clear.
Despite all the sustainable initiatives and efforts UAE has taken, why is the consumption rate of an individual so much higher than the average?
But there are awareness campaigns by several NGOs, United Nations, EEG, and other organizations aiming to reduce these consumptions.
But even after all these, the outcomes do not seem to have a long-term impact. But why? Why do all these efforts still end up being short-term?
Being a developed country, UAE has access to a plethora of resources which make them both accessible and affordable. This nudges people into a direction where depletion of resources do not have any consequences to the planet. Because of this, individuals feel like there are no direct personal benefits gained from saving the resources.
But unfortunately, in a developed country, limiting the accessibility and affordability of resources is difficult. So the only option we have now is to focus on personal benefits.
There are two ways to address this issue, either by rewards or by sanctions. Rewards have positive incentives like prizes, while sanctions have negative incentives like fines. Rewards can be implemented when we are at a low risk phase, and sanctions can be implemented when the risk is high and if we continue to misuse our resources. Luckily, we are at a phase where rewards can be implemented and we'll be able to see a positive change in the resource consumption.
But to have an efficient reward system, it should be sustainable. A sustainable reward system which can motivate, make the people committed, and generate an emotional connection towards greener consumption.
But UAE already has efficient reward systems, such as reverse vending machines, Z-Loop rewards, and green credit cards.
But all these reward systems are focusing mainly on the 2 Rs, which are recycle and reuse. The third R, which is reduce. This needs more focus. The focus should now shift to individual and on ways to reduce the individual consumption. Sustainable and innovative reward system would encourage and motivate individuals to gradually take steps at being more sustainable and in reducing consumption.
A few ideas that can be implemented is by rewarding the consumers based on the units saved per energy consumption. If there is a slight reduction in the energy consumption, they can be awarded with Kareem points. These points can be used to access Kareem services. By saving medium units, they can be awarded with higher rewards such as various vouchers to amusement parks, cashback on utility bills. By saving higher units, they can be still awarded with higher rewards such as discounts on tuition fee and discounts on Emirates ID or passport renewal. In simple terms, the more energy saved by an individual, the more they'll be rewarded with.
These can motivate and encourage individuals to convert sustainable living from a need to a habit, and the results will be long-term. We hope with these sustainable initiatives and with the support of government and our citizens, we can make sustainable living a habit which can lead us to a greener future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all can see, that the government and various environmental organizations are trying their best as they can to help the environment. But now, it is up to us individuals to do our part towards a greener future. The answer to that is sustainability. I would like to end my presentation with a famous quote of Robert Swan. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
University of Bolton Iraq Academic Center. Now we'll have University of Technology and Applied Science from Oman who will be presenting virtually. Please be prepared to share your slides and unmute your mics. Next we'll be having Manipal Academy of Higher Education, so please take the right side, your left of the stage. Thank you. تبع عمان. University of Technology and Applied Sciences, can you please begin your presentation? All right, guys, whenever you're ready, you can start.
فينا يعيش في كوخ صغير جنب المروج الخضراء، خيول ومواشي وخرير الماء، هدوء بلا ضوضاء مع ضوء غروب الشمس الأصفر. خذ مرة ثانية نفس عميق، زفير، الله الهواء بارد ونقي. لكن لا تندمجوا بالتخيل كثير وخلونا نرجع للواقع المريض. صوت السيارات، الشاحنات، الأتربة والغازات، حوادث وإسعاف وشرطة، فوق كل هذا ننتظر 45 دقيقة علشان نوصل الدوام. شفتوها مشكلة كبيرة صح؟ يحتاج لها حل صح؟ طيب خلينا نتكلم عن الوقائع والإحصائيات. بحسب دراسة في جامعة هارفارد فإن الاختناقات المرورية في مدن الولايات المتحدة مسؤولة عن ما يزيد عن 2200 حالة وفاة مبكرة في السنة. واتضح في دراسة أخرى أن السائقين يمضون في الازدحام المروري أكثر من 100 ساعة في السنة في أوقات البرد. احتلت دبي المرتبة 202 وأبو ظبي المرتبة 396 على مؤشر الازدحام المروري العالمي 2018 الصادر عن مؤسسة تومتوم لقياس الازدحام المروري العالمي. وبلغت نسبة الازدحام في أبو ظبي 11% دون تغير في مؤشر 2017. وكما يتضح في هذا الجدول الازدحام المروري في العالم احتلت الإمارات المرتبة 20 بمؤشر ازدحام 5.9.
إذا اتجهت دبي لتنفيذ عدة خطط مبتكرة للتغلب على الازدحام المروري في عام 2000 أو قبل عام 2021 عن طريق 1. بناء الجسور، 2. تقليص المركبات الخاصة، 3. توسيع شبكات الطرق، 4. إنشاء الأنفاق. بينما قام فريقنا بجمع جميع هذه الحلول في حل واحد ألا وهو الحافل البيئي. مثل ما انتم شايفين الازدحام المروري ينتج عن غازات وانبعاثات سامة، واجب علينا حماية الطبيعة الأم، وذلك عن طريق تقليص عدد المركبات واستخدام الطاقة المتجددة واستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. وعلشان نعيش الرعب الحاصل معا خلونا نستخدم الرياضيات ونستفيد من فكرة نيوتن وبيثاغورس. يلا مع بعض جهز الحاسبات الآلية والعقول الذكية. يلا نحسب مع بعض. معانا 20 سيارة وكل سيارة شخص واحد، ومن كل سيارة أو من كل مركبة ينتج عندنا تقريبا 20 جرام الغازات السامة. طبعا هذه الغازات تعمل على قتل 10 أشجار يوميا. خلونا نرجع مرة ثانية للرياضيات، نحسب كم عدد الأشجار اللي راح تموت خلال الأسبوع والشهر والسنة. مثل ما قلنا 10 أشجار راح تكون يوميا ميتة. كم عدد الأشجار اللي راح تموت خلال الأسبوع؟ مثل ما تعرفوا خلال الأسبوع يوجد 7 أيام.
7 شجر؟
فعلا مثل ما قال زميلتي 70 شجرة راح تموت أسبوعيا. طيب وبالنسبة لعدد الأشجار اللي راح تموت خلال الشهر؟
إذا 200.
خلوني أصحح الإجابة وأقول لكم 280 خلال الشهر راح تموت. أما بالنسبة لعدد الأشجار اللي راح تموت خلال السنة خلوني أعطيكم إياه العدد مباشرة، راح يكون 3360 شجرة. متخيلين؟ وهذا نحن أعطيناكم عدد تقديري أو عدد خيالي. طبعا يصعب علينا عد وإحصاء عدد الأشجار الموجودة في العالم. ساعدت الأقمار الاصطناعية في إحصاء عدد تقديري يعد عدد تقديري ألا وهو 3.04 في 10 أس 12 تريليون شجرة في العالم. طبعا في دراسة أمريكية ذكر النص التالي يقول تعرضت أوروبا لكارثة الحرائق المدمرة التي اندلعت ما بين عامي 2017 إلى 2018 نتيجة للاحتباس الحراري. خلونا أخبركم العلاقة ما بين الاحتباس الحراري وانبعاث الغازات من المركبات. كلما زادت كمية الغازات المنبعثة من المركبات زاد الاحتباس الحراري، وذلك عن طريق ارتفاع معدل درجة الحرارة، لأن الغازات التي تنبعث من المركبات عبارة عن غازات قابلة للاشتعال مثل ثاني أكسيد الكربون. خلونا نتحدث بالتفاصيل عن الحافلة البيئية وأهميتها للبيئة.
طبعا تعمل الحافلة البيئية على جمع الأشخاص ذوي المركبات الخاصة في مركبة واحدة فقط، حتى حيث تشبه هذه الحافلة جزء من جسر عملاق يطفو فوق الشارع. تستطيع باقي المركبات بالمرور من تحت جسمه الذي يقل الركاب. تتحرك الحافلة البيئية عبر مجموعة من القضبان الحديدية المثبتة على طرفي الطريق، وتستمد طاقتها من خلال الزجاج الكهربائي الموجود في تصميمها، كما أنها تعتبر آلية القيادة مع وجود حساسات بتفادي إغلاق الأبواب أثناء عملية صعود الركاب ونزولهم. تسمح الحافلة البيئية للأرض بالتنفس، كما أن للحافلة البيئية نفس الميزات التي يمتلكها قطار الأنفاق المترو، ولكن بتكلفة أقل بحوالي 1000. لا نستطيع أن ننكر أن الأثر البيئي سيكون ملحوظا. في نفس الوقت فنسب الانبعاثات الغازية تستمر بالصعود في كل مكان على الكوكب، وحلول من هذا النمط قد تكون ضرورية للحد من التلوث البيئي، وقد يتعدى الأمر إلى تغيرات جوهرية في أسواق النفط ومشتقاتها إذا ما انخفض الطلب على وقود البنزين أو حتى الديزل. وفي الختام مستمعينا الكرام، واجب على كل منا الحفاظ على بيئة مستدامة خضراء عن طريق تقليص عدد المركبات واستخدام الطاقة المتجددة واستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، وهذا ما قد وجد في الحافلة البيئية. هذه بعض المراجع المستخدمة في النقاش لهذا اليوم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لليونيفرسيتي of Technology of Applied Science. Next we'll be having Manipal Academy of Higher Education, and after that we'll be having New York University, who will be presenting virtually. So again, for the judges, next is Manipal Academy, and the one after will be New York University, who will be presenting virtually.
We're going to start. Reuse, reduce, recycle.
Clean earth, green earth.
Eco-friendly alternatives.
Say no to deforestation.
Stop pollution. Blah, 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 blah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a generation that has been drilled into reciting essays about environmentalism since we learned how to spell. So, pardon the apathy, but the past few years have been nothing but a litany of sustainability this and sustainability that. But rest assured, we're not here with the age-old swap plastic bottles for reusable glass or steel bottles, because what difference will individual effort make in the face of corporate action that provides single-use plastic bottles as an environmental discussion? Sustainable living, a path to a greener future.
The key to sustainable living is discarding the narrative that sustainable living can be achieved by individual action alone. It is to acknowledge that we have been brainwashed by an ideology that is so familiar and pervasive that we do not even recognize it as an ideology. And this is consumerism. In such a system, individual choices are lost in the noise. And this individualization of responsibility, which is intrinsic to consumerism, blinds us to the real drivers of destruction.
To look evil in the eye and call it evil. To find the source of the first great extermination, that is the big bad industries, and to hold them accountable is probably the most sustainable individual effort that we can collectively put in.
We're not here to play the blame game. We have politicians for that. We're not here to give you a wake-up call with loud words and fancy emotions. We have multi-million-dollar corporations that do that while simultaneously dumping their toxic waste into our water bodies. Instead, we are here with an action plan that aims at discussing and directing action towards a greener and a more sustainable future. Sadly, we only have students for that.
Sustainable living is not just an environmental issue, it is equally a feminist issue. Because, newsflash, the climate crisis is sexist. There is a higher risk of gender-based violence following natural disasters and forced migration. And most aids often completely overlook the very specific need to protect women and girls from the alarmingly high rates of sexual violence. Women and children are 14 times more likely than men to die during a natural disaster, which are likely to intensify or become more frequent because of climate change.
The whole discourse on finding the most sustainable menstrual products, all the while, the glamorization of cosmetic products by these rich male conglomerates continues to rise exponentially, needs to be stopped. Because this compulsory femininity is not more important than saving the planet.
In a world where 87% of the population is online, there is a need for sustainable internet. Tech players like Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, and even Mozilla have come out with ambitious pledges regarding carbon neutrality, net zero emissions, or becoming carbon negative. But there is still a lot of research and innovation left to be unlocked. Deleting emails can save the planet, but the responsibility lies on corporations to reduce unnecessary online junk, chain mails, and newsletters, especially to stop building bloated websites that clog networks and waste electricity, all for the sake of internet revenue.
The irony of climate crisis is that the very institutions built to protect and nurture us are the ones killing us. Yes, I'm talking about the sustainability in the medical sector. The healthcare sector produces 4.4 of the global greenhouse gases, adding to the very diseases they're trying to treat. So, the very solution? Decarbonize healthcare facilities and form councils such as the Sustainable Health Workforce Abu Dhabi that could boost up the sustainability of the healthcare sector.
We cannot talk about sustainability without talking about our power and energy sources. Between political corruption, the country's pro-business agenda, and the incentives of the oil industry, our fossil fuels are going to keep burning. We are a generation that has been writing about why fossil fuels are bad since we could almost spell. So yeah, we're not going there. Nevertheless, the fact remains that this need to shift to cleaner sources of energy is important now more than ever.
A few parameters that would ensure this gradual and far-reaching change include industrial strategies such as retraining, pension bridging, relocation assistance, and other forms of social support such as investment strategies that would provide a viable pathway for low-emission economies. Increasing the efficient use of fossil fuels, we could power the planet 2 times over with the energy we waste burning fossil fuels each and every day.
While discussing sustainability, we cannot overlook the role of culture as a sustainable resource to mitigate climate change. It has been noted that cultural practices such as Persian gardens or paradise gardens that use water as a cooling mechanism and to mask surrounding city noises are extremely beneficial. Large-scale agroforestry plantations that can modify regional climate, particularly the rainfall. If plantations can manage to increase precipitation amounts, it will create a win-win situation regarding water scarcity and climate change mitigation. Traditional architectural practices, namely the wind catcher that uses natural ventilation and passive cooling, can be a great sustainable resource for local communities to mitigate climate change.
The lifestyle that is forced on us, the clothes that are produced, the food that is harvested, the houses they make, have a much more drastic impact than we think. Sustainable fashion, fast fashion has to go. By 2050, the fashion industry will have used up more than a quarter of the world's carbon budget. It produces more global wastewater and carbon emissions than all international flights and maritime shipping combined. So, what do we do? Abolish the sweatshops in third world countries. Fight consumerism with education and awareness. Boycott unethical practices. They may not care about the environment, but they do care about their sales, thus forcing them to shift to better practices.
Sustainable food practices. Factory-produced meat produces more methane than all our vehicles put together. Simply put, fast food fries the forest. We cannot talk about sustainable food practices at the very moment, only to leave the room and waste half of the food that is provided to us in events like these. We need to stop wasting food.
Sustainable homes. We need an infrastructural upgrade to accommodate our growing numbers without causing damage to the environment. Estimates show that about 25 million to 1.5 billion people will have to leave their homes by 2050 due to environmental hazards and instability in the ecosystem, which will not only lead to an instability in the economy, but also create an immigration crisis, which is to say, the climate crisis is classist. The rich and the poor are not affected the same despite being the last participant, because a person's carbon footprint is better indicated by their income than their environmental beliefs.
This brings us to sustainable education. Multiple studies show that a considerable amount, about 46% according to The Guardian and 72% according to The Times, of working class adults all over Asia have little to no climate awareness. And this might seem negligible, but a closer look shows that this oblivion in the voting public is the biggest influencer in the lack of administrative policies that allow for governments to commit more climate crimes, all the while ignoring the plight of the poor.
A great initiative by the UAE is the Education for Sustainable Development, the ESD, which incorporates key sustainable issues such as climate change and disaster risk reduction into education.
We can list out numerous ways, give you facts and figures to make a change, but nothing will happen unless we feel the urgency of the situation. Our leaders are putting in the effort. The Sustainability Pavilion in Expo 2020, the United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, and so much more. But all lip service and no action won't make Jack a climate activist. Acta, non verba. Actions, not words, for our icebergs are going to keep melting, and our forests will keep burning, and our wildlife will keep dying until we put in the biggest and the most sustainable industrial and individual action. Empathy. Because ultimately, this planet is not yours, nor mine. It is ours. And here, we rest our case.
Thank you for that, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Next, we'll be having New York University, who will be presenting virtually. Please, guys, be ready to share your screens and unmute your mics. Next, we'll have Russell Khaimah Medical Center of Health Sciences. So please be ready to present. You're going after New York University.
Hello, can you hear us?
All right, you can start whenever you want.
One moment. Thank you so much for inviting us. We're the science team from New York University, Abu Dhabi. And today we're going to be talking about sustainable living, a path for the greener future. I'm Phil.
I'm Amitesh. I'm Ranindra.
And today we're going to be trying to tell you why you should care. So what is sustainable living? Sustainable living refers not only to existence or the bare subsistence, but instead it's talking about a lifestyle where people try to make change. We want to impact society and change how we see the environment and this involves conserving our planet's scarce resources. This means changing the things which we are used to. This can mean changes in lifestyle, such as the things we eat, the things we do, how we move around, and how we consume. But it also means making better decisions. As people, it's often very difficult for us to see the bigger picture. Sometimes we have to realize that the things we do have very big effects on the world. We need to remember that our choices affect the air we breathe, the water we drink, the soil we grow food with, and the biodiversity in our beautiful earth. Sustainable living is important because it means making changes, making choices, and developing habits that are good not only for the environment, but also for society. Because being good to the environment can be good to the economy, can be good to society. We should not be fooled by thoughts that, choosing to do what is good for the environment is not going to help us move forward. They can be together. By making these choices that are earth-friendly, we can help in this movement, and we can lower our footprint.
When people think about sustainability, there's often a discussion that this does not globally or regional agriculture. Individuals often think that we don't have any power. If no one else cares, why should we care? Because it's not in our hands at the end of the day anyway. While governments taking action is necessary for sustainability, we have power. If governments care, there will be changes, but there cannot be enough changes if we don't care ourselves. And things that seem minute enough, like turning the tap off completely, like turning the lights off when you don't need them. These are things that we have to consider that can have very big impact on the overall goal of sustainability.
Moving on to changes that we can do as people, let's move on to the subject of efficient energy and water. So, firstly, why do we need to use water and energy efficiently? Why does it give us a certain advantage? Logically, when you think about it, when we use our resources more efficiently, we become more productive as people, we become more productive as a civilization, we become more productive as humanity itself. Because now we know how to better utilize what we have with us, what we have here on Earth. So we become more productive. There's also a very significant financial incentive when it comes to efficiently using energy and water. We obviously save money, and we obviously save a lot of these resources for the further use by the future generations. It also makes the living standards that we have right now much better, because now we have a much greener environment. When we use energy much more efficiently, now we have a much better environment. Right? So now we improve the living standards, and we improve on status quo as a whole. And I think the most important reason why we must use energy much more efficiently, and in the fact water as well, is that it gives us this altruistic mindset that we are doing something for the environment, and we are, as people, doing something even in a very small proportion to change the environment and make bigger change throughout the world and for the betterment of the planet. Moving on. Let's take the case study of virtual water. This shows us how we have been inefficiently using certain resources, throughout human civilization. And virtual water, virtual water is the concept where we show the amount of water that is used or that has been contributed towards the production of a certain item, or the amount of water that has been put to use. So essentially, this is the amount of water that we have wasted in making this item. So a great way to make our practices much more efficient and sustainable would be to reduce the amount of water that we use. So I feel that a lot of research and development must be conducted in this field in order to reduce the amount of water that we use in order to manufacture our products. But what can we do as individuals in order to help this cause? What can we do? And the little things that we can do, such as buying local ingredients, buying things locally, eating greener and a greener diet basically, and moving into options such as vegetarianism and veganism And then also we using things that we have are the small things that we can do in order to help, reduce the impact of issues such as virtual water.
So another way in which we can manage, we can have a sustainable lifestyle is to manage our waste sustainably. Sustainable waste management refers to the processes which reduce the amount of resources that we consume and reuse and recover the waste which we produce and create as little waste which is diverted to landfills and other sites of contamination. Well-functioning sustainable waste management system should incorporate feedback loops and should have a sense of accountability for which wastes are going towards which direction. And a very important component is to segregate waste properly so that waste can be diverted to their respective uses. A good way to manage especially food, biodegradable and other kitchen waste is composting. Composting has the dual benefit of not just diverting kitchen waste away from the landfills, but it can also provide the raw materials for starting up kitchen gardens, which has the added advantage of sourcing ingredients at home and reducing the virtual water cost associated with transporting ingredients from outside the country or even locally. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. The 3 R's are an oft-repeated adage, but what do they actually mean? These are the steps which form an essential component of sustainable waste management. The first step is to prevent the generation of waste by reducing our consumption. Individuals must make responsible choices to make sure that they're only buying as much as they need. Even after that, we should try to reduce the waste from the products we consume as much as possible. We should select products with less plastic packaging, and we should not use disposable products as much. Then comes reusing. A lot of things can be reused multiple times. For example, you can reuse old bottles to store water and other liquids, reuse old jars to store spices, and you can use reusable containers for food takeaways, etc. Finally, we come to recycling. A lot of waste such as paper, plastic, glass, aluminium, and even things like mobile phones and toner cartridges can be recycled, and sometimes even indefinitely, especially in the case of aluminium and glass. Aluminium and glass are especially important to recycle, as recycling aluminium takes only 5% of the energy as it takes to actually produce it from its raw aluminium ore. Many materials can be recycled without a significant loss in quality, and recycling materials helps us to gain the economic benefits as we gain materials back and do not need to mine for more materials, thus damaging our planet.
What are the challenges to shifting to sustainable living? The key challenges involved in shifting to sustainable living include being able to break old habits, the cost of sustainable products, and the lack of convenience associated with choosing the sustainable option. Guess what? It doesn't always have to be like that. A lot of sustainable options are also going to be. For example, car touring. It's not only more convenient, not only reduces the money that you spend on diesel and petrol and other such fuel, it also makes it more convenient for you to reach your destination because you don't always have to drive. This destination in the same way. There are many such examples of benefits of sustainability, and thus it is imperative to engage in such.
Sustainable living is worth it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, New York University, Abu Dhabi. Next, we'll be having Ras Al Khaimah Medical and Health Sciences University. Thank you.
Good morning, respected judges. I'm Wasima, a medical student from RAC University of Medical and Health Sciences, and these are my teammates. Jennifer, Shabu, Noha, and Hawa.
Fashion has always played a significant role in our society. It has the magical power to change and shape people's perception just through fabric alone. Muchia Prada, head designer of esteemed luxury brand Prada, once said, "Fashion is an instant language." And in a way, she's right. Not only does it help with expressing oneself, it ultimately makes us feel a little bit happier. However, like the saying goes, all good things come with a price.
The fast fashion industry has been booming in the last decade and is now a major player in putting our planet into further risk of decline. For one, the industry contributes to 5.2% of the waste in our landfills, and majority of this waste is dumped in underdeveloped countries in the name of charity. Moreover, fast fashion contributes to massive deforestation, taking up to 17 million trees every year. And for each kg of clothes produced, 23 kg of greenhouse gases are emitted. Such unsustainable means have paved the way for the planet's destruction. We must protect what is ours and do the right thing to recover a greener future.
Respected peers and judges, Assalamu alaikum. Today, we hope to convince you that by living sustainably, you too can push the planet into a greener future.
Carbon footprint. The concept developed in the 1990s by William Rees and Mathis Weckernagle refers to the set of greenhouse gases emitted by an organization, product, or a person. Over the decades, various efforts have been laid by countries and world leaders to curb down carbon emissions and to recover a greener planet.
In 1992, the United Nations Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro and the Agenda 2021 aimed to cut down on carbon footprints. In 1997, the United Nations established the Kyoto Protocol, which aimed to reduce carbon emissions by combating global warming and thereby producing a greener future. However, environmentalists deemed the Kyoto Protocol as a partial failure. Developing countries argue that they need to be developed economically before being asked to decrease dependence on fossil fuels.
Coming to the present, the United Kingdom recently hosted the COP26 summit this month. The summit aimed in keeping climate change under control. More than 100 countries joined a scheme to cut down methane emissions by 2030, and over 40 countries agreed to shift away from coal.
Despite good intentions to reverse climate change, several organizations have found it difficult to turn intentions into reality. Just like environmentalist Greta Thunberg affirmed, the words that sound great have led to no actions, hopes, or dreams. To achieve the goals of sustainability, the change must start with each of us. And the first step to a greener future is sustainable living. Now, what is sustainable living?
Sustainable living is a lifestyle that aims to reduce an individual's or a society's overall carbon emissions, also known as net zero living or earth harmony living. It follows the overall principles of sustainable development and stabilizes the future for billions of people worldwide.
Now let's talk about Tragedy of the Commons. It is a scientific journal written in 1968 by evolutionary biologist Garrett Hardin. It addresses the growing concern of overpopulation and overexploitation of the shared resources of this planet. For instance, climate change, plastic pollution in the ocean, and poaching are all global examples of Tragedy of the Commons. Sustainable living is the prime solution to overcome this issue and will ultimately help minimize the damage caused by human-environmental interactions.
From recycling to reducing the utilization of water and electricity, to educating people about the importance of sustainable consumption.
All of us can act to help protect the planet by producing and using some sustainable steps in our daily lives. So here are a few tips.
Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Utilizing renewable energy sources such as rooftop solar panels and small-scale wind generations can help in reducing carbon emissions.
Travel accounts for about one-fifth of global carbon dioxide emissions. Riding bicycles and using electric buses as public transport can cut down on carbon footprint, so drive less and fly less. Sustainable urban development can help establish energy efficacy and low carbon footprints in cities by using eco-friendly materials and renewable energy sources.
Food production accounts for about one of the total greenhouse gas emissions and covers about half our planet's habitable surface. Studies show that non-meat diets reduce individuals' carbon footprint by about 1,200 pounds CO2. Say no to food waste and say no to red meat. About 2/5 of our world's population not have basic hand washing facilities. Some measures that can be taken at home to reduce water can be limiting the shower, using soap without microbeads, avoiding plastic bottles, and
Recycling plastics when used. Say a big no to clothes made using animal fur. Reuse clothes and promote sustainable fashion as it is recyclable and cruelty-free. Climate-friendly gardening and disposing of biodegradable waste and food into compost pits will ultimately help decrease emissions of greenhouse gas emissions and reduce dependence on chemical fertilizers.
Plastic bags cause approximately 100,000 deaths. Well, limit the use of plastic bags and start using recyclable bags that are jute bags or cloth bags.
William Blake once said, what is now proved was once imagined, and what better example can one have than the United Arab Emirates.
UAE's development over the years is no secret to the world and is now moving towards attaining a more sustainable future. One such example is a sustainable city in Dubai. The community is a car-free zone that reduces carbon footprint. The architecture of the house is such that it ensures energy conservation. For example, the rooftop solar panels generate electricity that is enough for the entire house. The water that is used in the green moss that is used for ablution is recycled and sent for agricultural purposes.
10 biodomes are present for urban farming. Working out using the gym equipment generates power that is transported to the grid that is used as electricity in the city. So not only are you burning kilocalories, you're also producing kilowatts.
Another example is the Sustainability Pavilion, also known as Terra at Expo 2020. Although it is located in such difficult climate conditions and locations, such as in the middle of the desert, it still manages to be self-sufficient, energy and water-wise. Well, how is this possible, you might ask? The pavilion is built in the form of a canopy that has solar panels on the rooftop that generate electricity for the entire pavilion. It is also surrounded by a series of gardens that are ensured to make it a water-efficient landscape system.
So speaking of Expo, all of us are aware of different pavilions. Each and every pavilion has its own authentic cuisine. And who doesn't love food? But are you aware of the amount of plastic cutlery that gets used up on a daily basis in the process? So here is a green alternative to plastic cutlery. Bekies.
A company founded by Narana Pisapati that creates edible cutlery. It is made of sorghum flour, blended with rice and wheat.
It's available in a variety of flavors such as plain, sweet, and savory. Not only is it 100% natural, vegan, and will also biodegrade, not
Delivery vehicles play a huge role in the release of carbon emissions in the atmosphere per year. Well, it is necessary to find green alternatives to fossil fuels. This is where the idea of eco-friendly delivery ones come in. Supermarkets such as Waitrose are using biomethane, and fast food joints such as McDonald's are using the cooking oil from the kitchen and converting it into 100% biodiesel to fuel their vehicles.
Cloudfisher, created by Aqualunis, facilitates people living in coastal and mountainous areas to produce safe drinking water by using a 3D mesh that can withstand high wind speed while still retaining water.
With over 4.3 billion users worldwide, Google aims to make sustainable living an easier choice. Many of Google's products that people can use are Google Maps to find eco-friendly routes, as well as new features to book flights, as well as purchase appliances that have lower carbon footprints. All part of its goal to help more than 1 billion people make more sustainable choices by 2030.
This picture shows Paris before the COVID-19 pandemic. And this picture shows Paris during the pandemic. The lockdowns and reduced socio-economic activities have brought down pollution and carbon emissions across the globe. This proves that a green future is not impossible. The change must start within each of us, and all of us must adopt sustainable lifestyle choices, because
sustainable living is the path for a greener future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. We took the technical difficulties into consideration, so ignore the timer that was up there. Next we'll be having University of Fujairah, because one of the universities from the first agenda wasn't here. So is University of Fujairah here? Okay, Al-Qasima University of Sharjah. Yeah? You guys are ready to present now? Alright, so University of Al-Qasima University of Sharjah for the judges is next, okay? Qasima University.
Recording in progress.
From fashion to buildings to the movements as a whole. In this journey of knowledge, we will find out sustainability concepts, illustrate the need and the way to achieve it. We would provide you with websites for eco-friendly products and have a look on the UAE SDGs and developments. Sustainability means what we do today from practices and activities don't deplete resources for future generations. Sustainability maintains our natural resources and saves our ecosystem for upcoming generations. So basically, sustainability has three levels. Natural resources refers to environmental protection and pollution prevention. Social resources, which promotes the quality of our lives through improving education and developing the community as the main idea, having well-cared and healthy society. Economic resources, which refers to production, cost of living, financing long-range plans, and spending on research and developments. As we are producing resources and using energy, creating waste in a rate which is not acceptable, we are causing pollution and global warming, which lead to damage to our environment. The real question is, to what extent we are close of being sustainable? We have to ensure that everyone has access to tools to reduce, reuse, and recycle waste where they live, work, and play. With zero waste emissions, we are in good health and having clean water. People have to stop burning fossil fuels that produce carbon dioxide, as the human activity is the main cause for climate change. Is there a way for going green? Yes, we can go green ethically, financially, and much more, which will be explained with my teammate.
As my friend Sarah said, we all must have this sense of responsibility towards our planet, and this could start from the smallest level, which is the person himself, to the widest level, like countries. Starting from the smallest level, us, the least thing we can do is to consume mindfully, and this could happen in many ways. We can start it by promoting the rational use of natural resources, and we can at least try to reduce our waste as much as possible. Corporations tend to look for the least cost they can look for in producing. So they need to sacrifice these extra costs and be encouraged to sacrifice them for the sake of our planet. Countries can have endless solutions for this issue. So they need to restore to better ways of development and growth. Green finance. There are endless and finance can target, there are multiple ways and targets finance can target to help sustainability. The most important target is education generation. Our generation is really smart, so education promotes sustainability, and educated people tend to take more right decisions and responsible actions, even sometimes unintentionally. If imposing punishment is necessary, it's never a bad idea. So charging industries to emit their carbon emissions will make them think of alternative ways to reduce their costs as much as possible, which is going to end up in positive environmental goals. On a brighter note, applying initiatives is also a great idea for all ages. Creating activities for children or adults with awards will create this spirit of competition among them, and it will pursue the best.
Linking to that, green transportation. Green transportation comprises of factors of transportation that don't rely on diminishing natural resources, but rely on renewable energy sources. As we all know, carbon emissions and fossil fuels are the main causes of pollution, and they are transmitted in a larger proportion from transportation. So, green transportation is a big factor in reducing pollution for a greener environment. As we all can't sacrifice using transportation, we can reduce it by using public transportation, using bicycles, or buying an electronic car. For an example, Tesla Motors has built an electronic car with its vision to achieve zero carbon emissions for a greener and healthier environment. And one of the most important features of it is saving the fuel cost with low depreciation. Moreover, green energy production can be generated by many ways with many benefits, such as the alternative energy will never be run out. And thus, this will protect our environment by at least saving water, which will enhance our economy and save more money. As an example, UAE and KSA use in their projects sand and solar power due to the ability of sand to withstand with high temperature and producing more electrical energy through it.
As my friends mentioned many ways to be sustainable, one more way to be sustainable is to go paperless. For example, in Dubai, the government set a goal to reduce their use of paper, and as always, Dubai reached the goal successfully. By that, they saved more than 1 billion pieces of papers. Traveling to Estonia, also this goal have been achieved there. The Estonian government was the first paperless government. Their state services can be accessed online. Most citizens have an electronic ID card, and they have online voting. The more we go paperless, the more we can save time, resources, cost, and of course the environment. And here I will introduce to you some websites that are dealing with eco-friendly products. Well, lucky us, as a consumers, if we want to change our consumption behavior into a green consumption, we will not face many difficulties. Because of the huge awareness about sustainability, nowadays we can find a variety of alternatives. I mean it. So if we changed our behavior, we can make a real difference.
As my friends have already explained different ways to reach a sustainable behavior, let's have a look on current statistics related to gas emissions. As it is shown, there is a remarkable increasing in the reduction of gas emissions from 2014 to 2050. By 2050, it is expected that the reduction in gas emissions will be improved by 80%.
So by having a look on the UAE's journey towards sustainability, we can notice that most of them have been achieved. And UAE by 2030, they are looking to ensure that everyone having clean water, applying responsible consumption and production, furthermore to apply policies or procedures to ensure or take a climate action. We have got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. And yes, sustainable living is a path for a greener future. Thank you.
Thank you, University Al Qasimiyya. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short refreshment break for 20 minutes. I request you to please return to your seats by 11:22 to ensure that we're on track for the day. Please continue to wear your masks and practice social distancing. Thank you. All right, guys, let's get settled in. We're about to start the next phase. University of Fujairah, please be prepared to start your presentation. And Khwarazmi International College, who will be presenting virtually, please be prepared to share your screens and unmute yourselves, okay? University of Fujairah now, and Khwarazmi International College next.
Hello.
Hi.
Good? Can we? No, he gave us. Good?
Imagine, just by the steps that I took to go up on the stage, I will be able to generate electricity. Do you think this idea can be applied? Yeah. Do you think it's interesting? Because I do. I do think it's interesting. So, good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Noor Nidal.
I'm Farah Bitar. I'm Diana Abu Samra.
I am Anuda Abdulaziz. I'm Shamsin Rafiq.
We are from University of Fujairah on behalf of College of Business Administration. As you can see, our presentation name is Walkify. This word is derived from two words, walk and electrify. Electrify is the idea of generating electricity through walking. First of all, we noticed that there are some problems. We noticed these problems need a solution. First problem we noticed the increased demand on electricity as a result of the increased population, as we know, and the limited resources or the economic problem scarcity that we are dealing with. Our solution is how can we generate electricity through walking on the tiles, some specific types of tiles that my friend will talk about, to generate electricity and maintain sustainability. First of all, why is it interesting? The basic fact that you can just walk to generate electricity makes the entire idea seems interesting for me. So, and it can be applied anywhere, like crowded places, such as malls, houses, playgrounds, gyms, or anywhere that have a walking surface.
Thank you. Now allow me to introduce you the three different types of tiles that are being produced today. The first type is the wooden tile. Basically, there are two wooden sheets, and in between them, there is a coat. On the top tile, there is a silicone coat, and on the bottom tile, there is a metal iron. And the way that this generates electricity is by the friction caused in between them. As for the second one, it is kinetic tiles, and this is a mechanical tile. The way that this produces electricity is by a bevel mechanism gear in between the two metal sheets, which are held at a displacement of 15 millimeters by two springs. And the way that this generates electricity, again, is by the rotation of the gear by every step taken on it. As for the third one, which is the most efficient one, is the piezoelectric gear, which is also placed between two metal sheets. And the way that this generates electricity is, again, by the same step taken, but this is more efficient since it generates up to 5 watts for 1.5 seconds in comparison with the other ones. Let's implement this at our homes. Say we are sitting in the room and we have an LED bulb. Approximately, LED bulbs consume up to 10 watts. And say there is one single tile in front of you, and by each step taken on that tile, you can actually generate 5 watts, which can light up the LED bulb for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Farah. Okay, let me take it from here. As a business student, I concerned about the cost and what benefit my country will get if this idea was implemented. Okay, as we can see in this video, that this idea was implemented in Abu Dhabi International Airport, Terminal 1 and 3, as a trial experiment, okay, of the piezoelectric tiles. Okay. However, let's have a look about the table which compares between kinetic tiles and solar panel. Okay, first of all, I will talk about the cost. Kinetic tiles, it costs worth 80 pounds. Okay, while but they explained that it will be less, up to 5 pounds. Okay, by the year 2030. While the solar panel, it costs a range between 350 and 500 pounds. Then we will talk about according the power. Kinetic tiles will give us 8 kilowatts per step foot, and the solar panel will give us 250 kilowatts per hour. At last, I will talk about the lifespan, about the kinetic tiles lifespan. It's 5 years, and while the solar panel will give us lifespan about 25 years. But even though kinetic tiles is shorter lifespan, but it still can generate more electricity for us. And thank you.
Oh, thank you, Diana. I'll take it on from here. Now let's have a look at the real-life application of this electricity generating tile. So our main idea is to implement this tile in those areas which has most number of visitors, that per day visitors is more, because single step made like this on that tile can produce approximately 3 joules or 5 watts of power. And that is good enough to power electrical appliances like LED lights, sensors, screens, and for storages in battery. As my friend Diana mentioned before, this idea has already been implemented in the Abu Dhabi International Airport. That's in collaboration with Pavegen. It's a UK-based company that produces electricity generating tiles. And the size of this energy harvesting walkway is about 16 square meters in size. So each day, this tiles records the footsteps of 8,000 passengers, and it is converted into electrical energy. This electrical energy is used to record the footfall data and to connect and to light up the pathway that connects between the Terminal 1 and 3, because it is implemented in the Terminal 1 and 3 of Abu Dhabi International Airport.
Allow me to take it from here. Thanks, Shamsin. Okay, as you see, as it's shown in the screen, there are 3 topics: cost, location, and types. I'm going to talk about one by one. The first one is the cost. These tiles are of low cost, which means in the future it will be less, it decrease in the future. We as a business student, we care about the cost. It will benefit our country or no. And about the location, this tile should be implemented in a crowded area such as malls, airports, and school, university, also in Expo 2020, because as we know, there are 100,000 visitors in a per day, which means Expo 2020 is the most crowded area in Dubai. And about the types, there are 3 types: wood, generator, and metal surfaces, and piezoelectric. And however, our aim through this presentation is to generate electricity in a more sustainable way. For what? For the present and future generation. Thank you for listening, and thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll have Khawarizmi International College. They'll be presenting virtually, so guys, please prepare your slides and unmute yourselves and turn on your cameras. Next we'll have, and after that we're gonna have Zayed University, who will be presenting physically, so guys, please prepare yourself. Zayed Abu Dhabi? Yeah, okay, perfect. So for the judge, Khawarizmi now and Zayed after.
عبيد الجعيدي من هيئة البيئة بأبو ظبي. زي ما تشوفون عندنا السماء والبحر والبر، رب العالمين خلق نظيفة، وكل الظروف الطبيعية تجعلها دائما 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 نظيفة، إلا أن هناك تلوث يحصل، والسبب الرئيسي للتلوث هو البشر.
الهدف الرئيسي إنه يبنى عيالي، يبتي عيالي.
الرحمن الرحيم، معكم عبيد الجعيدي من هيئة البيئة بأبو ظبي. زي ما تشوفون عندنا السماء والبحر والبر، رب العالمين خلق نظيفة، وكل الظروف الطبيعية تجعلها دائما 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 نظيفة، إلا أن هناك تلوث يحصل، والسبب الرئيسي للتلوث هو البشر.
الهدف الرئيسي إنه يبنى عيالي، يبتي عيالي وياي، إنه يعني نوعيهم أكثر بأهمية إن يشاركون المجتمع في عملية التنظيف، في عملية يعني إن الواحد يحافظ على بيئته. وبصراحة الحمد لله يعني العيال عندهم الوعي هذا، لكن يبون يشاركون، يعني يكونون جزء من المشاركة.
طبعا هاي الحملة الثانية اللي اشتغلنا فيها في محمية الفلامينغو، ومع شاركنا فيها الأطفال شاركنا فيها، وسميناها أطفال اليوم حماة المستقبل.
اسمي أليف، عمري 14 سنة، صف ثامن. اليوم زرنا المحمية، زرنا وايد أماكن في المحمية، ورحنا خذينا جولة واستفدت وايد أشياء منها. أشكر تيم إيكو هارت.
Hi, my name is Aya. I am in year 4, and today I'm going to be speaking about the environment of the sea. So it's very important that we keep the sea clean, because if we don't keep the sea clean and throw like different things inside, the animal might die and might think that it's kind of their food, but they eat it and then they die, and then like they die because the plastic comes in their throat and then they just can't get it out, and so they die. And so we also have to keep it clean, because for the animals that don't get inside of the water, they just stay outside. We have to keep it clean so there's no like plastic, and then when they walk inside of the water, they don't get their leg hurt. And it's the same thing for humans, because if they get like kind of plastic inside and it hurts, so they will get their legs that hurts. Bye.
محمد، عمري 12، وراح اليوم أعطونا جولة عن البيئة، ولازم نحافظ على البيئة عشان سلامتنا، سلامة الجو. وبعد اكتشفنا إنه في فلامينغوز الأبيض والوردي، لا الأسود والوردي. وأشكر إيكو هارت على الجولة الطيبة والهذا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم الطالب أحمد البوشي. طبعا قمنا بعمل مبادرات تنظيف على مستوى الإمارة، بداية في شاطئ الباهية، ثانيا كانت في كيف ما شفتوا في محمية الوثبة. طبعا كانت مع الأطفال، وشفت كيف يحب الأطفال شغفهم حماية الطبيعة وصون الطبيعة والمحافظة. وثالثا عملنا المحمية اللي هي الحين تشوفونها في محمية كتبان الوثبة الأحفورية. طبعا على مستوى التنظيف في المحميات مع الأطفال كان عدد النفايات تقريبا كان 600 كيلو في التجمع اللي جمعناه من النفايات. بعد
الخطوات المتبعة لمراقبة التقدم نحو النمو الأخضر. مثل ما كلكم شايفين في السلايد في عندنا 4 نقاط اللي هي الإنتاجية في استخدام الأصول البيئية، وفي أساس الأصول الطبيعية، وفي الجوانب البيئية لتوعية الحياة، والاستراتيجيات والاستنتاجات السياسية والفرص الاقتصادية. شو معنى هال4 نقاط؟ أن تحسين الأداء البيئي لا يقترن بالضرورة بتخفيض مطلق في الضغوط البيئية أو الاستخدام المستدام لبعض الأصول الطبيعية. فيجب توخي الحذر عند تفسير المؤشرات عندما نقيس الاقتصاد الأخضر من حيث حجم الصناعة المشاركة في إنتاج السلع والخدمات البيئية. فحجم الاقتصاد الأخضر اليوم يبدو صغيرا نسبيا، ومع ذلك يمكن أن ينشأ منه عديد من الفرص الاقتصادية وريادة الأعمال والابتكار المرتبط بالنمو الأخضر في أي قطاع. وبالتالي فإن التقييم القائم على الصناعات الخضراء يقلل الأهمية الاقتصادية للنشاط البيئي، فنمو الناتج المحلي الإجمالي ومقاييس الإنتاج الأخرى تفوق النمو في التكاليف البيئية التي ساهمت في نظام الإنتاج. أخيراً وليس آخراً، مبادرة غطاء الخير. هل تعلم مدى الخطر الذي تشكله هذه الزجاجة على البيئة؟ هذه الزجاجة ممكن أن تفيدك من جانبين. أولاً، مبادرة غطاء الخير. منظمة سمايا للأعمال الخيرية قامت بمبادرة غطاء الخير التي تعني 150 غطاء قد يوفر كرسي متحرك لمن يحتاجه. ومن جانب آخر المختص
خلص الوقت عندكم بس. خلص الوقت. Okay, thank you Khawrazimi International College. Next we'll be having Zayed University from Abu Dhabi and University of Science and Technology of Fujairah. Can you please prepare by coming down to the left side of the stage? Thank you.
We needed to pay attention. 4 billion years ago, life was given to us as a blessing. It took us only 200,000 years to disturb the balance of nature. Let's rewind a bit. In the 1900s, our total population was around 2 billion. In a short period of time, our population increased rapidly. It took us only 12 years for the latest billion human to appear. Our population is projected to reach 11 billion by 2030, increasing our demand 50% compared to now. How long will this trend continue? Were you ever worried where your next meal will come from? And when I say food security, what comes in your mind? It means that all people at all times have physical, social, economic access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food that meets their food preferences and dietary needs to have an active and healthy lifestyle.
As we try to approach food security, the path will be challenging, especially when faced with water depletion. The UAE is extremely water scarce and cannot support a domestic agriculture sector capable of feeding its population, which is estimated to reach 11 million by 2025. Most of our water supplies come from desalination plants, and to meet the skyrocketing water demands, it is estimated that by 2030, even with improvements in technology, desalination will consume at least 20% of the UAE's overall energy production. Harsh climate. Most of our problems come from geographical and environmental factors. As we all know, the UAE has a desert climate with burning summer temperatures and minimal rainfall, making us import most of our food. Now, speaking of imported food, did you know that we rely on 90% of imported food traveling hundreds of kilometers just to get here? What do you think they put in the food to make it look fresh? As agriculture and food sources are diminishing worldwide as a consequence of climate change, countries like the UAE will be forced to enhance domestic production and establish clear guidelines on the most nutritious, efficient agriculture products with regards to the capital, energy, land, and water resources. It will be a great challenge to increase yields, profitability, and environmental sustainability simultaneously.
The UAE's contribution to the total output in agriculture is less than 0.1%. And when fish are taken out of the ocean, we're creating an imbalance that could destroy the food web and lead to the loss of marine life. Fishing is an important food source here in the UAE. Unfortunately, the country experienced fish stock decline initiated by a number of factors, including rapid urbanization of coastal areas, climate change, marine pollution, and overfishing. Lastly, agricultural awareness requires understanding of basic concepts related to agriculture and their impacts on social and economic life of the society. And due to lack of awareness and education, most local farmers here resort to growing dates. As you can see here, there's an abundance of palm trees.
Thankfully, the UAE is realizing these challenges and taking action. We visited various places, and one farm here in the UAE revolutionized the agriculture industry, Pure Harvest, growing year-round, pesticide-free, fresh fruits and vegetables by providing precise climate and environmental controls, enabling increased productivity and reduced waste. Our next stop was Gracia Group Farms, which produce different kinds of local quality crops, like tomatoes, watermelon, lettuce, and bananas, using traditional methods that do not emit as much greenhouse gases, as well as their approach in defying the harsh climate by regulating the environment within their greenhouses, optimizing productions. Madar Farms use 90% less water and recycle their water. They use a technique called vertical farming, where they stack hydroponic systems in levels and utilize LED lights to stimulate growth. A great example of food security here is Fish Farm in Dubai, which was incorporated with a focus on marine fish breeding and hatchery to support the local aquaculture industry and reduce dependency on imported fish. They contribute significantly to preserving the balance of the environment, implementing a recycling aquaculture system, and producing organic fish. It is important to educate people on agriculture and its significance in order to raise people's environmental awareness. It is especially important to ingrain this knowledge within our youth, as they play a vital role in political, economic, and social development. It's time to teach the young about how agriculture not only provides food and raw materials, but also job opportunities in various sectors. This way, communities can grow stronger and local produce more plentiful.
Hey Malak, would you mind telling us what happens if we neglect the call?
Sure. Let's imagine a scenario where we fail to act on these issues.
Crops, livestock, and fisheries have not increased fast enough to meet our demand, which have resulted in more ocean and land to be used. Climate change has created extreme weather events. The global food market is unstable and the world suffers a devastating food shortage. Now, the UAE's reliance on artificial water sources and imported food makes it unreliable and makes it vulnerable to crisis and undermine its long-term food security strategy. Now, tell us, Sheikha, what will happen if we took action?
However, if we took action on this universal call, buildings in the middle of cities will have vertical plantings. Emirati houses will develop a certain technology that supports production of some crops. Our contribution will help decrease our greenhouse gas emissions, in which we'll have cleaner air, healthier diets, our economies will grow, and poverty will end in all its forms everywhere. We will be achieving a net zero living, and we will be able to harmonize with Earth.
Your choice determines which path we will take. Food tells us a story. It starts with agriculture and ends with us. Our journey have impacted its journey each step of the way. We have one planet that's part of one system. We must work together to build a better future. We need to reconnect with nature and work as one. Let's rewrite the story of food for a better and a sustainable world. Our action are our future. A moment of silence to our founding father and role model, Sheikh Zayed. May he rest in peace.
كل حي في أرض رباه يدرى.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zayed University Abu Dhabi. Next, we'll be having University of Science and Technology of Fujairah. And after it, University of Balamand. Can you please prepare yourselves by taking the left of the stage? And also, for the people waiting online, just a reminder to keep tabs on what's happening and make sure your presentations last 10 minutes only, because it'll affect the others as well.
Yes.
أيها الناس، سكان هذا الكوكب من جميع الأعراق والثقافات، إنني لا أبالغ إذا قلت كوكبنا في خطر. استطاع العقل البشري منذ عصر النهضة الصناعية وحتى الآن أن يقدم للبشرية تطوراً هائلاً في جميع مجالات الحياة، مما دفع بعجلتي الاقتصاد والعمران قدماً. ولكن كانت ضريبة هذا التطور الغير مسبوق ما وصل إليه كوكبنا من تدهور بيئي خطير ينذر بفناء الحياة على كوكبنا الأرض. ولكي نتفهم حجم الضرر الذي ألحقناه بمواردنا الطبيعية، سوف نلقي النظرة على بعض الأمثلة حول العالم. نبدأ برئة العالم غابات الأمازون، فنجد حسب الدراسات العالمية أن ملايين الهكتارات من الأشجار قد تم قطعها، فتحولت تلك الجنات الخضراء التي كنا نراها إلى أراضٍ قاحلة، فخسرنا بذلك مصدر لا يعوض من الخضرة والهواء النقي. ننتقل إلى القطب الجنوبي، فنجد أن هذا المكان القصيم العالم الذي ربما لم يزوره الكثيرون منا يمثل أهمية كبيرة في التنوع البيولوجي وتوازن مستويات البحار، فإنه لا يخفى عليكم ما حل به من أضرار نتيجة لبعض من قراراتنا المجحفة. نهر النيل أطول أنهار العالم وشريان حياة دول عدة يمر بها، فنجد أن ما حل به من استخدام جائر وتلويث مياهه أدى في انخفاض مستوى وجودة عطائه. ورغم ما تحمله الصورة من قتامة ألا أنني أرى الأمل في مسيرة والدنا المؤسس الشيخ زايد رحمه الله، حيث قال: استطاعت الدولة قهر الظروف الصعبة وتحقيق ما اعتبره العلماء مستحيل، فابتدأت الرقعة الخضراء تتسع والصحراء تتراجع أمام اللون الأخضر.
مع العزيمة والإصرار تولدت إنجازات عظيمة في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة تحت ظل العيش المستدام. كما نرى أن دولة الإمارات حققت المركز الأول خليجياً في تطبيق الاقتصاد الأخضر، متمثلاً في قانون المباني الخضراء الذي يهدف إلى رفع كفاءة استخدام الطاقة وإدارة النفايات. جاءت رؤية 2050 لتحقيق مستقبل مستدام عبر التركيز على عناصر مهمة مثل الانبعاثات الكربونية والتطور البشري والاقتصاد والطاقة. وتفعيلاً لهذه الرؤية فقد احتضنت دولة الإمارات 3 من أكبر محطات الطاقة الشمسية في العالم، إضافة إلى مشاريع محطات الطاقة النووية السلمية. كما توجت تلك المشاريع بانتخاب دولة الإمارات لاستضافة أهم مؤتمر عالمي للمناخ COP 28 في عام 2023 في وقت يحتفل به العالم بالتقاء العقول ورسم المستقبل في إكسبو 2020. إن نسبة الأكاديميين العاملين في مجالات البحوث البيئية في دولة الإمارات شكلت نسبة 15% من إجمالي الباحثين في العالم، مما يدل على إرادة قوية لدى المسؤولين لدعم مسار التنمية البيئية والاستدامة لإيجاد حلول مستقبلية.
لقد أسفرت البحوث البيئية عن مؤشرات لتوضيح الواقع الأليم الذي تمر فيه هذه البيئة، حيث يمكننا أن نرى ارتفاعا كليا في مستوى سطح البحر خلال 100 عام الماضية بنسبة 17.5 سنتيمتر، مما يهدد وجود الكثير من المدن الشاطئية. كما أكد على ذلك مخرجات قمة المناخ في اسكتلندا نوفمبر 2021. وفي عام 2019 انبعث 31 بليون طن من ثاني أكسيد الكربون في الغلاف الجوي، وارتفعت درجة حرارة الأرض بمقدار 0.6 سيليزية في أواخر القرن ال19، وقطع 3 ملايين ميل مربعة من أشجار الغابات. ومن ناحية أخرى تبدو الصورة أكثر قتامة بالنسبة لجودة الهواء، حيث وصلت لمعدلات قصوى، ولا سيما المدن الصناعية الكبرى. فما الحل؟
واستكمالا لطريقنا نحو مستقبل أكثر اخضرارا، فإنه من المعلوم أن قيام الفرد أو المؤسسة بتبني سياسات غير مستدامة سيؤدي إلى كارثة بيئية حتمية ستؤثر سلبا على مجريات حياتنا اليومية. وهنا يأتي دور الهوية الخضراء كوسيلة لتدعيم ثقافة العيش المستدام، مما يحقق التوازن بين ركائز الاستدامة الثلاثة، مما يعزز التنوع البيئي والبيولوجي. وتسهم هذه الهوية الخضراء بدعم تلك الثقافة عبر تقديم برنامج من المكافآت، والتي سوف يحتسب على شكل نقاط يستفيد بها العاملون في المؤسسات الملتزمة بمعايير الاستدامة، كما يستفيد منها الأفراد مما يطبقون مبادئ الاستدامة في منازلهم. كما سيتجسد مورود هذه الهوية الخضراء ببناء مجتمع صحي واقتصاد أكثر اتزانا وبيئة أكثر اخضرارا. ونطمح مستقبلا أن يتم الهوية الخضراء بنظام الهوية الإماراتية، مما يمكن الأفراد والمؤسسة من الحصول على نقاط من عدة مسارات حكومية تتمثل على شكل إعفاءات وامتيازات سنقوم بمناقشة جدواها في استبيانات مستقبلية أخرى. كما يمكنكم الاطلاع على مصادرنا من خلال مسح QR كود الذي يظهر أمامكم.
وبذلك يكون فريق الهوية الخضراء من كلية الصيدلة في جامعة العلوم والتقنية في الفجيرة قد أسهم في تمهيد الطريق نحو مستقبل أكثر إخضرارا نسهم به في دعم حاضرنا وبناء مستقبل كوكبنا.
Thank you to University of Science and Technology of Fujairah. Next we'll be having University of Balamand, Dubai.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, panel. Good afternoon to the people watching online. We are representing our university, the University of Balamand, Dubai. My name is Karen Al-Jarudi, and joining me today are my classmates, Hamad Inaya, Khalid Khudr, Saad Eddin Abu Zahir, and Ribal Tamer. In today's presentation, which is about sustainable living, a path for a greener future, we are going to discuss the following. We are firstly going to define what sustainability is. We are then going to discuss plastic and sustainability. Third, plastic consumption globally and within the UAE. Fourth, issues related to plastic consumptions. And finally, the most important point are our solutions that we have collectively come up with, which are reusing, reducing, recycling plastic and their expected outcomes. Let us first start by defining what sustainability is. Sustainability, in simple terms, is about meeting our own needs without compromising the needs of future generations. Not only does sustainability help us and benefit us, but it also helps protect our ecosystems. Now, when does sustainability occur? It occurs when our natural resources, such as forest resources, mineral, oil, water, and so much more, are reserved. My teammate, Muhammad Inaya, is now going to continue and discuss plastic and sustainability following plastic consumption globally and within the UAE.
So now, you might be wondering, what's the link between plastic and sustainability? First, plastic is made from natural resources like petroleum, making it a non-sustainable product. Its production and breakdown are harmful to the environment, and it's also non-biodegradable. Instead, it breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces. Finally, the worst aspect of plastic is that a majority of its products are made to be single-use and disposable. So let's take a look at plastic consumption around the world. As you can see, 1 million plastic drinking bottles are bought every minute. And every year, we end up consuming 5 trillion single-use plastic bags. We produce 300 million tons of waste, and 8.8 million tons of plastic end up in our oceans and subsequently in the fish that we eat. And finally, only 9% of all plastic ever produced has been recycled. So now, let's see how we affect those statistics here in the UAE. So it turns out we use around 13 billion single-use plastic bags every year, and the average resident consumes 450 drinking water bottles a year, making it one of the highest in the world. But luckily, there are many initiatives taking place to help tackle these issues, with the most recent and impressive one being COP28, which will be held here in the UAE in 2023. And now my teammate Khalid will be continuing.
Thank you, Muhammad.
All right, so now that we have recognized how big of an issue plastic consumption is, both on a global and local level, we've narrowed it down to the DIP community. So the DIP is Dubai Investments Park, and it's where our university, the UOBD, is located. And we've gathered some statistics regarding the plastic consumption in the DIP. So the most commonly used type of plastic in the DIP is PET plastic, which is made out of polyethylene. It also happens to be the most recyclable plastic in the world because it's used in food containers and plastic bottles. And it's also the most used type of plastic at our campus in the UOBD. So in order to combat this, we've come up with the following proposal. We've partnered up with 3 of the most major recycling companies in the UAE, which are Imdad, Fars, and D-Grade. And our proposal is based on a 4-step process. So the first step is that Imdad collects all the plastic that we use in our university and sends it over to Fars. Fars segregates these plastics and then sends them over to D-Grade, who are going to make products out of these plastics and then send them back to our university at UOBD. So basically, in other words, the plastic that we initially use is going to go back to us in the form of usable products. Now, the expected outcomes of this is not only we're going to minimize the usage of plastic over the next 6 months by 10%, but as you notice, we are all wearing these blue shirts, and I actually want the panel members to get a good feel of this. Don't worry, it's sanitized. Yeah. What do you think this is made out of? What do you think? It's almost entirely made out of plastic, out of recyclable polyethylene plastic, which brings me on to my next point. Most of the products that we use, most of the waste, plastic waste that we use, is going to be made into recyclable products, such as the ones you see up here. And whenever students come to register to our university, we usually give them a goodie bag full of stuff. This time, it's going to be made out of fully recyclable products, and the bag itself will be recyclable. And now on to my partner, Saad.
Thank you, Khaled. Our next topic of discussion is reducing plastic. So in order to combat the overuse of plastic in our community, our team has come up with another solution made possible through a collaboration between our team and My Dubai, who is known as one of the leading water providers in the UAE. This collaboration allows consumers who purchase a pack of My Dubai water from Tweetrams DIP to receive a free reusable bag made out of plastic. But our next challenge is, how do we get people in the community to recycle? Well, the solution is to encourage them by making it more convenient for them to recycle. And this can be achieved by placing recycling stations all over the DIP community and our campus at UOBD. Then, the plastic, instead of being thrown away, can be put into good use, such as encouraging young artistic minds to beautify our community through plastic murals placed on the walls. And our expected outcomes from these solutions are to increase incentives to use reusable bags provided by My Dubai, to give the DIP community a chance to recycle plastic, and finally to raise awareness and student morale. And we hope from these expected outcomes to achieve 10% reduction in plastic waste throughout our tenure at UOBD. And now I will pass it on to my colleague Ribal Tamer to wrap up the presentation.
Thank you, team. All right, so to sum up, sustainability basically means taking enough resources from the environment in order to sustain ourselves, but at the same time without compromising future generations. Now, plastic is non-biodegradable, which means it's very harmful for our environment. And most plastic products are actually made to be of single use. Moreover, whether globally or locally, plastic is actually being consumed at a very fast rate. However, the plastic that we use within the DIP community and within our university is mostly PET type plastic, which is the most recyclable type of plastic. And consequently, one of our initiatives was to partner up with Imdad, Fars, D-Grade, and My Dubai in order to take all of this plastic waste and produce functional products out of it, just like the judges saw the t-shirts that we wear. And by doing so, we reduce our waste, we raise awareness, and we expect that in the next 6 months, we're going to reduce it by 10%, a significant number. Thank you all so much for listening. Live sustainably. And remember, to not underestimate your individual role towards sustainability, because as Robert Swan once said, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Thank you.
Thank you, University of Balamand. Next up, we'll be having United Arab Emirates University, who will be presenting online. So, if you can hear me, anyone from UAE University, just wait till we have it on the screen, and then I'll tell you when to start, all right? All right, we have it on our screen now. You can begin. Don't forget, 10-minute limit.
Sustainability literally I do not know how to billion dirhams. And by reducing the food waste just around 15%, it is equivalent to removing 150,000 cars off the road. Let's be honest, we all buy more than we consume. So one of the simplest ways to reduce food waste is to buy less. Now my teammate Nada mentioned composting. So let's talk a bit about about composting. So composting is a natural process of recycling organic matter into valuable fertilizers. And that is a very great way of reducing food waste, organic food waste generated at home. It has many other benefits, which includes the reduction of methane emissions in landfills, as well as improving soil health. And let's not forget reducing the amount of harmful pesticides used. Here in the UAE, there's an app that has been launched this year called Recap. It has never been easier to recycle after this app, where you can also get rewarded. All you have to do is download the app, segregate between your waste into recyclables and general waste, and then you are one click away from recycling. And it is for free. So.
Well, Shamsa mentioned a little about what we can do to lower the amount of food waste. I will be talking about why we as consumers need to do so. We all eat food, but when we produce food, we also leave a footprint. Our footprint depends on where and how the food is farmed and made. Some of the problems associated with food production include the emission of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, using too much water, and the loss of biodiversity of the land it's being farmed on. We farm cows. We use an excessive amount of water, and they create a lot of CH4 or methane. To the average consumer, this may not resonate. But if everyone slowed their consumption of beef, we can all make the farmers keep less cows, in turn lowering the carbon footprint. Food production is also associated with waste. Most of the food waste created is actually from everyday homes, with almost 14% of all food going to waste. Most of the parts of the fruits and vegetables that we throw away can be composted or even replanted. In the United States, 43% of most of their food waste comes from homes, while 40% comes from restaurants and grocery stores who throw out perfectly good food just because it's slightly imperfect. Do you ever go to the grocery store and buy fresh fruits and vegetables only for them to sit in the fridge and go bad? We are overbuying and underusing most of the food that we pay for. So what can we do? First of all, we can shop more sustainably and read the labels, buying only what we need and not what we don't. Switching to plant-based diets also helps, as it reduces the toll on the environment to produce these foods. Highly processed foods are also a problem. Highly processed foods are also a problem because of the chemicals they contain getting out into the environment. But we can help by buying less of it. We can also grow our own food, which takes a little time but is more beneficial to the environment, as you can choose not to use any chemicals or pesticides. And you can use some of the parts of the food you were going to throw away previously, such as the roots and seeds. Let's make an effort to lower our individual and collective carbon footprint. Here on the screen is a QR code which will take you to a website where you can calculate your own carbon footprint.
Change starts with you. How can I help, you may ask? I will mention few innovative solutions, some that will address few issues that were stated by my teammates. 1 million plastic bags ends up in the trash every day. Those plastic bags kills over 100,000 marine animals. Here are a few plastic alternative options. By switching to those options, you will be making a difference. The first option is bioplastic or bio-based plastic. It's made out of plants or other biological materials instead of petroleum. The second option is marine degradable plastic. This plastic can change into CO2 or water by microorganisms, heat and light in the marine environment. Invisible Bag is a company that sells water-soluble and biodegradable plastic. They have many options, including shopping bags, trash bags, and so on. The second innovation I'm going to talk about is solar glass, which you can put on your roof or in your
Guys, the
windows.
time's
What
up.
like a solar panel. So ultimately, help in compact of greenhouse gas emission. And it will also cut a few dirhams out of the
Sorry guys, the time's up.
NanoFridge addresses the problem of food waste. What it does is it eliminates the growth of microorganisms, thus keeping your food fresh for a longer time. Our actions lead to great environmental problems. We discussed a few today, including waste, diet, and water pollution. The solutions are there. It's up to us to take actions and follow those solutions. Be part of the solution, not the pollution. Change starts with one person, and that person is you. Thank you.
Thank you to UAE University from Al Ain. Next we'll have Abu Dhabi University. Please be prepared to present. And after it we'll have University of Birmingham from Dubai, who will also be presenting physically. So Abu Dhabi University is next, and right after we'll have University of Birmingham. Abu Dhabi University is now, and University of Birmingham, if you can make your way down to be ready for the next.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم مشاركة جامعة أبو ظبي نحو مستقبل أكثر اخضرارا، بمشاركة محدثكم مالك ياسر، عمر أمنية، وريم الذهبي، بإشراف دكتور نغم. إنه مع ازدياد المخاطر اليومية في حياتنا وعظم الإثر المترتب عليها كان لابد من تناول موضوع البيئة المستدامة لتأثيرها على البيئة والمجتمع والبشر. كل يوم يقوم شخص ما بالتخلص من عشرات المواد وبإجراء حسبة بسيطة يمكننا الوصول للثغرات والمشكلة الأساسية الرئيسية، وبذلك يمكننا استخراج أو الوصول للحل المبتكر للحد من هذه المخاطر على البيئة والمجتمع. ولذلك يمكننا الآن سؤال الأخ عمر: ما هي الخطوات الأولى للوصول للحل المبتكر؟
نعم يا مالك، بدأ فريقنا من خلال تبني مراحل التفكير التصميمي، والذي يعتبر نموذجاً مبتكراً لحل المشكلات، والذي يتكون من 5 عناصر: التعاطف، تعريف المشكلة، ابتكار الأفكار، إعداد النموذج، ثم التجربة. أولاً التعاطف، كمحاولة منا لتقييم المشكلة وتأثير مدى خطورتها، أردنا استقصاء آراء الناس حول مشكلة النفايات الإلكترونية، وذلك من خلال مقابلات وحوارات مع فئات مختلفة. وفي خريطة التعاطف التالية نوضح أبرز ما أشاروا إليه. ماذا يفعلون؟ يتخلصون من النفايات الإلكترونية مع النفايات العامة. وماذا يقولون؟ لا توجد حاويات مخصصة للتخلص من الأجهزة الإلكترونية القديمة. وكيف يشعرون؟ يقدرون بعض أجهزتهم القديمة القيمة. وكيف يفكرون؟ ينبغي تطوير تقنيات فعالة لمعالجة النفايات الإلكترونية. أمنية، ماذا تفعلين حين تريدين التخلص من جهاز قديم؟
تخلص منها بشكل عشوائي عادة.
وما رأيك بهذه الفكرة يا ريم؟
لا أعتقد أن هذه الطريقة سليمة بيئيا، أليس كذلك عمر؟
وهذا ما وجدناه لدى كثير من الأفراد. وهنا يظهر جليا نمو حس الوعي بخطورة عدم إدارة عملية التخلص من النفايات لدى كثير من الأفراد. وعليه تحدد المشكلة بأن مستخدمي الأجهزة الإلكترونية يحتاجون إلى طريقة للتخلص من الأجهزة الإلكترونية القديمة، لأنه بعد تلفها أو استبدالها إما يقوم أصحابها بتخزينها أو التخلص منها بشكل عشوائي. وبالعودة إليك يا مالك، هل بإمكانك أن تأخذنا برحلة حول محطات النفايات الإلكترونية؟
دعني أخذك يا عمر والحضور الكريم إلى مخطط التخلص من النفايات الإلكترونية. المخطط هو عبارة عن عدة مراحل. المرحلة الأولى جمع المخلفات الإلكترونية، من ثم نقلها إلى مصانع إعادة التدوير، بعد ذلك استخراج الأجزاء السليمة منها، من ثم بيع المعادن الصالحة للاستخدام، وأخيراً استغلالها في صناعات جديدة. والآن بخطوة أقرب إلى الحل المبتكر، يمكنني أن أسأل الحضور الكريم سؤالاً: من منا لا يملك جهازاً؟ من منا يستطيع الاستغناء عن الجهاز؟ ولكن السؤال: في حال تلف هذه الأجهزة كيف يمكننا التخلص منها بطريقة سليمة؟
لهذا أتينا لكم بحل أكثر استدامة وفعالية لحل هذه المشكلة. يتمثل الحل بتخصيص حاويات ذكية مرتبطة بتطبيق إلكتروني مسؤول عن تنظيم عملية التخلص وإعادة تدوير هذه النفايات. سنعرض لكم هنا خصائص ومميزات وطريقة استخدام كل من هذه الحاوية الذكية والتطبيق الإلكتروني. ترون على الشاشة النموذج الأول للحاوية الذكية التي سيتم توزيعها في كافة الأحياء والأماكن العامة لجعل عملية التخلص من النفايات أكثر وصولاً وتناولاً للجميع. من الجدير بالذكر أن هذه الحاوية هي صديقة للبيئة، فهي تعمل بواسطة الطاقة المتجددة التي تخزن بالألواح الشمسية المزودة بها. هذه الحاوية كما ترون مقسمة ل4 أقسام رئيسية: القسم الأول لأجهزة التواصل، القسم الثاني لأجهزة الإلكترونية الصغيرة، القسم الثالث للأجهزة الإضاءة، والأخير للكماليات الإلكترونية. لهذا نحن نرى كفريق أهمية تحفيز وتشجيع المجتمع لأجل تبني هذه الفكرة كثقافة مجتمعية. لذا أتينا بفكرة مكافأة المستخدمين بنقاط مقابل كل عملية تدوير.
ماذا تقصدين أمنية بنظام المكافآت؟ هل نحن نتحدث عن المال هنا؟
ليس مال، لكن نقاط سيتم استخدامها في عروض وخصومات ستعرض جميعها على هذا التطبيق، أو يمكن المستخدم استغلالها لاحقا في تحويلها إلى درهم إلكتروني بحيث يستعملها في المعاملات الحكومية. دعونا الآن نقترح اسما مناسبا لهذا التطبيق. فما رأيكم مالك وعمر؟
بما أننا نتحدث عن المخلفات الإلكترونية، أعتقد أن كلمة ويست سوف تكون بداية جيدة للاسم. ما رأيك يا مالك؟
انتظر لحظة يا عمر، ماذا قلتي؟ نظام مكافآت، هل تعني باي باك؟
ربما ويست باي؟
نعم، ويست باي اسم
ويست
مناسب
باي.
لهذا التطبيق الرائع الذي يقدم عدة مزايا، منها أولا خريطة بأماكن حاويات التدوير المتوفرة، ثانيا عرض النقاط والعروض المتوفرة كما ذكرنا، ثالثا خاصية طلب ناقلات في حال تواجد إلكترونيات كبيرة الحجم، وأخيرا خاصية طلب حاويات في الأحياء التي لم يتم تغطيتها. فكيف يخدم هذا المشروع أهداف الاستدامة؟
دعيني أجيب عن ذلك أمنية. سيعمل هذا المشروع على تحويل النفايات الإلكترونية المهدرة إلى كنز ثمين يستثمر في جوانب كثيرة على المدى البعيد. وعندما نتحدث عن الاستدامة فإننا نعني ابتكار حلول بديلة للحفاظ على التوازن البيئي في ظل التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. لذا سيكون لويست باي أثراً إيجابياً على الصعيد البيئي، حيث يقترح آلية مرنة للتخلص السليم من النفايات الإلكترونية كبديل لتخزينها أو رميها عشوائياً، وبالتالي تقليل تسرب المعادن الثقيلة وانتقال المواد السامة إلى كل من التربة والماء والهواء، وهذا بالتأكيد سيقلل من الانبعاثات الكربونية. وهنا نصل إلى هدفنا في تأمين وسط صحي صالح لعيش الإنسان والكائنات الحية، ومستقبلا أكثر أمانا وخطرا. هل تعلم سيدي الكريم أن هذا المشروع سوف ينعش القطاع الاقتصادي بشكل كبير؟ نعم بالتأكيد، لأنه سيوفر فرص عمل كثيرة جدا، وهذا سيقلل من مستوى البطالة. إن هذا النوع من المشاريع يقوم على الأفكار المبتكرة، وبالتالي عند تطبيقه سوف نضمن رفع جودة الحلول البديلة وتشجيع العنصر الأساسي وراء هذه الأفكار الإبداعية وهو الشباب. وعلى ذلك سنكون بقمة سعادتنا لأننا ساهمنا ولو بشكل بسيط في زيادة وعي المجتمع وتنمية حس الالتزام والمسؤولية، إلى جانب نشر ثقافة التخلص السليم من النفايات الإلكترونية. ونأمل أن تساهم هذه النوعية من المشاريع في تكوين عقلية تقدر ضرورة الحفاظ على الموارد البيئية وتحرص على تحقيق المصلحة العامة. هل تعلم سيدي الكريم أن مجموع النفايات الإلكترونية الناتجة خلال هذا العام فقط يصل إلى 57 مليون طن في جميع أنحاء العالم؟ فما مدى خطورة هذا الأمر؟ إن إهمال هذا النوع من النفايات سيؤدي إلى زيادة البصمة الكربونية، وهو ما لا نرجوه. ففي الختام أذكركم أعزائي الحضور بأن الاستدامة البيئية هي ضرورة لتحقيق التوازن والمرونة والترابط الذي يسمح للمجتمع البشري بتلبية احتياجاته ضمن قدرة النظم البيئية ودون استنزاف مواردها. لقد تناولنا معكم اليوم دورة تطبيق بسيط ونموذج مبدئي قد يساهم في حال تطبيقه في دعم الاستدامة البيئية والحفاظ على مستقبل الأرض، وذلك من خلال طرح بدائل آمنة للتخلص السليم من النفايات الإلكترونية، إلى جانب نشر ثقافة الوعي بدفع المجتمع نحو اتخاذ قرارات أكثر سلامة بيئياً وتشجيع الأفراد على ذلك عن طريق اعتماد الخيارات التكنولوجية. ولا زال العمل مستمراً، ويجب أن تبذل المزيد من الجهود لمواجهة الكثير من التحديات وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة لعام 2030 لنتمكن جميعاً من تجاوز العقبات وتأمين مستقبل أكثر اخضراراً. ونتذكر دائماً أن الحل السليم يبدأ بفكرة. ننتظر معاً إطلاق التطبيق الأكثر اخضراراً، وهو
هي ويست باي. هي
ويست باي.
هي
ويست باي.
Thank you to Abu Dhabi University. Next we'll have University of Birmingham and State Medical University of Turkmenistan. Please prepare yourself on the Zoom call. Thank you. For the judges, just Khalifa University will not be presenting. Okay, next one's Birmingham and then State Medical University of Turkmenistan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the year 2050. This is the 2050 EEG competition, and I'm Afreen Bedi, and I just want to say we did it. We are in our target destination, our green future. We are in our ecotopia. Now, my peers and I have compiled 3 topics for the past 40 years that have been substantial in reaching our target destination. My peers are Vipra, Isha, and Sunidhi. And our 3 topics are circular economy, sustainable energy, and the fashion industry. So Isha, you may start.
Thank you, Afreen. Circular economy. A circular economy is a system of production, trading, and sharing that promotes social advancement, natural capital preservations, and economic development. For example, back in our grandparents' generation, we were introduced to the linear economy, where goods were taken, made use of, and then thrown away. Later on, in our parents' generation, we were introduced to the recycling economy, where goods were made use of, recycled, and eventually thrown away. To minimize the maximum amount of waste, we've now been introduced to the circular economy, where nothing goes into waste, as it's either recycled, returned, repaired, or reused. To support this, the UAE Cabinet has approved the complete structure of the UAE circular economy in order to gain sustainable governance and make the best use of their natural resources. Another example is from the company Apple, in which they've introduced 2 disassembling robots named Daisy and Dave, and they are in charge of taking apart the old components of an iPhone and placing them in the new ones. So the technology that you guys have been using now in 2050 is the biggest achievement of the circular economy. Thank you. Passing on to my peer Sunidhi, who's going to be talking about sustainable energy.
Moving on to the topic of sustainable energy. Now, what is sustainable energy? It is all about feasible, clean, renewable sources of energy. This source of energy will not get depleted and hence is inexhaustible. Now, taking into the reference in United Arab Emirates, which is Masdar City in Abu Dhabi, is known for its solar energy panels. It has a 54-acre field of solar panels which produce solar energy, lighting, and heat. When it comes to talking about water, approximately 80% of the water is being recycled. The domestic water, which is the wastewater, is being used in crop irrigation and other purposes. The picture behind us is actually Masdar City right now.
Well, right now it's a hybrid car from Mercedes. Talking about hybrid cars, as everyone knows, hybrid cars are now coming into the market in 2021, and in 2050, it's normal. It's the norm. Now, hybrid cars are the leading way to zero carbon, 100% renewable energy. So, thank you, Vipra.
Moving on to a sustainable fashion. Sustainable fashion is an all-inclusive term describing practices, processes, products, activities, and actors aiming to achieve a carbon-neutral fashion industry. Back in, as we were representing 2050, 29 years back in 2021, every second, a garbage truck of textile waste was burnt, leading to a global gas emission, raising it by 10%. The major reason for waste production within the fashion industry is, or was, fast fashion. Fast fashion being fashion brands creating, launching new fashion trends weekly, fulfilling them with poor quality, cheap price products. My mother once told me about a fast fashion brand called Shein. Weekly, she would be algorithmically fed with data on TikTok, YouTube, and through Instagram advertisements about the fast fashion new trends. which encouraged the 18-year-old, my mother over there in this case. One of the main accusations around these brands was child labor. In contrast to this, sustainable brands create quality products derived from long-lasting materials and make use of people obviously who are above the age of anybody sitting in this room. Leather bags, shoes, fur coats, all products derived from animal skin. All these products lead to depletion in the animal population, further leading to a risk of survival of humanity on this planet. Sustainable brands, such as an example I'd like to give, Collared Spring, is a vegan brand. It's eco-friendly. It creates, or just all vegan brands create alternatives for leather and fur products. A fun fact, I'd like to include the current pants I model in front of you are vegan and are derived from a polymer which was synthetically produced. To conclude our entire presentation, each and every day we take a step towards a sustainable future, many of us. We take the step as a united planet. And even today, a world exhibition is taking place in this very city where where everyone in this room has either visited or plans to visit. This world exhibition has exhibits all these countries trying to champion sustainability.
Finally, we'd like to encourage everyone to actively participate and realize the importance of sustainability. So come join us in 2050 Ecotopia.
Thank you to the University of Birmingham. Next, we'll have State Medical University of Turkmenistan, who will be presenting virtually. So if you guys can hear me, don't start until we have it on our screen, and don't forget your time limit of 10 minutes. Okay, I just found out that State Medical University of Turkmenistan will not be presenting, so we'll move to Zayed University of Dubai. Are you guys prepared to present? Yeah? All right. Sorry? Dubai, not Abu Dhabi. The first one, yes. And next we'll have the German University of Tech in Oman, who will be presenting virtually. So please prepare yourselves after Zayed University.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, let us introduce ourselves. We are from the College of Humanities and Social Science at Zayed University. Firstly, sustainability, a green path to the future. How can we achieve that? We all know the importance of early education in our lives. It is the crucial time where ways of thinking and values are formed. This was especially important to us when considering our topic and choosing our subject, which is waste production. We all wanted to discuss something that's so important yet easily dismissed. When asked about the most important local environmental issues in the United Arab Emirates, Emirati children answered with deforestation. This was especially important to us. As only 3.8% of the UAE is forested. This then fueled our urgency to educate them on local environmental issues, and fueled our need for the change to guide them towards a greener future. So, why waste production, you may ask? Linking back to the previous question, the children focused on deforestation when we have other more pressing local issues. This then led us to choose waste production as our topic, as it is a simple topic that young minds can grasp and can guide them, as we know education is important. Approximately 2 billion tons of waste is generated annually, a number so shocking that we can't even wrap our head around. And the fact that the UAE is one of the world's largest per capita producers of waste fueled our urgency. In Ramadan, each year, the UAE is set back by $3.5 billion. So, given how wasteful the UAE is, we thought that it would be a perfect opportunity to see what do local Emiratis think about this problem. Which then leads us to our research question: what are the current perceptions of Emirati youth regarding waste production in the UAE? Handing it off to Reem.
Thank you so much, Sheikha, for highlighting the importance of our research topic. Yes, so now that we've identified the research topic, we employed multiple research methods to understand the local perceptions of waste production in the UAE, including surveys, focus groups, and data analysis with our target demographic, children from the grades of 3 to 9. So of the 70 responses that we received in the survey, there was this overwhelmingly pronounced pattern of what we noticed was environmental illiteracy. There was a severe problem that wasn't really identified in the beginning. As you can see, when we asked children to select the top 3 environmental problems in the UAE, 62.3% had selected waste production. Well, so then what could possibly be the problem? When we asked children to rank these problems in terms of highest local or domestic importance, only 5 children, if any, ranked waste production first. Instead, it was often precedented by global warming, deforestation, or air pollution, which are not necessarily problems that are within the domestic UAE sustainability agenda. Even more troubling was that more students had selected problems like deforestation over water insecurity, which is a major red flag considering that 96% of our domestic water supply is actually desalinated. So what we can see here is that students had this difficulty with differentiating the local from the global. And it's so easy to see how lack of early awareness could easily contribute to non-sustainable cultural attitudes and lifestyles. For this following question, we asked, were you previously aware that the UAE has one of the highest levels of domestic waste? The 70% symbolized the children that answered no. They didn't know that. And in fact, 50% of children, ironically, even said that they believed the school curriculum taught them just enough about local environmental problems. So we decided to test that. We asked them, in what ways do you think you can reduce the amount of waste that you produce? We gave them 6 viable options. We made it very easy. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you think children responded to this question? Well, of the 70 responses, not a single child responded with all of the above. I think it's safe to say that schools are probably not doing enough. What about you, Arwa? What were you able to find?
Well, thank you, Reem. I conducted me and my teammate Yasmin conducted a focus group. During the focus group, we managed to collect many quantitative data and see in depth what do the children think about this problem. First of all, we asked them about ways to reduce this problem. The children have rooted for recycling in many cases. However, recycling, as it might be efficient, is not the main way to fix this problem. Moving on, we asked them about the last time they have recycled an item, since they have rooted for recycling in many cases. Believe it or not, the children have only recycled an item for a school project. This left us asking, is recycling a school project or a duty? We moved on asking the children about recycling and if they had any recycling bins or centers in the neighborhood. And if the recycling bins are part of the environmental and governmental project or individual project. Many of them have answered that these recycling bins are governmental projects. However, they also agreed that the recycling part should be divided between both the governmental and the individuals. So they believe that they have to be split equally. However, when moving to the neighbors and recycling bins, believe it or not all children have recycling bins and centers in their neighborhood. In fact, according to Riley, who is 8 years only, he never even seen one in his neighborhood at all. Moving on to the second focus group with Yasmin.
Coming to the next part of the focus group, which have been conducted with participants between year 6 to 9, as most participants know about the general waste production problem occurring globally, yet many of them don't have enough knowledge regarding the negative impact it has on us and on Earth. Children do know that recycling is the process where items can be turned into something new without depleting our precious resources. Yet in fact, many of them don't know that only 20% of products are recycled here locally. Additionally, one of our main concerns would be plastic. As the problem with plastic is, it's hard to get biodegradable, which means it's hard to get rid of. And it does invade the ocean and waterways, and also invades the bodies of live animals, leaving them suffering. Whether it's a wildlife animal or aquatic marine animals. As I and my group members doing our research and collecting data, we can confirm that the subject of waste production isn't a focused topic locally. Coming to the next slide, where one of the participants, called Ahmed, have shared his thoughts with me, and I find it interesting as he states that marine aquatic animals are suffering because of our own waste. Us humans have created this material, which is an unfortunate truth happening on a daily basis.
All right. So with the data collected through the survey and 2 focus groups, we were urged to assess the curriculum. When it comes to the curriculum, we basically relied on social studies as it's implemented across all curriculums in the UAE. And it's sort of like mandated for the Emirati youth, as it addresses everything that concerns our nation's development, well, from our cultural heritage to invigorating the national identity. And there was very little to do with environmental sustainability. So now, here's where it gets concerning. We investigated social studies, oh my God, social studies books ranging from grade 3 to grade 9, seeking the keywords, al-bi'a, the environment, al-istidama, sustainability, and not once were they mentioned in 6 years. Imagine that. So, however, let's look at the bigger picture here. Students are aware that waste production is a major environmental problem we face in the UAE. However, they aren't equipped with the knowledge on how to face and challenge the issue here. So, this is a plea. The curriculum must be reassessed with a redirected narrative, emphasizing on a scale of local problems that require urgent action. After all, we're not raising the generation of the future to be mere observers, but change makers. Now finally,
incentivizing the youth is our key to a sustainable future. Picture this, if we were to amalgamate the power of education with the creative genius within children, the road we're heading to would be a more sustainable and a greener one. Thank you.
All right, thank you to Zayed University. Next we'll be having German University of Tech in Oman, who will be presenting virtually. And guys, please prepare yourselves if you can hear me. Prepare your slides, unmute yourself, and open your cameras. And don't forget the 10-minute limit. And State Medical University of Turkmenistan, please prepare yourselves. You're also going after the German University of Tech in Oman. To the German University of Tech in Oman, don't start until I confirm with you that we have it on our screen. All right, I can see it on my screen. You can start whenever you're ready.
Can you see it?
Just you can start. We have everything here. We can see everything.
We can see. How can I move? Who's going to move these slides? هذا مال الحضور هذا. أريد هذا مش فيه. هذا خلاص
We can see it. We can see it. You can start.
وزميلاتي روان المعمرية، رؤوم الفزارية، وشريفة العجمية، فريق الخطابة من الجامعة الألمانية للتكنولوجيا في عمان. مرحبا بكم جميعا. منذ آلاف السنين كانت الأرض مستقرة وتحتوي على ملايين الكائنات الحية، وفي كل بقعة من الأرض يوجد فيها حياة وازدهار حيوي، والأهم من ذلك استقرار في المناخ، حيث كان متوسط حرارة الكوكب ثابتا على 15 درجة مئوية. بدأ الأمر في عام 76 800 وألف عندما اخترعنا محرك الاحتراق الظاهر صورته على الشاشة، وعندها تحول الإنسان من شخص بدائي إلى شخص يستطيع عمل إنتاجات وتطورات رائعة جدا. رحلة عظيمة جدا في التطور الحضاري، ولكن خلال هذه الرحلة ارتكبنا أخطاء كثيرة، حيث رفعنا متوسط درجة حرارة الكوكب، ويتوقع أنها ترتفع من 2 إلى 5 درجات في 100 و2000، والذي يعتبر كارثة على الحضارة البشرية. إذا ما الذي حدث؟ وكيف ستحدث نهاية العالم إذا استمر الإنسان بتكرار الأخطاء الفادحة اتجاه البيئة؟ أولاً بدأنا بحرق كميات كبيرة من البترول، ولا ننسى المصانع الضخمة التي تعمل مليارات البضائع في كل يوم، وكذلك الطائرات والسيارات والقطارات التي تتحرك بالبترول. والبترول عندما يحترق ينتج لنا غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون، ولكن نشاطاتنا تزيد، بالتالي حبس الحرارة أصبح أعلى لدرجة قد تهدد حضارتنا للخطر. فالمستوى الآمن لثاني أكسيد الكربون بالجو 50 و300 جزءا من المليون. اليوم نحن وصلنا ل50 و400 جزءا من المليون. الخطأ الثاني هو أننا أصبحنا نقطع أشجارا كثيرة، والأشجار مهمة جدا لدرجة أن فقدان فقط 20% من الأشجار سيعرض حياتنا للخطر. فهل تعلمون كم قطعنا من الأشجار إلى الآن؟ وصلنا إلى 40% من غابات الكوكب التي اختفت بسبب قطع الأشجار. والكارثة الثالثة التي تواجهنا هي ذوبان الثلوج والمحيطات. فالمحيطات المتجمد الشمالي والجنوبي بمثابة مكيف الكوكب، فذوبان هذه المحيطات كلها ليس فقط سيرفع درجة الحرارة في الكوكب، بل سيرتفع أيضا مستوى سطح البحر لأكثر من 20 و100 متر، وهذا يعني أن كل المدن الساحلية ستغرق، مما سيزيد نسبة اللجوء البيئي. إذن حان الوقت لنشر الوعي البيئي وطريق لمستقبل أكثر إخضرارا لعيش مستدام. ولمعرفة ما هو العيش المستدام استمعوا لزميلتي روان محمد. بمفهوم مبسط يمكننا تعريف العيش المستدام على أنه أسلوب حياة يطمح بالحد من الاستهلاك الفردي والمجتمعي الكبير لموارد الأرض الطبيعية والموارد الشخصية. الأفراد الممارسون لهذا النوع من المعيشة يهدفون إلى إدارة حياتهم بطرق تتفق مع التوازن الطبيعي وتحترم العلاقة الإنسانية التكافلية مع البيئة. وكما نرى في الشريحة عدة عناصر مهمة تتمحور حولها وحول التفاعل الصحيح أو الخاطئ معها مصير الكرة الأرضية، حيث ترتبط الاستدامة بشكل مختلف مع كل مصدر. فهناك مثلا مبدأ التوفير الذي يسعى لتدوير المياه العادمة لتوليد جزء من الطاقة التي تسخن المياه وتوفر نظام تدفئ تلقائي للمساكن، كما أن النفط والغاز الطبيعي والفحم مصادر ناضبة ذات علاقة مزعزعة مع الاستدامة. وهكذا تتركز الاستدامة بمحاولة الاستفادة القصوى من المصادر المتجددة كالشمس والرياح وتحويلها إلى مصادر متوفرة ومستغلة بطرق ذكية واقتصادية ويومية من قبل الأفراد. ننتقل إلى التنمية البيئية المستدامة ونضرب مثالا بفكرة الأبراج العمودية التي طبقت في طوكيو لتعزيز صحة الموظفين من ناحية ومساعدة البيئة والمساهمة في تعزيز صحة المجتمع من ناحية أخرى، أي يمكنك الدخول إليها وقطف حبة طماطم مباشرة بطريقة صحية ومبتكرة. انطلاقا من الابتكار الأخضر تواصل العديد من الجوانب الحياتية بالتأثر بشكل مثير للاهتمام كالعمارة، حيث توفر لنا الطابعات ثلاثية الأبعاد بناء منازل صديقة للبيئة كمشروع البيت البيئي الذي تم بناؤه من قبل الطلبة في حرم الجامعة الألمانية، وهو بيت سكني غير مستهلك للطاقة، حيث حاز على جائزة أفضل مشروع مستدام لعام 2015 ميلادياً. وكما قالت ناتالي دامري رئيسة أوبسوكو: يمكنني القول على أن التوفيق بين الحياة العملية وحماية البيئة مسألة بقاء البشرية.
يعرف برنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة الاقتصاد الأخضر على أنه الاقتصاد الذي ينتج عنه تحسن في رفاهية الإنسان والمساواة الاجتماعية، في حين يقلل بصورة ملحوظة من المخاطر البيئية وندرة الموارد الأيكولوجية. يأتي ذلك من خلال الاهتمام بقطاعات محددة هي قطاعات النقل المستدام، إدارة النفايات، إدارة المياه، وإدارة الأراضي، وأيضا الطاقة المتجددة، وكذلك أيضا قطاع المباني الخضراء. ويمكن أن ننظر للاقتصاد الأخضر في أبسط صورة كاقتصاد يقل فيه انبعاث الكربون وتزداد كفاءة استخدام الموارد كما يستوعب جميع الفئات الاجتماعية. وفي الاقتصاد الأخضر يجب أن يكون النمو في الدخل وفرص العمل مدفوعا من جانب الاستثمارات العامة والخاصة الذي تقلل انبعاث الكربون والتلوث وتزيد كفاءة استهلاك الموارد والطاقة وتمنع أيضا خسارة خدمات التنوع البيولوجي والنظام الأكيولوجي. وتحتاج هذه الاستثمارات للتحفيز والدعم عن طريق الإنفاق العام الموجه وإصلاح السياسات وتغيير اللوائح، ويجب أن يحافظ مسار التنمية على رأس المال الطبيعي ويحسن بل ويعيد بنائه عند الحاجة باعتباره مصدرا للمنفعة العامة خاصة للفقراء الذين يعتمد أمنهم ونمط حياتهم على الطبيعة. ومن تطبيقات أو مشاريع الاقتصاد الأخضر في الوطن العربي في مجال الطاقة الشمسية مشروع مرآة التوليد البخار بالطاقة الشمسية في مدارس سلطنة عمان، وأيضا تم تأسيس محطات شمسية حرارية لتوليد الطاقة الكهربائية وتسخين المياه في مصر. أيضا تم إنشاء مدينة خالية من انبعاثات الكربون في دولة الإمارات، وأيضا تم إنشاء صندوق للاستثمار في المشاريع الخضراء. وفي لبنان يتم منح قروض بفائدة متدنية لدعم المشاريع الإنتاجية الصديقة للبيئة. إن التحول إلى الاقتصاد الأخضر يعني أيضا تحول في التوظيف الذي سيخلق عددا مماثلا على الأقل من الوظائف التي يخلقها نهج العمل المعتاد. المكاسب الإجمالية في التوظيف طبقا لسيناريو الاستثمار الأخضر يمكن أن تكون أعلى من ذلك بكثير. وستشهد أيضا قطاعات الزراعة والمباني والنقل في سيناريوهات الاستثمار الأخضر نموا في الوظائف على المدى القصير والمتوسط والبعيد يفوق نظيره في سيناريوهات نهج العمل المعتاد. إذن حان الوقت لنمضي في طريق أكثر إخضرارا. تلك الكوارث ما كنا نشاهدها حتى تملك أعضاء بها نزلا، نتاج فعلتنا وضع يخوفنا، وقد قيل اعتني بالأرض وستعتني الأرض بكم، كما يقال بأن الإنسان بفطرته خلق ليعمر الأرض ويعتني بها. إذن لماذا لا يبدأ الحل الأول مع الفطرة والفكر، حيث تفرض مناهج للطلاب في الحضانات والمدارس تعلمهم كيف تكون الاستدامة جزء مهم من حياتنا. في إحدى الحضانات الفنلندية تدرس مادة كاملة عن المحافظة على البيئة وإعادة التدوير، وقد أدى ذلك لنتائج مبهرة على الأطفال غرس فيهم الفكر البيئي والتوعوية البيئية، بحيث تقول النتائج أنهم عند بلوغ سن 20 فإنهم يحرصون على البيئة، وإنهم قادرون على الخروج في درجات حرارة تصل إلى -10 لرمي النفايات في أماكنها المخصصة. وهذا إن دل على أهمية تطبيق هذه الفكرة في كل أنحاء العالم. أيضا كل دولة تسعى لزيادة وتقوية صناعاتها، وذلك ببناء المصانع الضخمة الكبيرة، ولكن هذه المصانع تخلق مشكلة كبيرة وهي الدخان الذي ينطلق منها. قد يخلق هذا الدخان في بعض الدول سحابات سوداء تحجب ضوء الشمس وتلوث الهواء. إذن لماذا لا نستفيد من دخان المصانع؟ سيدور في لبكم الآن كيف يكون ذلك؟ ليكون هناك فلاتر لفلترة السم الذي يخرج من المصارح ليكون دواء للبيئة، لنستبدل ثاني أكسيد الكربون بمشتقاته، حيث يكون الأكسجين يخرج للبيئة والكربون يجمع لنستفيد منه لتوليد الطاقة. توصل المبتكر المصري عادل شعبان إلى اختراع جهاز جديد يقوم بتنقية الهواء ومعالجة الانبعاثات الصناعية الضارة لتقليل نسبة تلوث الهواء إلى أقصى درجة ممكنة. إضافة لذلك، لماذا لا نستبدل سياراتنا الضارة بسيارات صديقة للبيئة، لنستخدم السيارات التي تعتمد على الطاقات المتجددة، كما في إكسبو 2020 في دبي تمثل سايت موتور قطاع السيارات الصيني تكشف عن سيارتنا النموذجية كون. هي سيارة ذاتية القيادة والعاملة بالطاقة الجديدة من على منصتها في جناح الصين لتحقيق أهدافها فيما يخص التنقل الأخضر والتقنية المستقبلية.
الوقت خلص بس. Thank you to German University of Technology in Oman. Next up we have State Medical University of Turkmenistan, named after Mriat Gariev. If you guys can hear me, just wait until we have it on our screen, and then I'll confirm when you can start. And be careful about make sure you're in the 10-minute range so you don't delay the schedule even further. Yeah, I can hear you, but we don't have it on our screen yet, so just give us a second. No, I'll tell you when we can see it. Yeah, I can see it now. You can start.
Or carelessness. Some people think that environmental problems are very strong for us, but some of the environmental problems are caused by industry. Wastes pollute the water, gases and fumes poison the air. When the air and the water are polluted, fish, birds, and other living creatures are dying. People also cause some of the problems. For example, cars that people drive realize fumes into the air, and we breathe with it. So garbage is sometimes dumped also, and our effective way to use materials and help solve environmental pollution is recycling. Please, Janet. It's important. It's important what is a single way to talk? What is a single way to change the global climate change? What we can do? The environment of others. The environment has totally shown love and care to the humanity. We must not forget about it, never. Our beloved planet Earth, it gives us the life, and what is given can be taken. And we may say, additionally, if you let me argument that you have to start everything from yourself before you talk to the others. I want to enjoy the oxygen that is gifted by nature in the early morning. It has to be a clean oxygen. I have to worry about the oxygen which is supplied to human lungs. And if I want a breath, adequately clean air, I must start every performance of protecting our nature from myself, like that. And then download an environment applications. Any environment application can be applied to the betterment of environment. And then we must teach the youth and the students how to be responsible in taking good care of the environment. There is no other way if it doesn't start with people. And you may ask me anything. Can you continue?
Recycling is the process of converting waste materials into new materials and objects. Recyclable materials include many kinds of glass, paper, cardboard, metal, plastic, batteries, and electronics. In study done by Stuart Oscombe examines the effect of neighbors and friends on recycling, it was found in his studies that people who had friends and neighbors that recycled were much more likely to able recycle than those who didn't have friends and neighbors that recycled. Many schools have created recycling awareness clubs in order to give young students' insight on recycling, these schools believe that the clubs actually encourage students to only recycle at school, but also home as well.
And also, in order to protect the land from pollution and impending disasters, it's necessary not only to use resources carefully, but also to improve their quality. For this, environmental technologies play an important role. Or otherwise, they are called green technologies. Green technologies are technologies whose production processes and supply chains and environmental friendly or less harmful than traditional production methods. There are many types of environmental technology these days, but the most effective and widely used are several. Primarily water. At one time we forgot how important water is. It's no secret if you continue to use water in the same amount, it will become worth its weight in gold. To solve this problem, they came up with an apparatus in which water extracted from the air. The air contains 10–15% water. This device cools the air, compresses the water, and filters it several times, and that becomes potable. Such a device actively used in Bukhara and Israel. Oil and gas, coal are the ultimate resource for energy production. With further use, they will no longer be enough to supply energy to the population of the planet. Renewable energy includes wind, and solar energy. As you know, cars pollute the air and worsen human health. Electric vehicles can solve this problem. In our mind, electric cars are slow, ugly, and small cars. But this will have completely changed. Now they are pretty fast, comfortable, and occupied with artificial intelligence. Such a leap in the auto industry could significantly reduce carbon monoxide emissions, sustainable development of society, and the improvement of general welfare, caring for future generations, using nature without depleting resources, responsible approach to the production of goods, energy saving in various industries, agriculture, and urban planning. Thank you so much.
Environmental protections, conversations of nature, conversations of its beauty and wealth for future generations are the priorities of the state's policy of Turkmenistan. The long-term orchard program, which provides for the creation of green belts around all cities and green belts around all villages of the country at the national and global levels, is being successfully implemented for the benefit of environmental protection. The large-scale nationwide gardening ceremony led by National Honorable Leader Gurban Berdimuhamed has made a significant contribution to the global work on combating the negative effects of climate change. The forest zones that form around each town and village create favorable weather conditions. A total of 233,126 trees seedlings were planted during the nationwide gardening ceremony across the country. Thank you for attention. Thank you for attention.
Thank you to the State University of Turkmenistan. Thank you to our second set of presenters for the first topic. Please give yourself a round of applause for doing a tremendous job putting your viewpoints. All right, for those students and team members which presented the first topic, please try to give priority for seating to the people that are presenting the second topic. I don't think it will be an issue, but just in case. And if there are still empty seats, you may occupy them. And also, don't sit in the seats where you're not supposed to, just a reminder. And no food and beverage inside. I saw someone coming with food and beverage. A kind reminder to please fill your feedback forms as well. Please ensure that you and your team members, including academic faculty members, fill these in so we can have information to build upon for the next year's competition. Now we'll take a 30-minute lunch break and we will reconvene. We shall be hearing from other presenters on the second topics. Please make sure to be back by 2 p.m. to ensure we start on time. Enjoy your lunch.
3,
Okay, guys, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your meal. Since there are new presenters, I'm going to repeat the housekeeping rules one more time. There are fire exits on the right and on the left, so there will be no fire drills today. So just if you hear an alarm, just get out calmly. Please make sure you don't sit in the seats where it says you're not supposed to. Keep your phones on silent, don't distract the people presenting, and lastly, try not to leave and come because it will create more distractions. So we shall begin the first presentation this afternoon. Please make sure you check your phones that are on silent. And let's get settled in, remain in your seats during the program. Kindly note there are 8 teams presenting the next topic, and there are no breaks in between, all right? First, we have Al Ghurair University, who will be presenting physically. Are they here? Al Ghurair University. All right, get ready. And after them, we have the American University of Sharjah. So prepare yourselves, come down to the left, and be ready to present right after. So that way, we'll be all right. Okay, but point towards the screen.
There are no passengers on Spaceship Earth. We are all crew. My name is Adina, and I'm from Al Ghurair University, and I wish my fellow crew a very good afternoon. I'm an undergraduate from Al Ghurair University, along with my team members, Marah, Hazar, Asjad, and Arhan. We are going to highlight the importance of environment in education, the need for change. Starting off with the present environmental issues, we'll move on to explore how some of the countries today are efficiently dealing with them. Now, prior to seeking solutions, let's look into some of the world's most pressing global environmental issues. It is noted that carbon dioxide emissions have nearly doubled since 1990, causing more severe meteorological events. Furthermore, 7 billion deaths yearly occur as 90% of population breathe polluted air. Deforestation and irresponsible waste disposal further exacerbate damage to the ecosystem. Unfortunately, we fail to take the responsibility and quite often disregard the fact that these are the consequences of our own actions. So now the question is, how do we influence a change? It begins with having an optimistic approach towards mitigating environmental issues, then taking a step forward with your actions and practices. And lastly, advocating and spreading awareness make up the 3 major roles in promoting environmental education.
Now let's start talking about some different examples in the world. We'll start with Japan. The national heritage in Japan shows that the nature and the human are one unit. That's why the purpose of schools in Japan is to educate people in all aspects of life. It's not to only educate them. It's not to only educate them the information and the concepts included in the books, but also to prepare them to become a human, a useful human for themselves and the society. During the first 3 years, the Japanese students learn how to clean their surroundings, and as they work together to clean their classrooms, and so they get to learn that cleanliness is everyone's responsibility. Also, they learn how to live and respect others and how to treat and care for animals. They learn how to get some human values such as self-control and sense of responsibility. Furthermore, they also eat their food in front of their teachers so that when they finish, they clean their tables and the surrounding. Another example is in Indonesia. They started to implement the sustainable schools in 2009. However, the project continued to fail many times, but then the government started to encourage the private sector, and so this approach paid off, and the series of green schools started to be established in many areas of the country. And one of them was awarded the Green School Award in the world. As a result, we come to find that when students are involved in environmental tasks, they will be able to learn that when it comes to environment, it's everyone's responsibility.
So after hearing about other sustainable countries, where does the UAE fit into all of this, and what is its next 50-year plan? As you can see here, the UAE has showed great interest in sustainability. We have examples such as Sustainable City, Expo 2020, and Louvre Museum. The list goes on and on. Taking into heart what Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan said, in order for us to create a community that has consistent development, we should create a community that is collaborative and aspires for a better future. So, as of 2020, the UAE set a target that to create goals for the next 50 years. Masdar City is the best example for being sustainable in UAE. It relies on renewable resources and the reduction of gas emission. Moving on to the future plans, the UAE's green agenda and the energy strategy are some of the examples of how the UAE is taking a turn into being a green economy.
After targeting our goals in the next 50 years, after knowing where is the UAE heading after 50 years, will environmental education be moving anywhere further? To satisfy our concerns, we set a research and assessed people's knowledge in this field in order to improve and satisfy our concerns in the next future years. So as we can see, this survey is aimed and directed to the people in universities. While 93.7 confirmed the importance of sustainability in a workspace, only 30.7 had mediocre level of knowledge in the topic of sustainability. And due to their lack of information, only 24.1 care about climate change. So in order to raise their awareness, we set and we provided some actions and solutions in order for them to improve and get better in the topic of sustainability. And as we can see, as a result of the survey, all of them confirmed that the kinesthetic learning was the most effective way of learning. You might probably wonder, what is kinesthetic learning? Kinesthetic learning is taking a physical action and directing all of their sense into a certain topic in order to achieve and engage all of their sense into a better environmental education.
Okay, so after extensive research and after looking into the statistics, we have come up to several solutions. First, we decided to focus and target the early childhood education system. So basically, because childhood phase is the one that is most crucial, it is important that we target their attitude. And so we decided that it is a good way of introducing the ECCE program into the curriculum. So ECCE basically stands for early education and early education care and environment program. So basically this program stands for two areas. The main primarily area is that it is regarding the knowledge of experience, and that is by having the children to physically experience the nature with their own hands. And then the second area that the ECCE targets is that it is the knowledge of recycling. So basically recycling and reusing bark seeds and into transforming them into art materials as well as toys, etc. And also we decided that it is important to target the early childhood curiosity and take advantage of that by implementing environmental issues into TV shows, children TV shows, podcasts, the radio, and so on. Also, we decided to target the cognitive mindset of the community, and so by doing that, we decided to go for environmental campaigns. And so those are campaigns that are implemented in schools and universities constantly in order to keep awareness of the environmental issue we are facing, as well as introduce environment into school events such as celebrating Earth Day and into art projects. Also, organizations can implement sustainability into the overall goals of the organization in order to move forward. We can also talk about self-initiatives that can be done by raising self-awareness, by constantly reminding the community of the issues that we are environmentally facing, and so on. So in conclusion, in this rapidly changing world, it is important that we focus on the issue that we at hand, okay? So it is especially important that we formulate an international and national environmental strategic plan, although it is hard work and it requires time and hard work. However, it is important that we take accountability and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you to Al Ghurair University. Next up, we have American University of Sharjah. Please be ready to start presenting. And after that, we have City University College of Ajman, who will be presenting virtually. If you guys can hear me, please prepare yourself for after AUS finishes their presentation. And prepare your slides, unmute your mics, and turn on your cameras. Thank you.
One 119 peer-reviewed articles were analyzed by Stanford experts that showed that positive environmental behavior was a direct outcome of environmental education on students. So why is environmental education necessary for global change?
But why is it?
That's why we're here today. Good afternoon, and let's get started. The importance of education and its influence on other fields is that it educates the community on complex issues that exist in our daily life and equips them with the skills in order to solve them. Education enables students to see the interconnectedness between social, economic, ecological, political, and cultural issues.
Wait, but this is great, but is this applicable to all fields of study or just some of them?
Well, Pinar, you're a science student. How is it incorporated in your stream?
I think the better question is, how is it not? As a science student, we know that the sciences looks at how, what, and why we should incorporate sustainability into our daily lives to have a larger impact.
Actually, yeah, that makes me think. In my studies of economics, I've also realized that we often cover carbon taxes and sustainable trade, so that does make a lot of sense.
That's really interesting, and as an architecture student, we always try to reduce waste by optimizing the designs and try to have efficient use of the materials.
Thank you all for your input. So now looking at this on a micro level, the UAE's integration of sustainability in education includes sustainable practices that are taught in schools, giving students volunteering opportunities such as Abu Dhabi and Sustainability Week in IRENA. And the UAE is also hosting COP28 in the future years, as well as educational seminars and competitions like this one here.
And looking at the educational, the National Environmental Education and Awareness Strategies, that's from 2015 to 2021, they're looking to equip students with the right education so that they can be the key drivers for UAE's sustainable future. They also want to look at how to have communities more involved within these green initiatives, as well as businesses and other key stakeholders.
Now, looking at this on a macro level, the world has incorporated sustainability into its educational systems by bringing awareness on scalable things such as ecological footprint, which gives students a sense of responsibility, duty, and accountability. It also teaches the students the skills of analysis and critical thinking to recognize possible, feasible solutions. However, there exists a dilemma that involves general flaws in our out-of-date educational systems, which have led to a stagnation within our knowledge of sustainability.
Thank you for those great points, Hamda, but I feel like you were mentioning more globally and locally, but let's look at it from a micro scale. Let's look at our university in particular, American University of Sharjah. Now, all four of us were undergraduate students, and within the graduate courses, 16.5% of the graduate courses they have to incorporate and integrate sustainability within the courses. Whereas on the other hand, 21% of undergraduate courses have to do the same. And we're not even looking at the 95% of all of the departments that have to have sustainable courses within them, or they have to have sustainable topics within each of the courses. Now, looking at, from a personal perspective, I'm an environmental science major and my minor is environmental and water engineering. And you can clearly tell that the core of this is sustainability. And so our university does offer does offer majors and minors that revolve around sustainability, both for undergraduate and graduate programs.
Well, how about extracurriculars?
Of course, at AUS we have the AUS Green Team, where students work with their advisors towards more sustainable projects as well.
Exactly. So I have a question for the audience. With a show of hands, if you can show if you've been part of green initiatives or sustainable courses in your past. Okay, quite a few people. Exactly. This just goes to show we are making progress. And on the other hand, let's not forget about research. Apart from academics, there is a huge emphasis on having sustainability within our research, and that is backed up by university, and they're promoting more sustainable research. And you can see 71%, that's quite a large number.
Now, that was about the American University of Sharjah, but I think that should be extended to all universities. And you know what? Even high schools should have systems like these.
Okay, but Aman, why can't students just anyone, they can just go on the internet and find solutions.
Of course, I see where you're coming from, but we conducted a study of about over 350 participants to test whether the internet was enough to acquire knowledge about sustainability. To be more specific, we calculated two things. Firstly, we looked at how people perceived their knowledge of recycling, and secondly, what they actually knew about recycling. So the first question we asked them was, do you know how to recycle an item? And we also asked them if they consider themselves as active recyclers. Fortunately, 62 to 63% of respondents said that yes, they know about recycling and they know how to do it. But we were like, let's really test their knowledge. So we asked them a more specific question. Now, we all know that milk cartons over here, they come in Tetra Pak, and recycling them is a bit of a challenge. It's not like the normal plastic items you see. So we asked them, do you know where to recycle your milk cartons? Unfortunately, only 1 in 5 people said that they knew so. And this 1 in 5, this was only, we didn't test whether that knowledge was correct as well. But then maybe the Tetra Pak was a bit too specific, so we decided to ask them something more general. We asked them about if they knew how to recycle plastic. Now, you must be knowing that in order to recycle plastic, you're supposed to look at the grade that's behind it, which is a number. That tells you whether that type of plastic is recyclable, and that further tells you where you can recycle that kind of plastic. So we asked our respondents, have you ever looked behind a plastic item to check for the grade of it before recycling? And only 35% of people said that they've looked for it. Clearly, there's a gap between what people think they know, what people actually know, and what people engage with in practice. That is where the importance of education, sustainability in education comes in, because the internet is not enough. Either the internet is not providing accurate information, or the lack of sustainability in education is leading people to not practice the things that they're picking up online.
That's a great point you make, Aman, but then makes a lot of sense too. But what now?
I'm glad you asked. So some of the proposed solutions is to implement the environmental education into the curriculums and make sure that such classes are based on the practical work, not only based on the education presented in class. And make sure that they develop programs where students actually engage with the environment and their proposals, their solutions, they actually implement them in the real world. Societies have to be the role model to these students, to you, to us, because we are the leaders of the future. And by that, by being held responsible, we can take efficient actions and actually help the environment.
Well, would students be okay with these proposed solutions?
Well, contrary to popular belief, students are actually willing to take extra classes, including sustainability in education. Now, we conducted another study to test whether high school students were willing to take renewable energy in their classes. Now, we picked renewable energy because we wanted to be specific and not just throw the vague term of sustainability at them. So we asked them, we achieved 2 objectives through this research. First, we looked at what they thought about school and what they expected from school. Most of the students mentioned that they feel like school provides them information and knowledge, but they expect schools to also enhance their skills and provide them an outlet to find their career path. And at this point, sustainability is a good enough career path to discover. So we took the line of renewable energy to ask them further questions. We asked them 2 more questions. The first question was, would you be willing to take an additional class on renewable energy? And 50%, more than 50% of our respondents, on a scale of 1 to 10, said that they were highly willing to take a class. Highly willing being 7 to 10 on that scale. But then, of course, some people might have overload of work, so we asked them a different question. Would you be willing to learn about renewable energy within your existing classes? And fortunately, over 70% of our respondents were highly willing to take renewable energy in their existing classes. Now, we further divided this by different schools so that it could be more representative of all UAE students. And as you can see, across 4 schools, the rate of acceptance is pretty high. And we took these from different curriculums, which shows that UAE students are actually willing to take renewable energy in their curriculums.
Oh, looks like students are really on board. What have we learned today?
Actually, I'll take it from here. Environmental education actually promotes critical thinking, and that can be implemented in many different fields. And we learned as well that our actions and our decisions do not affect us alone, but affect others too. That's what we learned today.
What
have you learned today? Thank you.
Good job, guys. All right, thank you, American University of Sharjah. Next, we have Westford University College from Sharjah. Okay, seems they're excited. Let's see what they have. And after Westford, we have City University College online. So if you can hear me, please prepare yourself for going after Westford.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we all are doing well and green. To our respected judges and our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, when we compare the state of the environment today to what it was a few decades ago, we all can come to the realization that today's society is more concerned about keeping up with the Kardashians rather than our environment. There are a lot of environmental issues that are pretty mainstream. Even though a lot of us are aware about it, we're not exactly educated about it. So that being said, I'd like to call upon Misha to tell us about how education and environment go hand in hand.
Education for Sustainability Development, which is EDS, initiated by UNESCO, promotes the development of skills, knowledge, values, and actions required for a more sustainable world. In the United Arab Emirates, the higher education sector is constructing workshops, campaigns, and development plans for 2030. And it also provides practical information on how to construct and understand the aspects of environment. The main aim of ESD is to enable people to make decisions and carry out actions to improve our lifestyle without compromising the planet. Furthermore, students should be able to find out solutions on how they'll be able to cope up with the challenges of today as well as the future.
So, what are the benefits of environmental education? First, it increases our knowledge about our environment. Second, it intensifies our learning about sustainability, and it also teaches us different ways to preserve our environment.
All right, so these benefits are not really a secret between me and you in this room, right? Everybody knows about it, and it's evident in the way we see different authorities and governments take initiatives to encourage the people to live more sustainably. A good example of this can be taken by UN. We all know United Nations, an authority that works towards restoring peace across the world. United Nations General Assembly had declared the period from 2005 to 2014 as a period of education for sustainable development. Now, what does this do? Here, they emphasize on just how important education is when it comes to living sustainably. Now, let's take an example of me and you. I'm sure everybody has heard the notion, let's avoid plastic straws and move on to steel straws or reusable ones. Although we all are aware of it, just how many of us have actually made this change in our lives? We all know, we all know how important this is. We all know the harm that is causing to the environment. But why exactly is the count of people who actually do this so low? It's simply because we are not educated about it, right? If we actually knew just how much harm it does to the environment, I'm sure we'll think twice before we are to use the plastic straw next time. Now, these initiatives are not just for the UN. It's done worldwide, and of course, UAE is also big on this. UAE always wants to be the best, and they've always succeeded in doing so. And being sustainable is also definitely up on their list.
Now, let's take a look at the initiatives UAE has taken. Firstly, the National Environmental Education and Awareness Strategy of 2015-2021 is one of the main elements of UAE's environmental policy to raise awareness towards natural resources. Increasing the communities and industries towards sustainability will ensure effectiveness that UAE is performing with to deliver a sustainable future for its people and the community, which includes the education sector as well. Now, moving on to the hot topic of the year, Expo 2020. I'm sure all of you present over here have been to the Expo 2020. If you haven't, I'm truly very sorry for you guys. You guys are missing out on it. So, this just shows us how UAE is engaged in the betterment of the environment. The Sustainability Pavilion runs on solar energy. How amazing is that? A whole pavilion that runs on solar energy. Not only this, but it also has 18 energy trees and even has its own innovative irrigation facility.
Another initiative taken by UAE is EEG. Emirates Environmental Group is a professional working group devoted to protecting the environment through the means of education, action programs, and community involvement. Now let us look at some of the ways to educate the people all around the world for a more sustainable environment. First, environmental drawing competition is one of the most important popular events of the EEG, where more than 350 schools across the UAE takes part each year. Here, artists can use art to make statement that moves viewers into action. Second, the inter-school and college environmental public speaking competition, like what we are doing here right now, ladies and gentlemen, helps young minds of the UAE to express their concerns on environmental degradation. In addition to this, this platform helps students to speak and stand against pollution.
Let me tell you about a global initiative. Anyone heard of eco schools? Yeah. So eco schools basically focus on our environment, right? They encourage the young people to engage in such activities which help protect our environment. They were founded in 1994, and now they are everywhere. There are like 70 different countries who have eco schools now. 19.5 million students engage in these schools to make a positive change in our environment.
So now that we've looked at already existing initiative, let me take this chance to introduce a brilliant idea that me and my team have come up with, which clubs together sustainability and education. And really, what better way to do this than through our West Green School? So now what is West Green about? We're a sustainable school where we encourage not just our students, but also our faculty and everybody involved in the community to live a more sustainable life. So this works as a perfect solution for everything that our team has talked about up until now, as the students are able to continue their normal studies, learning math and science and whatnot, while also learning more about the environment and how they can be good to the environment. So when we look at this is sounds simple, right? It's just learning about the environment. But how exactly we'll go about it, Saad will explain that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the various distinctive features that help West Green stand out. Not only will we be using the most abundant natural renewable resource that is right above our head, also known as the sun, we will be using it through the means of solar panels that also conserve energy as well as electricity. Moreover, using the sun, obviously, we can use it as a means of natural resource and lighting as well. So that's gonna, again, help us save a lot more energy and electricity. There are going to be a lot more initiatives that the whole West Green family will be taking up, such as initiatives that provoke us to do better for the environment. Instead of using plastic bottles like these, we're going to shift up everyone in the West Green community to use glass bottles. That being said, we at West Green pledge that for every student that joins us, we will plant a plant for them. Over to you, Tanveer.
Now, if you thought that was it, we have a huge surprise for you guys, because my team and I have come up with yet another amazing idea. I give you Al, the vending machine. Al is no other vending machine you guys have seen. Al runs on solar energy. That's not it though. Al uses plastic bottles as its currency instead of money to give you products like food and beverages. But to make it more interesting than it already is, Al gives you an interesting fact about the environment as you purchase a product which educates the person as he has no clue what's going on around the environment. If Al were present here today, you all would have more food in your hands rather than less, you guys would have more food and have less plastic in your hands.
Okay, so as Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to bring a change in the world. So we aim to use this weapon to bring a change in our environment. But as we know that sustainability is a main topic today, but do we know that His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan has been encouraging about sustainability since 50 years. So we come together and to make his dream a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Westford University College. Next up, we have City University College of Ajman. Guys, if you can hear me, don't start yet until I can see it on the screen. And I'll give you a confirmation of when to start. Guys, I'm sorry to ruin the spirits. Just a bit of social distancing. Just a bit more. Just like spread out a bit. City University, have you shared your screen yet? All right, just share your presentation now. All right, we can see you. You can start whenever you're ready.
Introduction to Environmental Education, Effectiveness of Environmental Education, Challenges and Problems Faced in Environmental Education and the solutions for the future.
So what is environmental education? If we talk about environmental education, it is a practical kind of education which allows individuals to solve their problems.
As a result, what happens is that individuals are informed and they have a deeper understanding of the environment and they can make informed decisions regarding the environment. Now we move on to the importance of environmental education or as to why is environmental education important. The nature and the environment nourishes a passion inside us. So we need a passion to do something that will make a change in the world. The second one is that it inspires the next generation of environmentalists. Until and unless we pursue and we try to put the environmental education into the minds of the students and the children, there won't be any more environmentalists in the future. It cultivates environmentally conscious consumers. As we all know, there are more diet plans like vegans, etc. So vegans are doing such a thing because they think that it is cruelty towards the animals. And hence, environmentally conscious consumers are increasing. It encourages children to develop long-term sustainable habits. We need to tell the children that all the resources that they have right now are not going to be available always. So they need to develop a long-term sustainable habits.
Along with these importance, I would like to share some benefits of environmental education. First of all, by the knowledge of environmental education, an individual understands the environment challenges and is able to take responsible actions towards them to improve the environment. Along with these, it builds a sense of respect for the natural world and assists the government to meet their objectives and allow development of critical thinking. Along with these, a very important one, it encourages healthy lifestyle.
So how effective environmental education is? So I will start with the first point. Environmental education is spontaneous discovering that creates minds and open innovativeness. Environmental education urges students to explore and examine how and why things occur. Environmental education also urges students to focus on the situation, on the full picture of the situation while taking any sides. Good nutrition is also emphasized, and environmental education also empowers students to make associations and apply their learning into reality. Environmental education promotes change of place and through the country involvement.
Now we move on to the challenges of environmental education, or as to why environmental education is still not very prominent. First of all, there's a social taboo. What is a social taboo? It's the mindset and thoughts of people about different things. So the social taboo towards environmental education is that environmental education cannot give a good career options as to other educations. Like you can hear parents telling to their children that they want them to become a doctor or a teacher or an engineer, etc. But never have you heard a parent saying to their child that they want you to pursue a career in environmental education. This is mainly because the parents think that environmental education cannot provide a sustainable career. The second point is that no environmental education offered in schools. You have all those math, science, social, history, geography, etc. Subjects in your schools. You never have environmental education in your schools, and very rarely does it occur. Until and unless we provide the education and the basic knowledge to the students, how are we supposed to know whether they have a passion inside them or whether they have a deep-rooted agricultural need inside them? Third point is finding people who are interested in the environment and making them interested. Again, in schools, you have a soccer team, you have a basketball team, you have an arts team, science team, etc. You never have an environmental team. Until and unless we have an environmental team, how are we supposed to know that which student is interested in the environment and which student is ready to make a change? The fourth point is lack of environmental attitude in schools. We cannot completely blame the students and we cannot completely blame the teachers, just the teachers or just the curriculum. We have to also blame the students because they have a lack of environmental attitude in them. If they provide campaigns, if they provide presentation as to why they need the environmental group would have been created by now.
So, as with the challenges, we have solutions to overcome those challenges. Some of them are curriculum must include environmental education, just like maths and science. Environmental education has practical classes also. It is as important as maths and science, and environmental education is not included. So, what maths and science would exist, and activities must include for the environmental education to the students, and this is the only way to know that they are interested or not. How would one know if they are interested if they haven't tried it once?
Along with this, it is very important for parents and adults to be educated regarding environmental education. We can do this by creating seminars and campaigns to make them aware of it, so they can pass on this knowledge to their children to develop more environmentalists. Along with this, one of the most important solutions is to push forward those who are interested to make the change and make Earth a better place. It is very important because sometimes only a little push can make people change and make people do things that they are not feeling secure of doing. So it is very important.
What we saw until now was solutions that we can do in the present. What can we do in the future? What we can do is that we can bring the education to reality. Until and unless we bring the education to reality, there is no use of conducting presentations and campaigns. The second thing that we can do is employees and other workforce should be motivated to lead a zero-waste lifestyle or a low-waste lifestyle. I know zero-waste lifestyle is a big step, but low-waste lifestyle, we can at least try to make a change. As we all know, there is offices, schools, and colleges, they have a lot of paper waste and other kinds of waste. So pushing them and motivating the students and the workforce towards a low-waste lifestyle can bring a great change in the world. And the use of social media, as we all know, there is everybody and everything is available on social media these days. We can create Instagram pages, we can make TikTok videos and try to get people motivated towards environmental education. Once we have, and the best thing about the social media is that once one person is motivated, they have the capacity to motivate a lot of other people. So it can spread. So to conclude, I would like to say that the best time for a new change was 20 years ago. The second best time is right now. Let us all make some different changes in our lifestyle and bring environmental education into our lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you to City University College of Ajman. Next we have the RAC Medical Health and Sciences. And after that we'll have Middlesex University, so please prepare yourselves by coming down to the bottom left.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everybody here. I know you're all tired after lunch, but my colleagues and I from RAC Medical and Health Sciences University would like to have some of your attention to talk about environment and education, the need for change. I'm Mira.
I'm Mason.
I'm Mustafa.
I'm Feta. Environment education, according to Oxford, is the natural world in which plants, animals, and people live.
In our post-truth world, there's only one place to turn to if we want to live in reality, and that is science.
Moreover, the research on climate change is pretty clear. It's real, there is a threat, and human activity is the primary cause.
Environmental education imparts knowledge about the current situation and future prospects of nature.
What is the importance of environmental education, one may ask?
Environmental education improves important opportunity for students to engage in real-world issues that transcend classrooms' walls.
Hence, we would like to begin our discussion on how to harness the power of youth to become change agents in the society, because the role of education begins by changing minds, not the climate. We as individuals living in a world where the population is growing and the natural sources are limited need to learn to live together sustainably. We need to learn to act responsibly towards the environment which we are a part of, because what we do today will have a negative or a positive impact on the future generations and on the planet.
The aim of ESD is to enable people to make decisions that will carry out actions and enable people to improve quality of life without compromising the planet. It also enables to implement values and sustainable development into all aspects of learning. Good quality education is essential for environment and development.
Hence, UNESCO aims to provide quality education on sustainable development across all social textures. The way you can do this is by analyzing the issues of sustainable development, mainly climate change, biodiversity. What you need to do, incorporate them in subjects taught at various schools.
Consequently, individuals are encouraged to be responsible actors who resolve challenges, respect cultural diversity, and work towards a better sustainable world.
In Finland, the idea of outdoor learning has been around for centuries, particularly in Scandinavia, due to the numerous ruler-forest communities. And that is, during the 1950s, schools would try to include a morning walk every day in the timetable of the children, and it quickly became the highlight of their day.
When educators came from other nations to see why they were scoring so much higher and to see the benefits for themselves, they also implemented this method in their curriculum.
Good social skills are acquired as playing together outside in nature more frequently helps children learn how to socialize much more than the classroom setting does. Through their personal relationships with nature, the students realize the need for environmental education.
They learn the importance, when they interact with the environment, they learn the importance of educating and working towards a better environment. And that has helped all of us to work towards a better sustainable environment.
Moving towards a higher level of education, there is a school called Sikli Environmental Education Group, which is a vocational institution in Finland. And they offer competence-based credentials in the field of environmental education. Moving over to United Kingdom, there is a step-by-step guidance to monitor the sustainable development in schools. How they do is they have an indicative where all the schools in the Northern Ireland region are supposed to empower a curriculum. And they have to work towards an internationally recognized Green Flag Award.
Pupils in the elementary years ages 4 to 11 engage in an eco-schools program called The World Around Us, which covers basic introductory environmental topics like ecosystems and climate change. In the other post-primary ages, 11 to 14, the course is further advanced into environments and society, which looks at sustainable development, eco-friendly solutions, and for a promising future.
Many educational opportunities are provided by various organizations, such as EcoSchools, SEED, which stands for Sustainability and Environmental Education, Learning Through Landscapes, and finally, Green Schools projects.
And also the best part is that all the courses are not offered by the same organization on the website. So there are ample options to choose from, and even the environmental enthusiasts have the freedom to offer the best possible one.
Let's move across the continent. Let's go to China. What happens here is there is a group of researchers from Chongqing Jiaotong University that prove that there is a novel technology that can convert deserts into arable lands. And the reason that they went into this research was to show that it provides benefit to agriculture, the economy, natural reforestation, and resource management.
However, the impact of converting desert to arable lands could have very large-scale repercussions on the Earth's climate, biodiversity, and ecological balance.
China launched a much more ambitious program in 1978, Tree North Shelter Forest Program. The goal of this program was to stop the expansion of the vast Gobi Desert. It has effectively curbed desertification.
The Forest Shelter Program has an estimated completion date of 2015, by which it is estimated that 35 hectares of land will have been converted to forest. So China claims it to be the largest and biggest initiative for reforestation.
According to a report released by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, in the past 4 decades, more than 7 million hectares of windbreak trees have been planted, and more than 300,000 square kilometers of desertification have been reversed, and more than 10 million hectares of grasslands have been restored.
Coming to the United Arab Emirates, we all know we're in UAE, and UAE engages schools in sustainable development and other key programs that work in local, national, and international levels.
Raising awareness among future generations to lead towards a natural resources attitude is UAE's top environmental conservation program.
Such as Enviros Peloton, which is an eco-literacy program aimed at kindergarten students and middle school students and elementary school students. This program by far is one of the most comprehensive environmental awareness campaign in this country.
The introduction of the National Environment Education and Awareness Strategy adds to this, as the strategy aims to educate youth to drive the UAE towards a sustainable future.
The UAE has come a long way in addressing the energy and climate change issues. And the work won't stop, as we are addressing even more aims to the next decade ahead. Overall, we are trying to reduce our carbon footprint by 70%.
Education must change to create a peaceful and sustainable future for this current generation and for future generations. With the world's population set to rise from 7.7 billion to 9.7 billion by 2050, we face a battle for our lives. It's the youth who are becoming increasingly vocal and active, demanding urgent and decisive change, and holding world leaders accountable. In particular, to address the climate crisis. How can you and I, as individuals, make a difference today? What message can we take home today? How can we contribute to environmental education?
First, spread awareness by using social media, by supporting environmental campaigns, and also connect people locally and globally to minor and major environmental issues. And finally, with small steps like do not burn disclosure on your emails to using e-tickets to all kinds of events that you could have.
Second, we can educate ourselves using the abundance of resources available online, which has made it even easier to get involved in environmental education. So use all the resources and be part of it. And the climate change needs all these efforts.
Since October 2021, Expo 2020 Dubai has welcomed 192 nations and millions of visitors from all over the world and will continue to do so for the next 6 months with a positive mission, connecting minds, creating the future. This is the first time that such an event has been held in the Arab world, and this shows us and tells us about the future technologies that could happen and revolutionize our lives and inspire future generations.
It highlights how cross-cultural dialogues help us to build our bones and make a better world.
The SDGs also impact Expo's three key sub-themes, which Expo 2020 sees as fundamental in solving the broad challenges that humanity faces: opportunity, mobility, and sustainability. And it has created pavilions representing them.
The topic for focus today on Expo would be sustainability. Sustainability is the centerpiece of attraction of the green world. What happens in this pavilion is that it uses technology to harness its power for working in the advent of electricity and water. This shows us how technology can be impacted to reduce carbon footprints and also to increase the sustainability.
Let us take a moment to think, when was the last time you thought on approaching solutions differently? Expo gave us an essential opportunity to celebrate sustainable development, because it is when we celebrate sustainable development, we can take positive impact and we can take actions to rise the humanity together.
To conclude, the process of changing mindsets and culture to embrace sustainability can be a challenge for some enterprises, but even so, the underlying concept shouldn't be too unfamiliar. The contemporary idea of sustainable development is at its heart merely an extension of principles that underpin value and wealth.
After all, maintaining an environment that enables continued prosperity is essential for survival and growth. Thank you.
Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, guys. I believe we have Middlesex next, right? Yeah, please, guys, make your way to the stage. And after Middlesex, we're going to have University of Sharjah. So also University of Sharjah, please come down to the left so you're ready when they're done.
في واحد مش مفتوح صح؟
Suppose I told you right here, right now, to close your eyes and listen. Listen to how the earth we exploit under the pretense that it is our home screams for help, screams for us to stop and liberate it. Would you be able to hear? Would you be able to discern why it does so? Every second that we spend here on this earth, we harm its environment. About 15 million trees are lost annually to deforestation for the purpose of building more homes and factories, damaging our natural oxygen creating systems. About 13% of ice per decade is lost due to rising temperatures, increasing sea levels, and putting entire continents on the brink of extinction. Over the past few years, frequent and increasingly intense weather conditions caused by human activity have directly harmed our environment, rendering it incapable of allowing its inhabitants to survive. So much is happening, and yet the Earth's populace is unaware that they have brought this onto themselves, unaware that they are on the brink of extinction, and unaware that they could possibly reverse this change for the better. All humans must strive for environmental education and environmental protection because we depend on the environment for food, air, water, and shelter. We are why environmental education exists. And the reason for this is simple: survival. To ensure that we can sustain ourselves and our home, we need a change. And environmental education enlightens us on how to enforce that change in the face of anthropogenic activities that degrade our environment. Being aware helps us to contribute. Our environment, our responsibility. Together, we can make a change.
Now, what is the importance of the environment for our future? Well, for millions of years, we as humans relied on the Earth's natural resources to give us the ability to survive. Don't believe me? Look at what you're drinking. It's water, a natural resource. Look at where you are, what you're sitting on, what you're sitting in, what you're standing on. That is land, another resource. And look at what you're breathing. Wait, well, you can't see what you're breathing, but we all know you're breathing air. Everything that we use is the Earth's natural resources. But now, overpopulation is taking its toll on the environment. But before we get to that, let's see one thing. The resources that we use, we've been using for millions of years, such as air, water, and land. We use those to grow crops and vegetables to eat. And the waste that we produce from that, we use as compost to benefit our agricultural activities. You see, when you give good to the earth in return gives good to you. Now, on overpopulation, it is taking its toll on the earth. The increasing demand for goods every single day by people results in us abandoning the majority of our eco-friendly activities to garner these wants. Every day, when a single shirt or a single pair of shoes is made, liters of chemicals are being dumped into our seas, making them uninhabitable for marine life, as well as nowhere near safe for us to consume. Don't worry, I know that my shirt was made using eco-friendly practices. But what about the medicines that we consume? Those are made to help us survive, but in return, we are opening up a number of doors for new diseases to arise. Everything said here is not old facts. These are everything I said is not new facts. They have been known for decades. People have repeated them constantly. And yet, we rarely take that opportunity to change our lifestyles because we think advancements in technology to make our lives easier is the right way to go. But I ask you, is it okay to threaten our Earth's existence just to make our lives easier?
The youth is our future, and our future is at severe risk of collapse as a result of our current actions. A means of rectification for such can be through awareness. By educating the current youth of our society, we are promoting a profound impact. Environmental education, such as through environmental sciences, is already being implemented. However, to regard it as just as important as the hard sciences, like chemistry and biology, is vital. In addition to this, schools and colleges can implement field trips to places like natural parks or reserves. Guided tours can serve as a learning experience while providing students with the opportunity to be exposed to nature in real time. If finance for such trips is a potential obstacle preventing educational institutions from implementing such, then merely establishing a classroom beyond the confinements of the four walls would suffice. In addition to this, it has been noted that our exposure to real-world environmental issues is limited to that of through the screens of our devices whilst we sit in an air-conditioned room. This is hardly likely to provide as much of a significant impact as it would be when we were exposed to nature in real life. Hence, governments can implement summer camps or ongoing internships which are centered around the topic of our environment. This will be aimed to provide students with the experience of environmental education in real time. Students can utilize their summer break effectively whilst learning about the environment and associating the environment to positive experiences they gain from these camps. In doing so, they learn to develop a love for the environment, which in turn acts as an incentive for them to engage in involvement in caring for the environment, such as taking part in clear-ups on beaches or in parks. As I mentioned previously, the youth is our future. Hence, educating them will in turn and let them educate their children, and so on and so forth. This will enable them to undo our wrongdoings.
The way I see it, the only problem we cannot solve is one that we are unaware of.
But what we keep forgetting is the one problem that is screeching at the top of its lungs, a deteriorating planet. Many classroom teachers would say that they're already overwhelmed by trying to keep kids in school, preparing them for standardized tests, teaching them essential skills. How do you fit environmental education into an already cramped school day? Don't get me wrong, literacy is important, but what we also need is scientific literacy. It's hard to understand climate science when you're not scientifically literate. You need to read and understand the political process and analyze the importance of discourse and compromise. Start small. Set up gardens. Contribute EEG, BR, Greenpeace. Our country makes sure that the world is our oyster. Annual projects. Stay with them from inception to completion for several semesters or might not even your entire stay at school. It's easy to theorize. The toughest thing is implementation. I think top-down reforms are necessary for change. I don't know if we'll be able to develop and implement them in time to mitigate environmental degradation. I think the need of the hour is for us to step down from the top of the food chain and understand that all beings in our biome are equals. And let's finally say it, even if there's water on Mars, are we really ready to leave Wi-Fi behind? There is no planet B. We would know that with the right education. Environmental degradation is the deterioration of resources such as air, water, soil, destruction of habitats, ecosystems, extinction of wildlife, and pollution. We would know that with the right education. You and I caused this. You would know that with the right education. A planet with luscious greens, clean air, abundant life, we should want that with the right education. We live in a world where a dead whale is worth more than an alive one, where a dead tree is worth more than an alive one. So we cut down trees, spear the whales, in oblivion of the fact that our assumption of being superior beings is in fact idiotic. If knowledge is power, we're crippled.
So we heard all sides of the story, from the importance of the environment to the need of learning. But is that all? No. We are educated, we are aware, we are conscious of our consequences and our fate. This is an age-old war where the warriors have already figured out the how, and what's left is for us to do. We hope for a tomorrow. We have no idea what it brings, but we hope for one. So we attach our dreams and our ambitions to it. I'll see my best friend tomorrow. I'll call my parents tomorrow. But remind me again on who has promised us this tomorrow when the matter of fact is that currently we're living on the borrowed breads of our future generation, of our own blood. Death is inevitable. And that is acceptable. But your dreams and my dreams and the dreams of the present and the ones made in past, those not coming true because the planet ceases not to exist due to our consequences, that, according to us, is not acceptable. So let me ask you this. How is it acceptable to jeopardize the needs and the wants of the future generation at the cost of our consequences and our selfish needs by not protecting the environment? This is no speech. This is no motivation. This is the same anthem sung by millions before me and millions after me. But only this time, it's a final plead, hoping that something awakens inside of everyone. Something awakens inside of you. But this time, not for yourself, but for the ones after you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Middlesex University. I have University of Sharjah next, so please make your way to the stage, yep. And Harriet Watt University, prepare yourself for, just come to the bottom so you can be ready directly after, okay?
Okay.
السلام عليكم. نحن طالبات من جامعة الشارقة، جئنا لنقدم لكم عرض بعنوان Environment and Education Need for Change. ميثا أسرعي، تعالي أوريك شيئا.
ما هذا؟
إنه كتاب إلكتروني صنعته بنفسي. انظري ماذا يوجد هنا.
أوه فيديو؟
ممكن حد يشغل الفيديو؟
Can we play the video, please?
حسنا، كان هناك يوجد فيديو لنكمل الشرح. انظري ميثا، لقد استنتجت كان هناك بعد الفيديو ضرب. لا.
All right, so we'll come back to you, but we'll leave everything on stage. And in that time, Harriet Watt, can you please come to the stage, please? And for the judges, this is Harriet Watt University, okay? Can we load up Harriet Watts University, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Representing the School of Energy, Geoscience, Infrastructure, and Society from Heriot-Watt University, we are Afifa, Neha, Bushra, and myself, Josephine, talking about environment and education, the need for change. So let's start with around the world. What are the different problems that we have? In North America, you can see that there is air pollution. In South America, there is forest fires. In Europe, we have heat waves. In Asia, there's flooding. And in Australia, coral bleaching. In Africa, there's land degradation. In Antarctica, there's a rise of sea levels. How aware are we about this?
So an analysis was conducted, and it showed that a third of the adult population was unaware of climate change. And as shown here, the developed countries are more aware of climate change compared to developing countries, where their levels were between 20 to 40%. But despite having low levels, they are well aware that climate change is seen as a threat. And countries such as Bangladesh and Ecuador, their levels of awareness were between 90 to 100, compared to Western countries such as Germany and UK, where their levels were quite around 60 to 70%. Further studies show that people who are more well educated were more aware of climate change. And as shown here, these are kind of the factors that are limiting their awareness, such as education, communication access, and other factors such as economy. And we have summarized their results from all over the world, as shown here in the bar chart. So now we will look at two different countries.
So South Africa has barely scratched the surface of its wind power potential. So South Africa has barely scratched the surface of its wind power potential. And due to the lack of awareness, they are not able to use this to the full potential. And as a result, no action can be taken to develop the industry, and no attitude change is seen. While in countries like United Kingdom, with a well-developed transit system, even with the awareness and the circumstances, there's still no attitude change seen. Therefore, we say that education level and behavior go hand in hand. This brings us to the three important aspects of environmental education: awareness, action, and attitude. Before we move on to awareness, let's all think about the traditional way we all received environmental education. So this is a possible question in an environmental education course. So the answer is industrialization. But I want you all to think, how do you feel when you receive this course? Do you feel empowered? Do you feel like you can make a change? Probably not. And I think that's the biggest problem with environmental education. It often involves things that we must give up, something we must sacrifice in order to make the world a better place. This leads to thoughts like, it's just one plastic bag. How much of a difference is that going to make? But imagine 7.7 billion people thinking this way. In fact, let's do a small research right here. Can we have a show of hands if you've used any of these products? Do you all think you'll be equally excited to raise your hands if I told you that these were sources of microplastics? Probably not. This is because we tend to behave based on the situation we are in. This is because we behave based on the situation we are in. This also shows us how unaware we are about our daily impacts on the environment. Therefore, education and knowledge alone cannot make a change. We need to couple it with awareness that would instill positive behavior and cause a change in attitude.
So in order to find out more about this attitude and behavior, we have set up a micro-survey and released it to the public. So with 104 responses, this is what we have got. So let's a rough idea about who our respondents were. They were aged between 18 to 28 years old and have studied in the UAE. And majority of the responses were from students, from undergraduate students, as well as compared to foundation, high school, and postgraduate students. But this is where it gets a bit interesting. We asked if studying the subject in school was interesting or not. And as shown here, 71.2% of them said yes, it was interesting, compared to 28.8% of them. But despite these results, it does show that they're well aware of their environment, as well as show that they're well aware of their environment, as well as the changes occurring around the world. Then we asked them if having more participation would change this perception. And yes, 76.9% of them agreed to it, and even stated that having a more participation would ensure effective change in saving the environment. And finally, we have summarized these results, and where we asked them if they could rate their level of awareness and attitude. And so far, so good, with awareness levels between 4 to 5. But despite these positive results, it does show that we need an emphasis is seen, where an emphasis is shown, where we need to implement a more practical approach to things in order to bring about creative and innovative and to move to a more greener future. So what are the actions we can do?
So we can start by causing a shift in our attitude. We have to break the bounds of what we know as education, and we can start off by doing this with the role of teachers. The role of teachers are very, very crucial. We can take an example of Sweden, where environmental knowledge is not just a subject, but it is throughout every subject in every grade. And teachers there instill ideologies on sustainability and how it can be practiced in your daily life, as well as how important activism is. Now, students there show this. They don't follow fast fashion trends, and they have their own methods for conserving water. And a very good example is Greta Thunberg. She is well known as one of the biggest leaders of our generation. She brought about climate change into a political stage, and this was because of her education in Sweden. Now, coming to a more visual and creative stance, classrooms should be taken outside, because students, without knowing or seeing nature, how would they know the importance of it? They would have a sense of responsibility. They would have more of an empathy and appreciation for the environment if they are surrounded by it. Throughout all this, we can see that environmental knowledge is just the tip of the iceberg, and beneath that lies academic achievement, critical thinking, personal growth, and civic engagement. All of this is from students knowing that they have the ability to take an action. And on that note, what is the UAE doing to take an action?
Actions in the UAE. The UAE is celebrating 50 years of its formation. During this duration of time, it has achieved quite a lot. And some of these, continues to achieve more goals relating to sustainability. Some of its aims include reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050 and sending zero waste to landfill by 2030. To support environmental education in the UAE, there are various programs that have been, various local and international programs that have been implemented. Some government organizations, such as the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, focus on implementing such programs. Some of the examples of these programs are the Enviros Peloton, Sustainable Schools Initiative, and Sustainable Campus Initiative. These initiatives help to involve students at a much younger age so that they can start thinking about about the environment, and so that they can start thinking about the environment at a much younger age and create a greater impact. These programs have been quite successful in the UAE, as the Sustainable Campus Initiative involves over 60% of the schools in the UAE. And in fact, the schools which reach a certain level of sustainability mentor the younger and newer schools to reach the sustainability.
So, coming to a conclusion, we realize that we have an ability to take an action, but we need to take an action because in the end, we will only conserve what we love, we will love only what we understand, and we only understand what we are taught, as well said by Babe Diom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Harriet Watt University. Next up, we'll have University of Sharjah one more time.
السلام عليكم. نعتذر من الخلل الفني الذي حصل من طرفنا. All right, we're going to take the 10 minutes break now, and then we'll come back to University of Sharjah. Thank you to the first set of our presenters on their second topic. Please give yourself a big round of applause for doing a tremendous job for people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a short break for 10 minutes. I request you please to return your seats in 10 minutes to ensure that we're on track for the rest of the day. Sorry guys, بس كرمالي زبطوها يعني. University of Sharjah, we can take the stage. لا تكون اجت الجudge.
Hello.
Okay, so for the judges, this is University of Sharjah, the one we missed on last time. And next will be New York University, so be ready to present after them.
مرحبا، نعتذر على العطل الفني أعزائي الجمهور. نعتذر على العطل الفني الذي حصل من طرفنا. مرحبا، نحن طالبات من جامعة الشارقة جئنا لنقدم لكم عرض بعنوان Environment and Education Need for Change. أسرعي ميث لنرى الفيديو. هيا تعالي. ماشي صوت. أنا أمل، وكما رأيتموني في الفيديو فلقد أتتني الإرادة. لقد وصلت لنا رسالة أيضا لنفتحها ميثا.
حسنا، في هذا الظرف هناك العديد من المشاكل البيئية المتعلقة بالتعليم، وعلى القارئ المواصلة للحصول على الحل المناسب. قبل البدء دون اسم المشكلة، اذكر الأسباب، أبدع في الحل. بإمكانكم إخراج هواتفكم وكتابة المشاكل والإبداع في الحل، وفي نهاية الشرح سوف تستطيعون من المعرفة إذا كانت إجابتكم صحيحة أم لا.
انظري ميثا، لقد استنتجت من الرسالة عندما يكون الإنسان في وسط بيئة متعلمة وهادئة تبني وتمكنهم من تعلم المزيد واكتشاف مواهبهم وكيفية السيطرة على أفعالهم وسلوكاتهم حول البيئة بشكل صحيح. وإنني متيقنة بأن الذين أخرجوا هواتفهم بأنهم اختاروا الجواب الشجر.
ولماذا تقطع الأشجار يا ترى؟
دعوني أجاوب على أسئلتكم. كثير من الأشجار حول العالم يتم تقطيعها بشكل غير قانوني لتستخدم في الكثير من الأشياء، مثل صناعة الورق والأثاث، وأيضا لتوفير مساحات إضافية لبناء أراضي سكنية ومصانع. لإنتاج فقط طن واحد من الورق يتم قطع 17 شجرة. و51 مليون شجرة سنويا.
لا تحزني فإن لكل مشكلة حل. الحل هو التشجير، ومن فوائد التشجير هناك العديد من فوائد للتشجير: تقليل ظاهرة التصحر، تشجيع الطلاب على المشاركة في الفعاليات البيئية، تثبيت التربة، حماية الأشجار من التغيير المناخي، تحسين جودة الهواء وتخفيف التلوث.
وفقا للعديد من الدراسات العالمية هناك قرابة 40% من إجمالي الغابات في العالم يتم القضاء عليها، و80% من المناطق محددة في العالم.
لماذا تهدرين الماء بهذه الطريقة؟
لماذا وهل أعتبر مهدرة؟
نعم بالتأكيد. يجب علينا الحفاظ على الماء. ندرة المياه في العالم تعد من أهم التحديات البيئية التي قد تواجهنا في المستقبل، ومن المتوقع أن يصل العجز العالمي إلى ما يقارب بنسبة 40% من إمدادات المياه بحلول عام 2030. الوضع الحالي للمياه في الدولة: يفوق معدل استهلاك المياه في دولة الإمارات ضعف معدله في البلدان الأخرى. ووضعت دولة الإمارات خطط واستراتيجيات للحفاظ على المياه، وأيضا وضعت مبادرات مثل مبادرة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم الذي أنشأتها سقيا الإمارات. وتصنف الإمارات الثانية عالميا في مجال تحلية وتنقية المياه، حيث تنتج ما يقارب 14% من المياه المحلاة في العالم. وأيضا هناك حلول للحد من استهلاك المياه. مبادرة توعوية للمجتمع في أماكن الدراسة وتجنب استهلاك الماء بكميات غير معقولة. الترشيد للحد من رمي النفايات في المسطحات المائية.
ما الذي فعلته؟
وماذا في ذلك أيضا؟
رميك للنفايات يعد من العادات السيئة للصحة والبيئة. هناك عدة أسباب لتوليد النفايات، ومنها النفايات البلاستيكية والنفايات الطعام. يهدر الفرد في الإمارات ما يقدر 4000 كيلوغرام شهريا. زيادة الوعي وإعادة تدوير النفايات الرطبة، وأيضا التسمين. التسميد. هناك 5 طرق للتسميد. أولاً يجب علينا جمع الأسمدة ووضعها فوق التربة وأيضاً خلطها، ونستخدم أيضاً منها الأسمدة الكيميائية والأسمدة العضوية. شاهد في الفيديو طريقة التسميد، لكن بطريقة أخرى مبتكرة.
فيا ترى ما هو المكان المناسب لتطبيق هذه الحلول؟ المدرسة المستدامة. نعم، إنها المدرسة المستدامة. اخترت المدرسة المستدامة لأنها تحتوي على فصول دراسية ذكية مكونة من مواد صديقة للبيئة، والأهم من ذلك أنها تقلل نسبة التلوث في مكان الدراسة، وتشجع الطلبة والمعلمين على توعيتهم بالقضايا البيئية وتعزز الاستدامة.
مميزات المدرسة المستدامة: التعليم البيئي، منهج الاستدامة، تثقيف الطلاب الذين في المدارس على الاستدامة والحفاظ على البيئة، بمعنى أن نضع لهم منهج بيئي يساعدهم على الحفاظ على البيئة والتعلم من الحفاظ على البيئة. ويوجد أيضا الطاقة المتجددة، حاويات مخصصة لإعادة التدوير. يوضع في كل صف من الصفوف حاويات لإعادة التدوير لحدهم على إعادة التدوير ولمعرفتهم أكثر عن إعادة التدوير.
من مميزات المدرسة المستدامة الطاولة الذكية. الطاولة الذكية مكونة من مواد صديقة للبيئة وتحد من استخدام الكتب المدرسية والأوراق، ولها تأثير إيجابي على الطلاب، ومنها غرس روح الابتكار والاستدامة.
كما نرى في المدرسة المستدامة تحتوي على شاشة وعلى طاولة للطلاب تعمل عن طريق الطاقة الشمسية، وأيضا توجد حاويات لفرز النفايات، وأيضا يوجد صنبور لتقليل المواد البلاستيكية من الماء، وأيضا نبات لتحسين جودة الهواء في الفصل.
وفي الختام علينا أن نحمل راية الاستدامة ونشر التوعية في كل أنحاء المجتمع للحفاظ على بيئة صحية وجميلة، وليس هناك أجمل من أن ينشأ الفرد منذ الصغر على حب البيئة التي تحتوي خلال مسيرته التعليمية، وسيولد ذلك جيل واع ومثقف قادر على تغيير إيجابي للبيئة. وحفاظنا على البيئة تعني حفاظ على صحة الإنسان، لأن البيئة هي مرآة لصحتنا. لحظة لحظة، إنها ليست النهاية. لقد استعرت من المدرسة المستدامة لوحة ذكية، لوحة فنية، وهي
مؤسس الدولة الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان حثنا على الحفاظ على البيئة وعدم تلويث البيئة، ويوجد هناك الكثير من المقولات التي قالها، منها الحفاظ على الطبيعة التزام وواجب مقدس، يجب علينا أن لا نخل بالتوازن الحيوي لأن بقاءنا يعتمد عليه، ويجب أن نلعب دورا إيجابيا في ترك هذا الأرض مكانا خضراء لأجيال مقبلة.
Shukran La University of Sharjah. Next we have New York University. Please make your way up to the stage.
Respectable judges and the audience, good afternoon. Today, we are facing a decade-old neglect and exploitation of environment. We are at the receiving end of it. So who's going to pick up the pieces and try to salvage our planet Earth to prevent further environmental destruction? Who's going to take the step and initiate towards moving towards a more sustainable approach, and who's going to take the first step towards it? Even UNESCO highlighted the importance of education in development of not only climate thinkers, but more importantly, agents of change. The UAE is no stranger to extreme weather conditions, especially during the months of summer where the temperature goes as high as 43 degrees Celsius with high levels of pollution. This highly vulnerable state screams for the development of climate schools that will work towards developing more sustainable methods of living life, which is even more important in a booming economy like that of UAE.
We are currently faced with an education system that is failing to cultivate the skills that is necessary to tackle our climate change. There is a lack of attention, time, and resource towards environmental studies. It is purely fact-based and a theoretical education. It is a system that is unidimensional and does not address the varied disciplines that is crucial to our understanding of environmental change. And lastly, it is a system that instills a sense of futility in perpetuating this doomsday narrative. This has been illustrated in a study which was conducted in 2019, which showcases that only 45% of parents and 42% of teachers actually teach or discuss climate change with their children. Teachers state that the reason for this was that climate change did not relate to any of the subjects taught in school. And this is a matter, or we may even go as far as to say a misconception, which we will be discussing further throughout this presentation. So, how do we develop an education system that will cultivate a generation that would be able to tackle climate change?
The way in which we do that is through curriculum reform. We need to completely reimagine the way we teach our students. Now, while that may sound rather ambitious, it actually proves to be both necessary and manageable when we divide it into a set of core shifts. First of all, let's look at the methodology of instruction. How do we develop a successful environmental education system, and how do we effectively implement it? It's necessary for a curriculum to have an active teaching style. Now, that includes seminar-style discussions with emphasis on participation and engagement of students. That also includes discussions facilitated but not exclusively led by the educator in question in order to facilitate participation. Now, the goal of active teaching is to avoid passive reception of information, in which the students just sit there with information coming from one side and leaving the other. Instead, we want to replace that with the creation of meaningful knowledge organization structures and deep mental connections, which students are then eager to apply later on in their lives. Now, we took inspiration from the book Education and Climate Change, The Role of Universities by Fernando Reimers, who explores a skill-based education framework with these 4 concepts. The first is anchor skills, which refers to the metacognitive ability that engages with empathy, collaboration, systems thinking, and media literacy. These skills produce students that are able to critically engage with the issues of the climate crisis. The second is process-based skills, which refers to the methodology of identifying a problem, gathering evidence of that problem, considering alternative solutions, and evaluating possible outcomes. Thirdly, environmental literacy, because we want our students to not only be aware of the scientific foundations of the climate crisis, but also the socio-political and behavioral implications. And last but not least, practical sustainability skills, because we want to teach our students practical methods to positively impact the environment in their daily lives, not only in the classroom. Now, we chose the puzzle for this graphic because we believe that these skills are all interwoven and interconnected, and they should never be taught alone.
The issue of climate change is not a passive one, and it requires an active and practical approach towards solutions. John Dewey highlights the importance of experience as part of learning. For learning without experience might run the risk of information just being purely symbols to you. And when we talk about practical education, that is not something that should be restricted to science labs. Practical education must entail being involved with the communities that one is part of. And one way to do that is to engage with your country's institutions. That will give you first-hand experience and knowledge of that institution and will help students practice more sustainable methods in their current and everyday lives. And one exemplary case of an institution that students can engage with is the Masdar City of Abu Dhabi.
Even outside the classroom, one of the best ways to ensure that the true purpose
of environmental education is achieved is by having students disseminate the knowledge they possess by having workshops for other students. This will ensure that we're not just creating a group of climate elitists, but in turn creating a community with engagement. Now, to ensure that practical education is truly efficient, it is important that we tackle the hypocrisy in our everyday practices. Our education system has done a great job in teaching us about the causes and effects of climate change. And it's not new information that animal husbandry is one of the greatest contributors to global warming. However, there is little narrative when it comes to solutions that can help change the narrative. If alternatives like veganism are introduced into the curriculum, both in theory and in practice, it will help students inculcate that into their daily lives much easier and help develop awareness about a more sustainable future. Speaking about awareness events, again, it is not a new concept to any of us here. However, it is high time that we focus on the how of these events than on the why. Having 500 students design posters about saving paper on paper goes against the purpose of the awareness campaign. Instead, we want events that are more practical, like collection campaigns and cleanups. Not only are these events more impactful for the environment, but also motivate students to behave in a similar manner, even outside their classrooms.
Now, this reformed education system must also engage with an interdisciplinary education, because what we are facing is not just a scientific issue, but one that is shaped by the interactions of a variety of disciplines. Now, in teaching a climate change education, schools need to be targeting the three divisions, that being science, law, and social policy. This helps students to understand a more holistic view of the climate crisis. For example, even if students later down the line choose to engage in a career in social policy formation, it is still imperative that they have an understanding of the scientific and legal elements of the climate crisis to be able to even develop policies and solutions that are effective towards combating this crisis. Even scholars like Al-Ghazali highlights the interconnectedness of all types of knowledge, and this ensures that students don't view the disciplines that pertain to climate change as existing in isolation of one another, which then helps to heighten innovation. However, an interdisciplinary education does not necessarily suggest an intersectional one. An intersectional education is one that engages with different perspectives, contexts, whilst emphasizing that issues of climate change do not exist in isolation of other social issues. This includes elements such as understanding that different people in different communities, in different regions, understand and experience the climate crisis in a variety of different ways. This then impacts how we as individuals view the urgency of such an issue as climate change, which then subsequently impacts the ways that we are able to empathize with others regarding this issue, which then allows us to galvanize others into action. This is even highlighted in the State of the Global Climate 2020 Provisional Report, which highlights how ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with tackling issues such as the climate crisis. And even just going far beyond this, schools need to be looking to underpinning not just their climate educational frameworks, but the entirety of their educational frameworks as a whole with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This ensures that students, teachers, and schools as a whole understand that the issues of climate change themselves are underpinned by issues of poverty, class, race, and gender, which ensures that we tackle these issues in tandem with one another.
Now, going back to the statistic that we had at the beginning of our presentation, we contest the notion that climate change is not something that belongs to a particular subject taught in school. It is an interdisciplinary and intersectional topic that, if anything, must be incorporated into every aspect of our learning process. The goal of our institutions must not be to create climate warriors, but also warriors of social justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, New York University, Abu Dhabi. Next, we'll have Jinnah University for Women from Pakistan, who will be presenting virtually. Guys, if you can hear me, don't start right away. Wait for me to confirm that we have you on the screen.
for Emirates Group Environmental.
All right, guys, you can start. Don't forget about the 10-minute limit.
The world is too much with us, late and soon. Getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. Little we see in nature that is ours. We have given our hearts away, a sordid boon. In this world of digital learning, with the advancement and development in science and technology, we have lost the natural environment and the ecosystem. We are neglecting the blessings and the nature around us. Knowing the fact that education is training of minds to think. So it is really important for educational institutions and education sector to realize the importance. So the question arises that how does education promote knowledge and awareness about environment? And how does education empower future generations? And it will impart green. The solution lies in the knowledge of green curriculum and green pedagogy. As these in this presentation, the topic of the presentation is environment and education need for change. So in this presentation, we are joining two domains, two very important domains of the society, education and environment. And the philosophers, they say that education, what is education? It is training of the minds to think. So it is time to revolutionize our teaching, and it is time for the teachers to start adapting green pedagogy. Green pedagogy means start focusing on various strategies and various teaching methodologies that will emphasize on environmental awareness. Suppose we indulge our students in activities that will focus on painting and poetry writing and poster presentation that create the awareness towards our environment. As engagement is very crucial in process and learning. Engagement is crucial to learning. So engage our students in such activities that will create the awareness about their environment. So it is really important. I want to share this short video. Yes. Okay. I think it is, yes. See how teachers, they are imparting, they are utilizing various strategies, various teaching methodologies in order to develop awareness about the environment. So it is the role of the teacher. It is actually teacher, she is very important. So nowadays it is significant, it is important for the education sector to realize the importance and significance of the linkage between environment and education and start using strategies that can develop the awareness and protection of the environment. So that, and the protection and care about the environment means that we are greening the curriculum, we are greening the pedagogy. So it will protect our environment and as well as what these activities and these tasks, what they are inculcating among the students, these tasks inculcating among the students, the various strategies, critical thinking skill, decision making skill, problem solving skill. So we are preparing, we teachers are preparing the future generation. We are preparing our students for 22nd century. So it is my opinion that, we have researched, as we are representing Jinnah University for Women, Karachi, Pakistan. So we have researched the role of educational institutions and the role of education sector to create the awareness about the environment. Over to Nadia. Yes, Nadia, continue.
All right. Assalamu alaikum. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Now, actually extending your points, Salma, I would like to add here towards all the people who are actually listening to me. We have been discussing, all of us have been discussing the issues regarding education environment and what change should we bring into it. Have we ever thought how many types of educations are there? The first thing that need to be clear is that there are 3 types of education: formal, informal, and non-formal education. That non-formal education which has been introduced by after COVID-19 pandemic. Now, my point is that as formal and education, which has been a focus by all the major or minor institutions of education around the whole world, are we all focusing on non-formal education or not? Now, if you are saying that foreign policies regarding green Pakistan or greener the state and likewise embedding different strategies into the curriculum for making a sustainable country or sustainable institution or so many other things, what are we actually thinking? What are we actually taking our new generation towards? This is the question. Now, my other participants who has been coming over to us, and I've been listening since morning, 9 o'clock. Now, they have been introducing 3 R's. Now, over here, as this is about a public speaking competition, I wanted to add that our 3 R's only, the 3 things that we should think over: reuse, reduce, recycle. No, as a human being, what I think is that rethink should also be added, and rethink human should also be added in 3 R's. The point is that if we are, as a human being, not thinking over about why environment should be added into education and to let our new generation know about what is the importance of environment in the coming era. Otherwise, not adding it up, we will destroy our future. If you all remember Christina Petri, it's a young volunteer from Greece who started up at the age of 16. A young volunteer started up at the age of 16 about, let's do it Greece. And you know what? The point of Christina Petri was to start something with a very small initiative to be done for this Greece. And she made it. We should not forget our PM, Prime Minister Imran Khan, who gave this idea of 1 billion trees in United Nations. And we all as a country, as a nation, working on that. So we should all remember so many things going on around. And the major idea for embedding environment into education is to make it green, to make it a green curriculum. Now, my last point, I would like to add that I would like to raise a few questions as well. Should we add rethinking human and recycling and reducing waste and reusing resources or not? The world is totally interest oriented, let me tell you all. And if the world is interest oriented, Are we really interested in doing anything for environment ourselves? Aren't we eating the things that we love? Aren't we investing on the things that we love and we really wanted to spend our time into? So if we are investing on the things, it is all about our interests, and environment requires our interest. If we wish to see the change in the environment, we should bring it ourselves first. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jinnah University for Women. Next, we'll be having Cromwell UK International Education. And then one after will be Burami University from Oman, who will be presenting virtually. Judges all good with the names and everything? Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to one and all. My name is Nihan Zahid and I'm joined here by Kidus, Hiba and Yumna. We're undergraduate students at Cromwell UK University and we're here to talk about a topic we feel very strongly about. Environment and education, the need for change. Now, before we even begin with our topic, let us try to observe the next few images presented on the screen here. Now, look at the images carefully and tell me what do you see. Obviously, this is the school-made posters on preserving the environment. A great effort made by the school, right? Well, not really. What is the point of advocating about the environment when we make one-time posters by wasting papers? Ironic, isn't it?
Speaking of irony, how many of you are aware of the Political Girls Save the Turtles movement? Now, majority of university students must be being aware of this social media trend that went viral in the late 2019 to 2020. Although youngsters spoke about wanting to save turtles, they didn't actually address the real issue, which was plastic pollution in the seas. Also, these youngsters didn't even know that the majority of plastic pollution in the seas is actually dominated by the fishing nets. And isn't it ironic how we speak about activism on social media because it's convenient, but we do not go beyond the hashtag to take action or get deeper understanding about it?
The next irony is fashion. We all have heard that 62 million metric tons of apparel is consumed globally. We've also watched Hassan Minat's awareness show talking about how fast fashion industries are detrimental to our environment. To give a better understanding, 57% of all our discarded clothing ends up in landfills, which is then moved to an area to be incinerated. Although we are aware of these detrimental effects, we are the first ones to rush to a store to buy new clothes that we don't even need. In fact, as university students, we refuse to repeat our outfits due to the social pressure we feel because of the social pressure to always look fashionable and up to date with trends around our peers. Ironic.
We also know that food wastage is a real problem we're facing right now. Did you know that 1 billion people around the globe are going hungry and do not have food, while we waste 1/3 of the food we produce? Despite knowing these facts, we as humans do not do any efforts to stop this process of food wastage. Now, how has our education failed to instill the sense of responsibility within us that we take actions, our actions have consequences, which will lead to a failure in bigger times? It is fortunate that we live in the UAE, where we learn by example and outside of the classroom. UAE has taken this farm-to-table initiative, which has come to the Mobility Pavilion in Expo 2020 as an endeavor to promote freshly sourced, local and regional products that will be not exported but made here so that we can stop the food wastage. We need a change in the education and environment.
So now, why must we emphasize on the current situation of our environment?
Well, that's because our actions are harming the place we call home. And why is that? It's because we lack the knowledge about the difference between environmental education and environmental information. To give you a better idea, we had conducted a survey. Here are the demographic details of the respondents. As you can see, the majority of the respondents were female and students. This indicates that they should be well aware about the difference between environmental education and information. But let's see what we have, right, Nehan?
Absolutely. The next question in our survey has asked a question that regarding how people are aware about the climate crisis. And it shows that majority of the people were partially aware about the climate crisis. Now, education is something we all are fortunate enough to have. However, majority of the respondents have felt that education system has failed somehow in notifying them and educating them about the climate crisis and has not prepared them well enough.
Nehan, do you know the difference between environmental information and environmental education?
Well, environmental education increases public awareness and knowledge about environmental issues.
Absolutely. In my opinion, environmental education also enhances the problem-solving and decision-making skills, and it does not advocate any particular viewpoint. Don't you think so, Yumna?
Isn't that what we learn in your schools?
Well, not really. You see, our education system and students are unable to identify the difference. Environmental information provides facts or opinions about environmental issues and doesn't actually necessarily teach individuals critical thinking.
It doesn't only enhance individuals' problem-solving and decision-making skills, but it may also advocate a particular viewpoint.
Our world is still stuck on environmental information teaching rather than environmental education. Environmental information, environmental education. Do people know the difference?
Well, in this slide, we have a pie chart that shows that the majority of the people are not aware about the environmental difference between environmental education and environmental information. Is it possible that by this knowledge, do we see a change in the future? This emphasizes the point made by our group here, that the products of the educational system, its own students, are failing to know the difference between environmental education and environmental information. We believe that education and environment needs a betterment now.
We all have been to school, right? Therefore, you all must be aware of the famous 3R model. Back in my school days, these posters were plastered all over the corridor, and kindergarten students would be making posters to create awareness about it. You all might have got the idea. I'm talking about the reduce, reuse, recycle model. But according to our survey, only 11.7% of the respondents were not aware about it, whereas an astounding 88.3% of the respondents were aware of it. But this model has been outdated, and so is the AAA model.
That is why, according to the US Environmental Agency, they introduced a new model called AKSP, or like we like to call it, a CASP model. According to our survey, 11.7% are aware of the CASP model. So, what's the CASP model? Yumna, would you kindly tell us what the acronym stands for?
Sure. As we can see, A stands for awareness, K stands for knowledge and understanding, A stands for attitude, S stands for skills, and of course, P stands for participation. So how do we utilize a CASP model in your schools to enable effective environmental education? First, we need to build the students' awareness, knowledge, and understanding about the environment and implement environmental education. The next part of ASP is what is not seen in schools. We need to build students' positive attitude towards the environment. We need to make them believe that they can enable change and teach them the relevant skills needed. For example, something as simple as planting a tree or building innovative and critical thinking skills that give students the platform to solve pressing environmental challenges.
Benefits of environmental education. It enhances creative and critical thinking. It gives students skills to apply in the real world. It prompts actions to improve and boost the environment, and teaches about ecological issues, political, cultural, and economic ones.
sparks your creativity and imagination. It encourages a healthier lifestyle. It strengthens the community. It reduces nature deficit disorders and encourages and promotes tolerance between cultures.
Now that we have learned about a new model and the benefits of environmental education thanks to my team members, now let's have a look at how educational institutes can implement environmental education.
Give students more responsibility, such as allocate them this homework where they pick up the trash in their neighborhood, plant a tree, take care of trees, and provide proof of their work to their schools.
Second, help them have a sense of it. Introduce the theme of a game with natural materials which they can play around. Through this game, children will learn how to play in groups and agree on the rules of the play and learn how to build a civil playground environment with each other.
Provide outside class opportunities. This can be done by permitting them to directly intervene with the environment by taking them to beaches or parks or simply by planting trees. Direct intervention with the nature can help students to understand how the environment can be saved.
Get help by reading books and writing some papers. Provide students with books that have information regarding the environment education so that they talk to each other, they have a conversation about it, and then they can have a feedback regarding the environmental and education information. Last but not least, be a role model for the generations to come and for a better future.
Just before we take your leave, can you all take out your phones and go to the search engine Ecosia, ECOSIA, and just search the year of sustainability, please? Nehan?
Just like that, we have helped plant a tree. Minor effects such as these have major impacts on our environment for the next future. Thank you.
The website they just used can also be added as an extension for your web browser. So every time you search anything, you plant a tree. Next, we'll be having Zayed University, who will be presenting virtually. Guys, let me... Zayed University. Sorry, Buremi University. Sorry, my bad. Buremi University, once you're ready, don't start until we have you on the screen, and I'll confirm when you can start. Sorry, judges, my bad. Buremi is next. All right, we can see you. So just put it in full screen and you can start whenever you're ready.
Is my voice clear, please?
Yeah, your voice is clear. Just fix the camera and you can start.
بس أنا طالع. تعالي مريم تعالي. Assalamu alaikum. Is my voice clear? Please, can anyone tell me, is my voice clear?
Yeah, you can start. Don't worry. Just put it in full screen, the presentation.
Is my voice clear, please?
Yes, it's clear. You can start. You can start now.
We can start.
Yes, start.
Start by the name of Allah. First, I will introduce myself. My name is Maryam Ahmed Muhammad Al-Kalbaniya. I'm studying at Al-Buraimi University. Let's start. I don't know where to begin because this matter is occupied my attention. But can we imagine if the absence in the environment and education? Now, I can tell you welcome in our presentation. Today, inshallah, we will talk about one of the most important topics in our life. Me and my colleague, we will discuss 4 ideas. The first one, the globally adopted goal of environment education. The second one, the impact of the environment on the educational process. The third one, the role of education in solving environmental problems. And the last one, why the need for change. Now I will leave you to see what my colleagues have, Nof and Amira and Kawthar.
Firstly, I want to introduce myself. My name is Amira Khamis Al-Ghaythiyya. I am in University of Buraimi. My major is banking and Islamic finance. I will talking about the first globally adopted goal of environment education. The first point, awareness, working to make individuals and groups aware and sensitivity to the environment. The second point, knowledge can devise experience in the environment. The third point, skills, acquire the skills to invent the solve environment. The fourth point, participation, provide and about for social group. Now I will leave you with my friends Kawthar.
I will introduce myself. My name is Kawthar Al-Kalbani from University of Al-Buraimi. I'm studying in engineering college. I'll explain the impact of the environment and the education process. The environment has introduced impact on learning and progress. The environment can be a positive factor that contribute to supporting progress and improving learning. And it can be negative. No matter where students choose a place to study, what is the most important? Students feel comfortable. Maybe the students choose local cafe, his bedroom, and maybe her school library. We will focus on the 3 positive points. The first point is focusing for a long period of time. That means you stay away from any noises of your group as much as you possible. Empty your university around you, that your noises is cutting your attentions. The second point is reduce distraction. That means you don't sit in a place contained with a painting, sharp, and light colors, because the light color is cutting your attendance and you don't get the height mark or don't get the height understanding of the information. So the last point is reduces feeling of stress and anxiety. It's normal to feel the students feel something of scared, stress, but it's okay. That we need to control your feel, control your time, and study in different place. That means you change your environment. So that is main adaptations to the classroom and examinations. So now, we know your distance between your hand. Your environment is between your hand. Your choice yours. to save it or to destroy it. Now I will lead you to my friend. No. Firstly, I want to introduce myself. My name is Noor Mohammed Shamsi, and my specialization is global supply chain management and logistics. Now, let's go to see the role of education to solve the environmental problems. The first thing that we have, reducing environmental problems. Now we want to think that how can the education reduce the environmental problems? When the science or education comes to the people's mind, then the people will realize the dangers of their wrong behavior, awareness towards the environment. The second point that we have, spreading and instilling ethics related to respect for the environment. No one can deny the need for the no one can deny the need for special ethics, social ethics which related to respect the environment, and this need will not happen without the education. The third point that we have, awareness of generation of all their duties towards the environment. We have rights and we have duties, and there is no rights without duties, and these duties can become very necessary to preserve the environment. The last but not the least, increase environmental awareness among members of community. If individuals acquire knowledge, their behavior towards environment will change into positive way. You will see that individuals will participate to solve the environmental problems. Why the need for the change? To find solutions. This is the first thing. The second thing is to reduce the environmental problems. Environmental problems such as pollutions, such as raising the temperature, such as global warming. And there are another problems, and all these problems, environmental problems, will affect negatively to humans and organisms. The third point, and which is the last point that I have, to create a harmonious and friendly future with the environment. At the end of our presentation, remember to save the environment by education. Thank you for listening to us. The end of our presentation.
Thank you, Buremi University. Next up, we have Zaid University, who will be presenting virtually. Zaid University, if you can hear me, don't start right away. Wait for me to confirm that we have you on the screen. This is Zaid Dubai. Confirmation.
Hi, can we start?
All right. We can see you. Just put your presentation in full screen, and you can start.
The environment is simply differentiated as the totality of the things that surround us and affect the existence of living organisms on the surface of the earth, including water, air, soil, minerals, climate, and the organisms themselves. Environment in our daily life is very important. In fact, it is vital for human being. We cannot imagine our life without air because it provides oxygen to us. Even if this air gets polluted, we face many problems and get ill. So not only environment, but a clean environment is very important for human beings.
Factors that harm the environment: the burning of fossil fuels, industrial emission, indoor air pollution, wildfires, microbial decaying process, transportation, open burning of garbage waste, agricultural activities, use of chemical and synthetic products. Air pollution affects human health such as cancer, death, birth defects, climate change, animals' death.
Okay, hi, this is Fatma Al-Blushi from Zayed University. I will talk about the factors that harm the environment. First, burning of fossil fuels. Most of the air pollution takes place due to the burning of fossil fuels such as oil and gasoline. Second, industrial emission. Third, indoor air pollution. Household products cause indoor air pollution, which is 10 times more harmful than outdoor air pollution. Wildfires, microbial decaying process, transportation, open burning of garbage waste, agricultural activities, pesticide and fertilizer are the main sources to contaminate the surrounding air. Use of chemical and synthetic products.
Has contributed in several contexts: knowledge, understanding how the environment works and how people interact with the environment; attitude, caring for the environment; skills, identify the problem and solve the environmental issue; participation, using the knowledge and skills to make positive change in the environment; community, well aware about different environmental issues and their dimensions. However, the community should take actions to make an improvement and positive change for the environment.
Sarah. Can you unmute my friends?
Okay. This is Sarah Al-Mazmi from Zayed University. The awareness in the UAE. There are many studies carried out in UAE measuring the awareness among the community, and it showed up that awareness in UAE community is in a good way and level, and the community are aware of environmental issues and their dimensions, but community should participate, or they need to participate to make improvement, so they can light the burden on the government, because government are they are doing a lot for the community and the environment, and the community should do more, and it is starting with the individual. So every single one of us should do an action or take an action so we can improve the environment together.
UAE has a major role in protecting its environment and has contributed to many achievements by implementing regulations and policies. First, City Biodiversity Index, which is a self-assessment tool for cities to benchmark and monitor the progress of their biodiversity conservation efforts, and that will help UAE to evaluate progress in reducing the rate of biodiversity loss in urban ecosystems. Secondly, nature reserve system, which prevent the extinction of threatened species such as oil that used for cars and many other uses. Thirdly, organizing Tree Week, which was launched under the slogan Together Let's Plant the Emirates, and that helped UAE to spread the awareness of protecting its environment. Also, UAE relies on renewable energy sources such as Al Dhafra solar plant. Last but not least, building dams to increase the level of groundwater, which are 114 dams distributed in different locations.
Can you please unmute Farah?
عاشا عند فرح عاشا.
This is Aisha Al-Rashdi from Zayed University, and I'm going to talk about the role of UAE in protecting its environment from damage. First of all, we have the City Biodiversity Index. Second, Nature Reserve System. Thirdly, Organizing Tree Week, which is for afforestation, and renewable energy sources, which is building Al Dhafra solar plant. Last but not least, building dams to increase the level of groundwater.
Sheikh Zayed recognized that the most resource that should be invested in the UAE is the environment. He established many successful projects even before UAE Union, such as breeding program, invasive species, carbon footprint, limited water sources, and air pollution are different threats facing the environment because of the human activities, population growth, and economic development.
The revolution of saving the environment began with the Sheikh Zayed, may his soul rest in peace. Sheikh Zayed recognized that the most resource that should be invested in the UAE, the environment. He established many projects even before the UAE Union, such as breeding program, Arabian Oryx and Horaba Bastard. And the journey is of ongoing environment projects were adopted by UAE leadership. And as his mission, with his mission, trying to get all of the people in one region and being in one line to save the environment, and we have different nationalities because of his mission, we can totally make a big improvement in environment, especially in UAE, and we can spread this improvement globally. And with the rapid economic development in UAE, UAE facing serious issues because of the development of the economic. Some of them is invasive species. Many species enter the region as a result of increase in commercial activity. Carbon footprint, energy and water and carbon footprint are amongst the highest in the world as the hot and dry. And it requires a high amount of energy. Limited water sources. In UAE, the sources of natural fresh water are rare, so the government increasingly restoring to desalinated water, which has been produced using excess heat for the electricity. And finally, air pollution, one of the main challenges to the environment authorities in country, pollution. is largely affected by human activities such as transport and industrial activities.
My name is Farah bin Ismail. I'll be talking about the environmental education. Why is education important for the environment? The education is the only way to make the best minds work productively. The environmental education imparts knowledge about the current situation and prospects of nature. It teaches the people to explore all the problems related to the environment and engage in wise ways to preserving it. Okay, so what is the environmental education? Environmental education is a process aimed at developing a world population that is aware of and concerned about the total environment and its associated problems. It has the attitudes, the motivations, knowledge, commitments, and the skills to work individually and collectively towards solutions of current problems and the prevention of the new ones. So these are the factors of the environment, the educational environment. We have awareness. The awareness helps to acquire an awareness of
guys, the time is up.
Sensitivity of the total environment. The knowledge helps the individual and social groups gain the variety of the experience and the total environment to acquire a basic understanding of the environment and its associated problems.
Skip it لأن البنات قايلين قبل. Skip it.
Guys, the time's up.
Should we stop? Should we stop?
We can't have more minutes because the mic was...
No, unfortunately we can't because there's a schedule we have to keep on.
Even
Thank you.
Technical issue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for listening.
All right, next we have University of Science and Technology of Fujairah. If you guys are listening, wait for me to confirm when you can start and when we have you on our screen. Can we get University of Science and Technology of Fujairah on the screen, please, guys? University of Science and Technology of Fujairah, can you please share your screen and turn on your cameras and unmute yourselves? Alright, فينا نشوفكم فيكم تبلشوا بس حطوا البرزنتيشن in full screen وظبط الكاميرا شوي بس.
ايوه اوكي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. واضح الشير الحين؟ واضح الشير؟ هلو؟
ايه واضح.
يلا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم الطالبة موزة الزحمي من جامعة العلوم والتقنية في الفجيرة. نحن سعداء أن نكون ضمن المشاركين في هذه المسابقة التي تمثل بالنسبة لنا جزءاً من الحل في مواجهة المشكلات البيئة. فلنبدأ المحور الأهم في عرضنا ألا وهو التعليم. ونحن على ثقة بأنه إذا تم تبني أهداف التعليمية الحديثة وتغيير الطرق ومنهجيات التدريس بأن ذلك سيصنع الفرق في معادلة حلول مشاكل البيئة. وهناك سؤال يطرح نفسه: لماذا التركيز على التعليم؟ إيمانا منا بأن التعليم هو المعول لبناء في عملية تقدم المجتمعات والنهوض بها. كذلك لم يعد الهدف من التعليم هو نقل التراث الثقافي وامتلاك المهارات اللازم للتعلم فقط، بل أن لنا في الطموح أكبر من ذلك بكثير. طموحنا فيها أن تشكل عملية تعليمية استجابة للتحديات الكونية التي يواجهها عالمنا، وعلى رأسها التحديات البيئية. وإذا أردنا أن يسترد كوكبنا عافيته ونصلح ما أصابه من خلل وتدمير، فنبدأ بصياغة أهداف جديدة للتعليم، وندرج مفهوم التنمية والمستدامة كفلسفة للنظم التعليم في كل مراحله. ويكون الهدف التنمية الوعي البيئي، وهو هدف مركزي ورئيسي في كل مراحل التعليم. وأن يكون شعارنا في التعليم: من أجل التعليم المستدامة. والتنمية المستدامة هنا يقصد بها التنمية التي تلبي احتياجات الحاضر دون أن يعرض للخطر قدرة الأجيال التالية على الإشباع احتياجاتها. أي أن بمعنى آخر يكون تجنب استنفاذ الموارد الطبيعية والحفاظ على التوازن البيئي والمسؤول عن الحفاظ على جودة الحياة في مجتمعاتنا الحديثة. أن أهداف التنمية المستدامة تتمثل في حماية البيئة الطبيعية والصحة البشرية، وتهدف أيضا إلى تنمية البيئة والابتكار والإبداع التي تعزز من حياتنا ولا تؤثر عليها سلبا. والطريق إلى تحقيق هذه الغاية مفتاحه التعليم المستدام. طبعا نعرف أن الإنسان هو محور التنمية المستدامة، ويشكل الإنسان محور التعريفات المقدمة حول التنمية المستدامة بوصفه المعني بهذه التنمية، وكذلك هو من يقوم بها. لذلك لا وجود للتنمية المستدامة بدون التنمية البشرية. طبعا من متطلبات الاستدامة هي تثقيف جيل الشباب بطريقة تمكنهم من ممارسة دورهم القيادي لمواصلة استراتيجية الاستدامة. وتتحقق هذه الهدف يكون من خلال تعزيز التعليم البيئي لتنمية الحس العالمي واتجاه القضايا البيئية لأجل المستقبل المستدام وتعزيز النمو الأخضر. تحقيق الأهداف التنمية المستدامة من خلال النظم التعليمية يتم عن طريق الآتي: أولاً دمج التعليم من أجل التنمية المستدامة في كل المراحل التعليم. كذلك تبني الطرق والاستراتيجيات المتنوعة في التدريس وتشجيع الطلبة على التعليم الابتكاري. وأيضاً منح درجات علمية في التخصصات البيئية. وأخيراً توجيه التعليم نحو التفكير النقدي الذي يصل إلى حلول محلية وعالمية لمشاكل البيئة والتغيير المناخي. والآن نتحول للزميلة عائشة الحوسني.
السلام عليكم. أجدد سعادتنا بأن نكون جزءاً من هذه المسابقة المهمة التي تمثل خطوة في طريق الحل وشمعة نوقدها لتنير طريق الوعي بقضايا البيئة. سوف أركز في هذا المحور على أهمية تنمية مهارات التفكير الناقد في العملية التعليمية. لماذا التفكير الناقد؟ التفكير الناقد هو التفكير ما وراء المعرفة، ويفتح نافذة العقل على آفاق جديدة تمكنه من التطوير والمساهمة في التغلب والمساهمة في قضايا المجتمع والتغلب على المشكلات والتحديات التي تواجهه، وعلى رأسها التحديات والمشاكل البيئية. فالتفكير الناقد هو تفكير تأملي يعتمد على القدرة على التفكير والتحليل والاستنتاج، وهو مهم في العملية التعليمية لتطوير قدرة الطلبة على الفهم والاستيعاب بموضوعية، ويمكنه التفاعل مع قضايا مجتمعه واتخاذ القرارات وتقديم الحلول في المواضيع المختلفة. التفكير الناقد هو نمط غير مباشر وغير تقليدي في حل المشكلات والقضايا المعقدة. إن كل من التفكير الناقد وحل المشكلات يتضمنان حاليا جانب من الإبداع، لأن كل منهما يقود إلى أفكار قد تكون غير اعتيادية وغير متوقعة وفي نفس الوقت مفيدة ومعقولة. وهناك عدد من المهارات التي تتمثل في المفكر الناقد، ومنها هي دقة الملاحظة والتركيز، الاستدلال والربط والاستنتاج، والعديد من المهارات التي تجعل منه متعلم وباحث مبتكر غير تقليدي. وتكمن أهمية التفكير الناقد في العملية التعليمية كالآتي: أولاً، أن تنمي لدى المتعلمين روح التساؤل والبحث والعدم تسليم الحقائق دونما تحقق وتمحيص. وثانياً، تمكن المتعلمين من التفكير في قضايا مجتمعهم وبيئتهم وإيجاد حلول مبتكرة وخلاقة. ثالثاً، تقود المتعلمين لفهم أعمق للمحتوى المعرفي الذي يتعلمونه الآن، حيث يتحول المتعلم عند توظيف هذا التفكير الناقد في العملية التعليمية من متلقي سلبي للمحتوى التعليمي إلى متعلم إيجابي متقن له. رابعاً، يولد لدى الفرد حساً عالياً بالمجتمع المحيط به والتفاعل معه والسعي لرقيه وتقدمه، وينمي شعوراً قوياً بالمشاركة بفعالية في بناء حاضر الأوطان ومستقبلها. وأخيراً، تنمية التفكير الناقد ضرورة للقيام بأنواع أخرى من التفكير الإبداعي وحل المشكلات واتخاذ القرار. والآن ننتقل مع زميلتي فاطمة عبيد اللاوش. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نحن فخورين بمشاركتنا في هذه المسابقة الخلاقة التي تساعدنا على إنتاج أفكار مبدعة وخلاقة لمشاكل مجتمعنا المعاصر، وعلى رأسها قضايا البيئة. وركز في هذا المحور على التعليم البيئي، التعليم الابتكاري والإبداعي. التعليم هو أهم عنصر في تطوير المجتمع، وبدونه لن نتمكن من معرفة العالم من حولنا، ولن نستطيع اكتشاف الأفكار الجديدة والملهمة، وبالتالي لن نستطيع أن نبتكر ونبدع. وبدون إبداع ليس هناك تنمية لجوانب الحياة المختلفة. وأن التطور العالمي الذي نشهده اليوم يستجوب تحديات تقتضي ارتباط التعليم بالقضايا الحياتية المستجدة للطالب، كالحاجة إلى العيش طويلا والتمتع بصحة جيدة، ومواجهة التحديات البيئية التي فرضتها ظاهرة التغير المناخي وغيرها من التغيرات وغيرها من التحديات. هذه التحديات تستجوب نمط من التعليم الغير تقليدي وطريقة تدريس المناهج بطريقة مرنة مصحوبة بالأنشطة الابتكارية، وتدرب الطالب على طريقة الاكتشاف والابتكار، وأن توفر له بيئة مدرسية مرنة تساعد الطالب على تنمية قدراته الإبداعية والابتكارية. والتفكير الإبداعي هو الأسلوب الذي يستخدمه الفرد في إنتاج أكبر عدد ممكن من الأفكار حول المشكلة التي يسعى لحلها، وتتصف هذه الأفكار بالاختلاف أي المرونة وعدم التكرار أو الشيوع أي الأصالة. والتفكير الإبداعي يشير إلى القدرة على خلق واستلهام أفكار جديدة وأصيلة، واكتشاف طرق جديدة للتعامل مع المشاكل أو توفير بدائل عديدة لحل المشكلة. وهو نمط التفكير يتعلق بالإبداع وبناء أفكار جديدة، وتشجع على الانفتاح العقلي والمرونة الفكرية. الاهتمام بالإبداع في التعليم هو المفتاح الذي سيدخلنا إلى بوابة الحلول الابتكارية والإبداعية للمشاكل البيئية. فالمبدعون هم أمل العالم، والقادرون هم أمل العالم والقادرون على النهوض بذواتهم ومجتمعاتهم إلى أرقى درجات التقدم الإنساني. وشكرا على حسن الاستماع. هذه النتائج البحثية التي توصلنا إليها، وهذه المواقع والمراجع. وشكرا.
Okay, شكرا لكم. For now, we'll have the last university. So, guys, let's keep it as quiet as we can. Last one, and then we can move on to the closing ceremony. Last one is BITS Pilani. Once you're ready, please let me. Once you're ready, I'll let you know when you show up on our screen, so you can start. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Hello again. Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't see your slides yet.
Okay, right. I'll be sharing my screen. Just a second. Can you see it now?
Yeah, you can start. You can start now.
Right. Aditya Saxena, and we'll be deliberating on today's agenda for this session, Environment and Education, Need for Change. So as you can see, these are the three main principles which we have outlined while dealing with this issue. As this particular event required the necessity of a rather new idea to deal with the issue, we have come to one, and we'll be deliberating on as we proceed on with the presentation. Environmental education, the definition. The earth is what we all have in common. I guess there's no point at this particular moment to deliberate on further what is environmental conservation, what is sustainable development, because all the participants preceding us have already defined it. But however, I have found some rigidity in their opinion. When people are proposing veganism, or they're proposing things like workshops or teaching particularly students, we are only limiting ourselves to a particular field of view, which can be widened to a greater horizon, which we'll be dealing on as the presentation proceeds on further. Going to the principles. The principles which we have laid down in simple words: every life form is unique and has intrinsic value. This is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And also there have been various policies which have been adopted at a regional level, especially by UAE, when we speak of policies like National Environmental Education and Awareness Program, when we speak about the UN Global Impact Program, and numerous programs which deliberate on such issues. And issues have been addressed eventually, circumscribing that. The key answer to any problem at this point of time is asking introspective questions, asking insightful questions. As you can see on the screen, what environmental obligations do we have, should we need to keep for future generations? Do we completely rely on electrical cars or make gasoline-powered vehicles obsolete in the future? Should we continue to cut forests for our necessity or need? Or maybe just shifting to a vegan diet, daily questions. You see, important environmental education factors, as it has been summarized in the aforementioned 4 points, makes us aware about the indiscriminate destructive human activities, and definitely it is spreading knowledge to all those who are concerned. Just, I think 24 hours prior, the Arbor School in Dubai itself have decided to adopt eco-literacy in their school curriculum. And there are many other schools and colleges and universities in Dubai itself, as well as United Arab Emirates, and as well as across the world. Even our university offering courses on that, making it compulsory in order to spread awareness. But at the same time, challenges continue to be there. As you can see, it's a subject matter which is comprehensive in nature. but is it morally permissible or even required? As people will always have disagreement on some particular issues which affect them personally, and that continues to be an issue till date. One of the problems which another is related to environmental education is lack of proper training of the teacher. And by teacher, we don't specifically mean our teachers in schools or colleges, universities, but teacher as in anyone who is teaching someone, a person who is enthusiastic to learn. Moving on, challenges. The curriculum load for students, because of the rigid and the loadsome curriculum that we have in universities, much less importance or priority is given to environmental education. However, it remains one of the most important things which affects us in our daily lives, and we continue to be affected from it on a daily basis. The objectives, as have been laid down and summarized, and as you can glance through it, I believe all the participants preceding us have deliberated on similar things, and we are also talking about similar stuff, but our solution has been a unique one, as it has not been dealt with prior to this. You see, we rather believe in a quote by Jacob Kindleberger, who said that a little competition is a good thing, but severe competition is a blessing. In view of that, when we speak of capitalist environments adopting measures to deal with social and environmental obligations, corporate social responsibility remains to be one of the major instruments which can help us achieve a way more in the long run. And we'll be deliberating on the role of that and how it helps us to educate about environment and education. You see, what is corporate social responsibility? I think most of you know. For those of you who don't know, it's a concept whereby companies are integrating or doing their part for the community where they have their setup, especially interaction with the stakeholders on a voluntary basis. It's the responsibility of corporations to contribute to the society, a way of giving back for what it has received in return. GCC itself promotes corporate social responsibility among various communities, and there is no better recipe to achieving a healthy or a sustainable economy than through participation. The answer lies in unity, where businesses have invested in the past in profit areas such as education, poverty, gender equality, hunger, and as well as our focus, which remains to be environmental protection. The benefits of CSR, a very simple statistic which I would like to point out in front of this August House today. It has been observed that countries like Sweden, Finland, Switzerland, Denmark, even UAE, where corporate social responsibility is looked upon as being proportional to sustainable development. It's a major answer which remains to all the countries which have found a solution as of now to deal with environmental issues lying in this particular secret. Because when we talk about addressing issues, and has all the participants preceding me done that, and it has become a bit monotonous, where we are talking about curriculum, integrating it in the school level, at the university level, about teaching them, spreading awareness, we realize that, and that is definitely a viable solution. But at the same time, CSR has the potential of affecting a large landscape because of the volume of benefit that it can do, and the impact that it will have will affect millions and millions of lives, because this is a macro factor instead of the micro factor that has been deliberated upon in today's meeting. CSR in UAE perspective. CSR has been promoted by the government, where it has definitely given trade easing on the restrictions, helping new startups, helping establish corporates in this region. And recently, the Innovation Month 2021 being November, where it recently had one of its meets in British University in Dubai. CSR UAE also extracts findings and insights from responses to surveys, the statistics which we have used in our presentation as well. Environmental responsibilities of corporates, a summary of what corporates are supposed to focus on as a matter of fact to their obligation, and how it helps us in the long way as a society. Green strategies for CSR. Now, talking about green buildings, the LEED certification by the Green Building Council has caused tremendous growth of the green building movement, whereby buildings are running on solar energy, on renewable forms of energy. Emphasis on green manufacturing is another issue. And talking about product stewardship encourages everyone in the value chain, to contribute to product sustainability. CSR trends which have been observed. Financial year witnessed 28% growth spending in comparison to the previous year. These are research which we have accumulated basically on a primary research basis and on a secondary research basis, through surveys and through online resources and through research papers. companies which have spent a sum total of $1.23 billion United States dollars, USD, in various programs ranging from educational programs to promoting the community and the environment. Corporates thinking of CSR as another pillar of their corporate strategy instead of the rather unorganized philanthropy. More companies will comply and engage in long-term partnership with NGOs. And to break this stereotype, where we constantly speak about educating the youth, educating people, education is not only restricted to youth or just at the school or the university level. Education is meant for anyone who's interested to learn, anyone who is being affected by things around him. And to that effect, educating the corporates and to governments who are still getting troubled by CSR, maybe in this region, maybe in Europe, maybe in Asia Pacific region, maybe in the West, corporate social responsibility remains the answer to many of the problems that have to be addressed in the long term. Earth is what we all have in common, and therefore we should definitely care about it. A famous quote which goes on and has been highlighted in the past as well, I believe, what I stand on is what I stand on. And that particularly ends our presentation today as we aim for a better tomorrow, a better future. Godspeed. Thank you all.
Okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we just finished all the speeches for today. Let's give all the teams a big round of applause. Thank you. You have all done an incredible job with your presentations. We'll now take a 20-minute break while the final scores are being tallied by our judges, and then we'll start the closing ceremony. There are refreshments outside. Be back by around 5:50 p.m. Actually, exactly 5:50 p.m. Varun, I go? All right, guys, let's get settled. Before I begin the awarding ceremony, let's just a small reminder to keep your phones switched off. And don't forget the feedback forms, because that's how we improve for next year. That's really important. Make sure you get them so you get your certificates as well. Firstly, let's give a big round of applause for the judges. I'm sure we all agree that they had a tough day judging today. We had so many good presentations from all the universities. And thank you for your time and your expertise. I hope you enjoyed the presentations. And now for the moment we've all been waiting for. The results of the competition are in. The judges have done their work. But before we announce the winners, we'd like to congratulate all the contestants on their efforts. Let us begin by announcing the runner-ups and winners in each category. To do my honors of giving away the awards to the winners, may I ask Ms. Habiba Al-Marashi and the respected members of the jury panel to come on stage, please. Hello. Okay. For the first topic, sustainable living, a path for a greener future. Second runner-up, which means third place, University of Balaman, Dubai. Congratulations, guys. The shirts did it, I think. I think it was the shirts. All right, guys. So the first runner-up, which means second place. Let's give it up to University of Science and Technology from Fujairah. مذكرني حكينا على التليفون قبل بنهار. All right, all right, all right. And finally, the winner from the first topic, Manipal Academy of Honor, Education Dubai. Congrats, guys, congrats. Congrats, congrats. Guys, another one, please. All right, all right. Congratulations to all the winners and everyone else that participated. And now let's move to the second topic. Let's find out who are the winners from Environment and Education, Need for Change. Second runner-up is American University of Sharjah. Make your way to the stage, please. Faster, faster. Congratulations, guys. You guys did amazing. Congratulations to American University of Sharjah. Oh my God, I thought I put the wrong one. Okay, so the first runner-up, second place, Middlesex University, Dubai, let's go. Come on, make your way to the stage. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Just another picture. All right. And finally, after this long day, the winner for the second topic is the team. Where are they? New York University, Abu Dhabi. Congratulations, guys. Congrats, bro. Cheers. Congratulations, New York University, Abu Dhabi. All right, congratulations to today's winners and job well done. Let's give a hand for the participants as well. It's been an amazing and informative day. Great event, guys, honestly, let's be honest. Okay, so please note, winners of today will automatically be considered for the overall winners of positions tomorrow. We request the winning teams of today to attend tomorrow's closing ceremony and be present at 5 p.m. because it's going to be for the closing ceremony. And that brings us to the end of day one of the competition. Remember to hand in your feedback forms at the reception desk to collect your certificates. Thank you. If you guys are still interested, the scores will be displayed. For the first topic, it was really close between third and fourth. So if you're interested in seeing that, everything's going to be displayed here. Gibson, can you zoom? So Abu Dhabi University missed out by 10 points on the third position. And look how close between the first two, just 5 points, guys. 5 points between you guys.
Corona. No problem?
All right, guys. Last request. Everyone down to the stage for a picture. Yalla. Let's go. Let's do this. As efficient as possible. قد ما بدك خيي. And can we please display the scores for the next topic as well?
I believe.
Come on, guys, everyone down. Let's do this quick. What happened? What happened? Oh yeah, that was close. Unlucky guys, GG's. Guys, come on, let's take this picture, yalla. Guys in the middle. Yeah, just go, just sit anywhere. We'll take the picture. Come on, على stage, ما بيأثر. Guys, come on, make your way down. Let's take this picture, come on.
شو ريحتي؟
The first one who gets to the stage wins a prize. Gets 500 dirhams.
First one down to the stage gets 500 dirhams. Come on, top left, come down, top right, let's go. Let's do this. Guys, hello. Yalla. Huh? Wule.